This is my private life. I've got no friends to fear. I've got no problems, no cross to bear. If you can find me, come and get me out of here. This is my private place. Everything is neat and clean. The skeletons are hidden in the closet. This is my private place. Can you get me out of here? This is my private life. This is my private life. This is my private life. Can you get me out of here? This is my private life. This is my private life. This is my private life. Can we get me? These are my private things. That are against the wall. The dirty pictures, religious objects. These are my private things. Can we get them out of here? This is my private bed. This is where I lie at night, staring at the light bulb hanging on the ceiling, waiting for dreams to come and get me out of here. In my humble room at night, I often wonder what goes on up there. What makes them run so scared? I often stare at the people passing by, but they can see me through my window shades. It's like I'm not even there. This is my private life. This is my private life. There's something dangerous I like. This is my private life. And all my problems aren't your fault. What I really want to know, has it always been this way? This is my private life. This is my private life.
So who all is in this stream? Me, Matt Hayward. There's Jeremy. Who's below me?
Everyone is above you. You're below us.
There's
Yeah,
one person
exactly.
below me.
I see a lot of boys in the well down here. How long have you boys been down there?
We have always lived here. We've always lived in the well.
Are you guys able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Great.
So,
Okay.
boys, I told you we had a special guest. I thought you were in the UK, Matt.
No, I'm just outside of Dublin.
It's just what?
Just outside of Dublin in Ireland.
Your accent sounds strangely American. Are you a transplant or?
No. Grew up in Ireland. Lived there.
Okay, now I'm hearing it. So, guys, who here has read Matt Hayward's work?
I don't think I have.
Missing out. You're missing out, boys. Those Below the Treehouse. See, the first novel I read by him was Practitioners, which was co-written with Patrick Lacey. And now I'm going to be starting The Faithful and Where Do Monsters What Do Monsters Fear? In short succession. I just finished Those Below the Treehouse today.
Thanks.
Great stuff, man. I mean, you're batting, 2-2 for me right now. I mean, like 2-0. I mean, so we probably need to dispense with some. We need to preface this whole thing, and I'll sum it up. Don't worry, Matt. I'm summing it up in a gentlemanly fashion. We're real here on The Quiet Place. We're not like other shows where we bury things in the backyard and act, like, what are you talking about when someone brings something up? Okay. But I assured Matt that we wouldn't go there this time. So let's just say that Matt's been through a hectic year, which is his business and his business only, and leave it at that. And let's just talk about his work. There's more than enough there to talk about, his career and, just kind of, bullshit, spitwad and spitball, I mean, and, just have an amicable discussion instead of a hot, juicy gossip of an interview, And I think we can all do that right this time, right? Maybe next time, who knows? But in the future. But first we ought to accommodate him and make him comfortable enough that he could come back on someday, right? I mean,
I'm fine with that, man.
what do you guys? I mean, so you guys get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, I never bat an eyelash at talking about certain things, but right now, this is how it needs to be. And I'm totally okay with that because I'm still riding on the high of reading Those Below the Treehouse. The earliest that story could have occurred, Matt, was the early 90s. Is that right? When was it written, though?
It was written last year. I kind of based it in the late 90s, like 97. Because I was reading so much stuff. A lot of like nostalgic stuff tends to take place in the 80s, so I always wanted to do a 90s throwback novel. That was always my favorite
I grew
era.
up in the 90s, and I think that the 90s were just as awesome as the 80s. The only problem was the horrible fashion sense of the 90s. Everything.
I still dress like I'm from 1992, so
with all the clashing colors and flannel and sideways hats or backwards hats. I mean,
I'm still covered in flannel daily.
Were you a ska punk, Jeremy?
Huh?
Were you a ska punk?
No, you keep bringing up ska. I do like Less Than Jake a little bit and the Boss Tones, but I don't know that it would be enough to, go to a concert or anything. You really like ska, don't you, Zach?
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully Gregor will be along shortly, right, guys?
I have no clue. I
Hopefully.
haven't talked to him.
Where is
That's
Gregor?
good.
For God's sake, you can't take him from me.
I mean, he might have to have had to pull the sleigh, maybe.
Oh yeah.
It's goats that pull Santa's sleigh, right? That's right.
No, actually, that was elk, but you know,
Nah, I'm pretty sure it's goats.
might have been mooses for all I know. Why don't they call mooses? Why isn't the plural form of moose meese?
It should be.
that's the plural form for mice that you really hate.
Meese. Okay.
I hate you pieces.
So Matt, what was the first thing you ever wrote?
It would have been. I wrote a handful of short stories, kind of back to back. I'm trying to think. The first one I wrote was a thing called "That's the Price You Pay." That came out in the horror zine, I think it was, and it was my take on a vampire story. I kind of wanted to do a backwards vampire story where a vampire was being fed off every time he looked in this certain particular mirror that he found in an antique store.
Mhm.
And the antique store owner ends up building a vampire suicide booth in the back for people who look in this mirror. I just wanted to twist the vampire tale on its head. So in Brain Dead Blues, I collected all these stories and I made sure to hit up each trope. So I did the vampire story. I did the zombie. I did the werewolf. I tackled all the tropes in as unique a way I could find.
See, that's interesting because an author we had on here several weeks back, Ronald
Kelly.
Kelly,
Kelly?
not Malfi, but Kelly. Yeah, he wrote a specific novel to cover each archetype of horror. You know, everything except like the creature from the Black Lagoon, I guess, or a merman. But he's been, not checking off each monster on his bucket list, just like that. But we actually got a listener here in the chat who's read Brain Dead Blues and What Do Monsters Fear? So
I think it was a strange way to start out because I started by releasing a collection first before I did a novel, which is kind of doing things backwards. People tend to collect a few novels and then put out a collection.
see, that's funny because a lot of authors will give first times or rookies the advice that you get some short stories under your belt before you write a novel, but most of them actually did not, come to find out, unless we're talking about the sci-fi, the golden years of the sci-fi like Bradbury and Asimov and who else? Poul Anderson, Frederick Pohl, Jack Vance. They all started with short stories, but now I think most people just want to get straight into the full length, don't they? I mean,
yeah, I think so. The novel seems to be where it's at.
and I think the reason is, and we talked about this last week, is because I think people's time is so valuable that they don't want to devote any time to something that isn't, fully developed. They don't want just bite-sized chunks. If they want to play as hard as they have worked hard during the week, and so playing hard, it could be reading something full length. Is to me. I mean,
Yeah, I tend to do a thing of doing like three novels in a row, I would say, and then in between them, I kind of do about 3 or 4 short stories, and then at the end of about a 3-novel cycle, I'll have enough material for a collection.
All right. So you said Brain Dead Blues was the first one. What was your first novel?
Yeah. That was What the Monsters Fear.
Okay. So that one's been reprinted. Yeah, I didn't check the whole bibliography before I got on here, but I'm assuming the collaboration with Patrick Lacey happened much later, like sometime this millennium, right?
That was the third one. So that it went What the Monsters Fear, The Faithful, Practitioners. Jesus, I can't even remember what my fourth book was.
Those Below the Treehouse?
No, it would have been a collection, Various States of Decay. Then it was my collaboration with Bob Ford, A Penny for Your Thoughts, and then Those Below the Treehouse came out earlier this year.
Oh, it's brand new.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Practitioners, yeah, like I said, was my first exposure to you, and I still think it's your best based on what I've read so far. It's insane the amount of pages that it takes to tell that story. But I mean, you know, it's of course tells a story that takes place between our plane of existence and I guess a sort of astral or dream plane in the afterlife. Well, how would you describe that realm? I don't.
Yeah, it was an odd one, and it wasn't plotted at all. I've never been someone to plot. I'm just a pantser. Just there was no outline read. That was actually a short story. The first chapter was a short story that I kind of didn't want to stop going with, and it just kind of the length kept going and going. But that was originally a short story that an editor wanted me to change the ending of, and I just decided to keep it and flesh it out into a novel.
Mhm. But I mean, so where did Patrick Lacey come into it?
We were talking at a convention, and I just threw out the idea to take that short story of mine and just kind of riff on it. And yeah, there really was no plotting for that novel. That kind of just grew very organically.
So to begin with that one, for anyone who's unfamiliar, this police officer, his entire world is shattered when his wife is murdered. To begin, right?
Yeah.
And okay, there that might be Gregor. Okay, Phoenix. Hey, Phoenix.
Hey,
Hey, we're just talking to author Matt Hayward,
cool.
and that's one of his books up on the screen there. We've got several co-hosts and regulars that pop in, Matt. So don't get nervous as the room gets fills up. So,
No worries.
but so this police officer's basically been relieved of duty for over a year, right? And he has these episodes, sometimes sleepwalking, but he'll go to the station and imagine himself interrogating the person who he believes killed his wife, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Huge hallucinations, like majorly diluted, right?
Yeah, it's kind of he ends up finding out about a guy named Paul White who has no social security number, no fixed address. The man, for all intents and purposes, does not exist, and he ends up lucid dreaming to travel to a dream version of his hometown where everything's a little off, and he's kind of navigating the real world and the dream version of his hometown to track down this man named Paul White.
Have you ever tried any of that like pseudo metaphysical stuff like lucid dreaming and astral projection? I mean, that's obviously what you based it on, right?
Yeah, nah, I haven't actually. I've never had an interest in anything kind of pseudoscientific or anything, so it was kind of funny doing the research for that one.
See, I've tried. They say you just like before you go to bed at night, you imagine yourself like walking and visualize yourself, moving your feet, and that's just one of the steps. It's an incremental thing, but you know,
It does fall under the sorcery thing.
what lucid dreaming?
No, not lucid dreaming. I thought you meant like actual astral projection.
Yeah, those are two separate things, but I mean, I kind of lump them in together, really. I mean, the idea with astral projection that, you can go into this dream plane and you have like a golden, what do you call it, umbilical cord? And if it gets severed, you're stuck in the astral plane. I mean, this is what astral projectionists actually believe. I mean,
Yeah, so that's obviously occultic, but in terms of doing the lucid dreaming, I had one time and it was freaking weird. It really was like a video game.
I think there is a portion of lucid dreaming that we all experience, and that's when we realize that we have that we realize that we're dreaming, and so sometimes we can control things after we realize we're dreaming, and other times, things just kind of happen that we didn't decide for them to happen, but they still happen to our advantage. I think that's wild, a wild part of the subconscious. But so you said what it was, Brain Dead Blues, What Do Monsters Fear, then Practitioners, right?
The faithful and then practitioners. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. So I guess I'm getting ahead of myself then. The Faithful. Uh, tell me about that one because I'm just like a few pages in.
Yeah, that was my attempt to just do a kind of throwback novel to the Zebra days. Like it's just a very balls to the wall horror novel. I didn't really want to get too fancy with it. It was a palate cleanser after What the Monsters Fear, which was much more intense. And I always loved the old schlocky kind of Zebra paperbacks. So I was trying to do my best to capture the feel of one of those kind of novels.
We bring up the Zebra paperbacks a lot on here, and Leisure, and the ones that always had a skeleton on the cover and were just like gorgeous, and some of them had hologram variants, But somebody in the chat, Frank from Bazong
There's
podcast,
a big weeb, by the way.
whatever. he enjoyed Penny for Your Thoughts, which I guess is a short story, right?
No, that was a novel I did with Bob Ford, and that came out last year.
What the hell, man? You're really prolific. I wish I had.
I was trying to keep to a schedule of doing 2 releases a year.
So has it been nonstop since 97 or 98?
No, it's only been 3 years, man. 2017 was the first.
By the way, we're not terribly professional on here. This is kind of just a relaxed environment. So if you're alarmed by us missing several cues that a professional you would notice having, you won't see them here. So
you're okay.
Okay.
I gave up smoking in October, and I have one of those electronic cigarettes, so I'm hoping it's not cutting in too loudly on the mic.
I don't hear it at all.
No. Are you talking about vaping?
Yeah, one of those. It's called a My Blue thing.
My Blue thing?
Yeah, it's like it's just it's like a vape thing that you get cartridges for.
Either Ben, Zach, Phoenix, any of you guys have questions for Matt or anything you just want to say to him, at the moment?
Well, I was.
Thank you for coming on and giving all the weirdness, which we won't talk about, but thank you for coming anyway.
You're welcome.
Phoenix?
Oh, I was looking at the cover for A Penny for Your Thoughts. Yeah, and I like the cover. So I feel like I've missed out a little bit on some of the knowledge here because I didn't know about Brain Dead Blues, but I looked that one up, and I guess that's a collection.
Yeah, that was my first release. That was a collection.
Cool. Yeah, I'm going to have to check that out. And then also, who is Robert Ford? Someone you worked with?
Yeah, Bob. He's done quite a few things. He done Samson Denial. He done a couple of things with John Bowden.
Okay, cool. So and you describe yourself as very much in the horror tradition for writing.
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of?
A Penny for Your Thoughts was a bit more kind of Southern noir with a bit of humor in it, actually.
Okay. Yeah. Are any of the books your favorite that you've written? Like, which one's the one that you recommend, or that you just really enjoyed writing?
I personally really like Those Below the Treehouse. That was my
really
one that I was kind of most proud of. That or A Penny for Your Thoughts with Bob. I love that book.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Yeah, I like the art for Those Below the Treehouse too. That's really cool.
Thanks.
And I guess
that was the same artist. Ben Baldwin was his name. He
Cool.
also did Gwendy's Button Box for Stephen King.
Really, that's
Is that
cool.
a short story or a novella or what? Because, I mean,
It's a novella.
it just popped up out of nowhere, and I always heard it was part of a collection. So I don't understand why it's probably being developed into a movie and an audio play now and everything. And I thought it started as a short story. It's just, I don't understand.
Yeah, I think it's a novella.
Who
Yeah,
had the deep sigh? Who did the deep sigh?
That sounded like Ben, but I don't know.
Everything okay, Ben?
Oh, that was just me yawning. Sorry, I wasn't close to the mic, so I didn't think you could hear.
Okay.
You all have
Um,
mics. All I have is the laptop.
Yeah, I was
And you
curious
sound just
about.
as and you sound just as good as my fucking condenser mic because life is a whore.
Yeah,
So
I'm in
how
a. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say that I had I'm in my recording studio at the moment, and I have a huge array of condenser mics, and I couldn't get anything working, so I ended up just using a headset with a little like €5 microphone.
Yeah, I don't wear headsets. I wear headsets enough at work, so you won't see me wearing them ever. But you know Chad Lutzke? You ever?
Yeah, I love chat stuff.
Well, yeah,
so
he may or may not want to come in, but I'll shoot the link there in the chat for anybody who might want to come in and ask you something, or they can just there in the chat. But so
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 I was a little bit curious about your prolific nature. So you publish 2 books a year, which means you're writing at least a couple books a year.
Yeah, I think I tend to do about 3 a year.
Really? Okay. And you would describe them all as like full length?
Yeah.
Cool.
Typically, it's 3 novels, and then at the end of the year, I would usually do about 3 or 4 short stories.
Oh wow! And so do you write for an hour? Do you have like a certain number of words that you do a day, or what's your strategy and
Yeah,
routine?
it was 1,000 words a day every day.
Okay, cool. Even on Sundays?
Yep, every day, and then I try to edit on weekends as best I can. Like Sunday evenings, I would tend to edit, but I typically write about 1,000 words every day.
So I'm always interested in writers' processes. So if that's your writing process, I'm wondering about your editing process. Like, how do you go about fine-tuning everything?
I usually leave the first draft pretty raw. I don't touch it much.
Okay.
My second go through is where I try to look for subtext, and I never liked kind of preachy novels, so I do my best to first and foremost make it entertaining, and then on my second go through, I'll think about subtext, see what different things I can kind of lift. Make sure that the subtext is consistent and that it has a second story happening. But if the reader just wants to read it just for purely entertainment, that works as well. And then my third draft would be things like mostly grammatical stuff. And after 3 drafts, I usually give it to a pre-reader, and then I'll send it off.
And you send it off to your publisher?
Yep.
That's cool. Are they an independent press, or let's see? Looking.
I've had a few.
Poltergeist?
Yeah, and then What the Monstersphere was originally on Postmortem Press. Brain Dead Blues was on Sinister Grin. Yeah, they've been kind of scattered.
That's cool. Yeah,
Aren't
that's
you,
great that you have that. I would say reach, maybe, or just like publishers that like are really excited and enthusiastic about your work.
Thanks, man. We Brain Dead Blues just came out in Russian this month. Is the first time I've ever had something translated.
Nice.
That came out in stores in Russian, which was really cool.
And one thing I was wondering is often my process for writing, like I'm very much a perfectionist, and I can usually like go through my writing and like think about like how I can improve it. But I noticed that like I don't do enough of like, I feel, at least because of my perfectionist tendencies, of writing to where you allow the rawness and kind of the messiness. Do you have any ideas about that? Like, how do you manage to like keep your style very, very open in that way?
I try not to overthink it. I'm typically, when I've done my third draft, I try just to let it go. I won't usually, like, I think on in What the Monstersphere, I might have went about 5 or 6 drafts, but then at a certain point, I feel like you might start losing sight of what the original concept was, and you can start messing things up rather than fixing them. So I try to stick to 3 drafts and just let it go.
Cool. I wasn't sure if anyone else had questions, but I'm curious about your process. That's really cool.
Yeah, I'm getting there. So yeah, Those Below the Treehouse is fresh in my mind, but I like how they ended up getting stuck in the treehouse with the bully, and ended up becoming amicable, like partners, friends.
Yeah, it was. I did an interview for a Russian magazine last week, and the guy who interviewed me said the themes of how did he put it? He said themes of nostalgic sadness and friendship tend to repeat in your work. And I hadn't thought about it, and then I realized that was the two central themes of Those Below the Treehouse. It's
Chad's
funny
in
when...
the house.
Hey, Chad.
Hey, buddy. I just wanted to come in and say hi to Matt. That's all. So,
How have you been, man?
I've been all right, man. I can't stay long. I have a thing at 8, another podcast interview thing. But,
You have a prior engagement? Is that what you said?
yeah. I was supposed to do a podcast at 8.
Okay. So how long? Yeah, how long have you guys known each other?
A couple of years, I would say.
Yeah, a couple of years. Yeah.
Well, how do you think it would fare if you two collaborated?
We talked about it before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like, what do you think you two could learn from each other?
I don't know. I know that Penny for Your Thoughts is in my top books that I read this year.
I would say that Chad, you bring a lot of emotion to the proceedings, and not in a negative way. And Matt brings a lot of good, strong pacing.
Mm-hmm.
I think Matt's pacing is off the charts. So in that respect, you two would probably do well together, telling a story. But so I mean, is it pretty much second nature to you now, Matt?
No, not at all.
I mean, so you're a tortured soul then? You're a tortured artist?
No, I just I think every book is different. You know, you're going to learn different things each time.
Mm.
I
Well,
don't think there's any
what did you learn from The Faithful?
that books that I don't like, other people like. I actually did not like The Faithful when I first wrote it.
And who is actually the monster in The Faithful? Is it organized religion, or is it a religious leader in the community, or a little column A and B both? Or
It was
a god?
no, it was I kind of adapted it from an Egyptian god named Apep. And
Okay,
it was
there's
just
a bunch of Egyptian gods, so I don't know. I mean, yeah, there's a huge pantheon there, so try to be a little more specific. Is that the one with a hippo for a head?
no, that was a giant snake.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, what is
Um,
the religion that the enemy is masquerading as in The Faithful? Because again, I'm only a few pages in right now.
Yeah, it's a small town cult that I liked. I always liked the idea of backwoods kind of 50-member thing in the middle of nowhere. It was kind of a trope, a homage to Ed Lee a little bit. If you've
Okay.
do you ever read any Ed Lee stuff?
Oh hell yeah, yeah! Didn't Edward Lee
Yeah.
write the forward for this?
He wrote a forward for what the Monsters Fear.
Okay, yeah. Where is he these days? I don't. He's almost like as reclusive as Bentley Little.
I
Isn't
mean,
he?
Yeah.
well, no, he was at the online SplatterCon.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. Where you read your flash fiction piece for the
Yeah.
gross contest. Okay.
Yeah, he was there to accept an award, and his phone overheated.
Really?
Yeah, he's kind of a boomer when it comes to technology.
So Apep, what is Apep in Egyptian mythology?
I actually don't really know what he is in the Egyptian mythology. I kind of just like the name, the look, the aesthetic, so I adapted it into my own thing. I just kind of used it as necessary.
Well, let's take a look at this fella. Apep. Yes, I know this is very stimulating radio. There's a representation of him.
Yeah.
There he is in hieroglyphics, I guess. But I mean, there's a giant snake in almost any culture you can point to, right? Right.
Possibly.
I mean, oh, that's a good one there.
Yeah.
don't you think that there are some good things to come out of religion, though?
Oh yeah, it wasn't a shot at religion at all.
Do you?
I'm just in the third draft of a novel called Bones of Birds, which was set during the Magdalen laundries in Ireland.
Mhm.
The Magdalen laundries were essentially they were work camp for women who, if you didn't have a husband or something, oftentimes the church would put these women into a place called the Magdalen laundries, and it was you just worked in the laundries day and night, very little food. It was a horrible part of Irish history. The last one was actually only closed in 1994, I think.
Isn't all of Irish history horrible, though?
Yeah, very true. But I liked that an awful lot, and not that I liked it. I liked the setting for a horror novel. I thought was perfect, and in doing the research for it, I kind of had a second notion of I don't want people to think that this is a bash at religion. I've nothing wrong with people having faith. It was more a being angry at the history and the church as an institution rather than people's individual faiths is a different matter. And I think I would have to write a very specific foreword to clear that before I would ever release it.
It probably plays into the ongoing the centuries worth of hostility between England and Ireland as well, right? They were the ones forcing religion on the Irish, a very specific kind of religion, right?
Well, Ireland and England these days are fine.
Are they really?
Oh yeah.
Okay. But they still they're not sovereign in the same way that England is, are they? Isn't that an ongoing point of contention? I don't know. I'm just
No, Ireland is a separate country. It's North Ireland that's kind of disputed.
okay. Why is that?
Huh?
Why is that?
That's something.
But Northern Ireland is part of the UK, and then you've got a lot of people who are loyalists. And it's a messy situation.
Clearly. What were you going to say, Zach?
Has something to do with potatoes.
Yeah. Okay. So, and have you heard of the Sawney Bean legend? Now that's Irish, right?
Yeah. I can't recall it too well. I do know the name.
There's a family of cannibals, allegedly, that were, several hundred years ago. There was a family clan, of cannibals that were called, I don't know, the Sawney Beans, or there was a figure named Sawney Bean, and they were the many disappearances of cattle and children and basically anyone else in certain area was often attributed to this legendary clan. I don't know.
Right.
Could just be a folk tale.
I thought that was American.
Yeah, there's some really cool mythology over here. Like the banshee is something I've always wanted to tackle.
Yeah,
I think Jack Ketchum kind of used the Sawney Bean legend as an inspiration for Off Season.
No, but we don't even have to go to the Sawney Bean. The Fomori, you could knock
the
it all
Fomorians. Yeah,
out of the park.
That was really Lovecraftian, actually.
Wait, what now?
The Fomorians. There's some really Lovecraftian creatures in Irish mythology.
Yeah, and the Fomori were led by a character named Balor, right? And what was the deal? He fell in love with a human woman.
I can't remember the story too well, but there's if you ever look up, Tir na Nog is another one that's just endlessly interesting. There's an island off the coast of Ireland where nobody knows exactly where it is, but it's a place where infinite youth is possible. And there's some really crazy stories.
Frank says, I have kissed the piss-soaked Blarney Stone.
Yeah, that's a thing. Don't ever kiss the Blarney Stone. People piss on it.
Now, why is this?
No, that was just my penis.
Funny, I think.
Hey, what?
I think locals find it funny, so they piss on
it. No, wait a minute. So it's slang for penis, right?
No, that was just my joke.
Okay.
People in Ireland be like, all right, these fucking Americans fucking kissing the shit out, piss all over it.
Pretty much.
By the way, Matt, I said that we're pretty, genuine. We're real around here, and so I am going to bring up one thing. You sound very nervous, or you're not. I hope you're not. I mean,
That's just me generally lately. Anxiety's through the roof. I'm going to a therapist, and there's just a lot of stuff going on.
I hope I'm not making it worse.
No, God, no.
I did want to talk to you. What is the significance of this thing that grows out of the infected's jaws in those below the treehouse? I kind of picture like a curving, like claw almost, just jutting out of their gums, or is it literally just the last tooth that doesn't rot, or is it?
It was. Have you ever heard of cordyceps?
Yeah, that's what the whole thing is based on. Tell everybody what a cordyceps does in the insect world.
Yeah, the cordyceps is amazing. It's a parasite that, when it takes over an ant, it will kind of reprogram their brain, turn them into a zombie. It grows out the top of their forehead like this giant spike, and makes the ant walk to the highest point above the colony, and then it will explode, and all its spores will rain down on the rest of the of the colony and make them do the same. And it's just a fascinating parasite. And when I put it in humans, I thought that how it grows out of the heads of the ants, I thought it would be just an interesting take. That
It's
it grows
like
out of the
gnarled, like tree, like antler thing that grows out of their heads, right?
Yeah, so I thought if it grew out of the gum and kind of looked like a single gnarled tooth, it would just be an interesting visual.
Yeah. There were a few different directions that I could see that book going in, like it felt like it could break off on this one tangent or this one other tangent at any time. So you left a lot of possibilities right up till the end. One issue I did have with that book, and it's pretty small, really, is that I felt that a certain character was disposed of too easily after everything they had been through. And I'm not giving anything away because I didn't say who it was or go into further details, Zach. So if you end up reading this, you can't say I spoiled it for you.
No, yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
Zach, are you there?
Oh wait, what were you talking to me?
No, Zach, I wasn't.
I was tapping on something on Twitter.
Right, it's okay. I wasn't talking to you.
Okay.
In fact, I will continue not to talk to you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so
You're a weeb, a passive-aggressive weeb.
thank you.
Stop shitposting while we have a guest.
So, well, I guess maybe you have some questions, Matt, since it's been about. Has it already been 40 minutes?
Yeah.
It's already been 40 minutes. How's that possible? Okay, maybe you have some questions. Go ahead, Matt. What are you thinking right now? Because I swear you do sound nervous, and I don't want to feel like I'm the cause of it.
Leave him alone.
No, it's not. It's not nervousness. It's just in general the anxiety is just something that I'm dealing with lately, and I don't have any Xanax or anything around the house today. So
Okay,
it's just something I'm just going through.
I would be miserable too. Yeah, if I couldn't get to something like that. Yeah. So you were going to publish a book in the last year or so that unfortunately did not come to publication, right?
Lady Luck. There's two of them. There's Lady Luck with Bob, which will still see the light of day next year sometime, I'm guessing. And then Calamity, which is a Western I wrote. That's going to be done with two other Western novellas, one by Bob Ford and one by Lucy Taylor. And we're going to try to do a series called Welcome to the West, which is a throwback to my anthology that I edited called Welcome to the Show.
Thank you for reminding me about Westerns, because that is what it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for reminding me of that because I have something to say about that in a little bit. But so yeah, a lot of horror authors are turning to Western territory right now because not a, there was one novel that started it all. Chad, and you name dropped it a week or two ago. What was it?
I think that John Bowden's Walk the Darkness Down. I don't know that it started it, but it was well before all of these ones that are getting attention.
That was a couple of years ago, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's really, really good.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I read Matt's Calamity that he's talking about, and that's really good too.
Yeah, that I'm hoping to get them the three of these novellas, Bob's one, my one, and Lucy Taylor's one, kind of put out at the same time. It's essentially I just wanted to write a Jack Ketchum homage set in the Old West. So it's kind of what if Jack Ketchum's Red took place in the Old West? It's to do with a guy's horse who's named Calamity.
Oh no, I don't like the sound of this.
Yeah, it's dark.
It is. It's sad.
I'm a huge animal lover, so I kind of wanted to push it a bit for myself.
There's actually I heard there was a website called didthedogdie.com where they're like basically trigger warnings, throughout all creative media, movies, television shows, books that tell any time a dog dies, they catalog it on that site for people who may not want to see that. That's the extent of some people's love for animals, and under the certain circumstances, I would be the same way. So
yeah, I'm a huge animal lover, so I knew when that scene was coming up, I knew I had to write it. Like I can't avoid it. It's important to give the main character's anger justification and for the reader to really be in on it, And when I did the scene, I decided not to stop, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. And
oh no!
There's one point where he's essentially left with his horse's corpse, and he's told, "Get that thing gone because the smell's going to rile up the town." So he has to try figure out a way to dispose of it, and all this time he's just slowly cracking. And
he'd have to drag it by stagecoach, right?
It's pretty messy. Oh, I won't ruin anything, but the revenge is satisfying, I hope.
Good. When is this supposed to be released now?
Hopefully around March or April.
And Lady Luck before or after that?
No, Lady Luck I'd say would be after that, maybe next summer.
Okay, is she the eponymous character the one that is the monster, or
yes, yeah.
Okay, so there's a catch to someone's extremely fortunate luck. Then
it's she'll, if you beat her in a card game, she'll make a wish come true, but then they start realizing across the town that every time she's made something come true, it's coming from somewhere else. So it's taking from someone else, and the town's balance starts getting very upset. I won't ruin it too much. It was a really fun one, and it keeps very much in line with the first, with A Penny for Your Thoughts. We're kind of expanding that little universe we created.
What's the saddest animal death scene that you can think of?
Oh, probably Red, Jack Ketchum.
Would you agree with that, Zach?
The saddest animal novel.
Red, Jack Ketchum. Are your
Red.
preoccupied, Zach? Am I bothering you?
No, you're not.
You
what about Red? I read it last
year. I wouldn't want to disturb you, Mr. Magaha, while we're putting on a show here.
Well, it's not stopping you, but I mean,
it's not stopping. Oh, okay. You want me to
Red was the depressing novel.
It was. I think one of the saddest things I ever read actually was Lutzke's A Foster Home of Flies.
Really? Boy, that gets a lot of love.
It's brilliant.
I always thought that Artax would be a good interrogation tactic. The scene of Artax sinking in the swamps of sorrow in the Neverending Story. You know, you could extract any information out of someone if you just show them that scene on an infinite loop for like 48 hours. I mean, not really, but it's come on, man. You know, he's trying to pull him out and he won't go. Does anyone know what I'm talking about anymore?
No
I
idea.
have no idea.
Nobody's
No.
seen the Neverending Story.
We've
Oh,
seen
yeah.
it. It's just you've completely lost the plot
Of what?
of this.
No, I mean we talked
See?
about it.
See, he has no idea where he is right now.
Well,
All he's doing is sitting there looking at me. Look at him looking at me.
I'm not looking at you.
He's looking at me. Look at him looking at me. He's looking at me.
I'm not looking at you. But no, Artax sinking in the swamps of sorrow in the Neverending Story, guys. Come on. Anyway, we were talking about sad animal death scenes because, see, if Gregor were here, this would probably be going better. Anyway, so obviously there have been some stutter steps. Matt, how have you been? How else have you been keeping busy this year?
Plenty of walks. To be honest, it's
Who'd we just
personal
lose?
life
Chad?
is something
Chad.
I'll happily
Chad.
go into. Maybe on the next one. It's
Chad
yeah.
couldn't take our unprofessionalism anymore. Sorry, Chad.
He was cutting in and out. I think.
Okay, good. He's back. Anyway, Chad, you're also a podcaster. Help me out here, man. Help me make him feel more welcome.
I'm
Oh,
good,
man.
man. Honestly.
That's why I showed in here. I wasn't going to come in here, and then I heard Matt's voice. I didn't even know that was him. I heard you talk. I tuned in. I heard you talking about A Penny for Your Thoughts, and I was like, man, it's one of the best books I've read this year. And then I heard Matt's voice, and I was like, it's freaking Hayward, man.
And what's that about again?
A Penny for Your Thoughts is about a ex-drug addict who is on a hiking trail and he discovers a jar of pennies, and each one has a little girl's wish taped to it, and they're little benign things. For example, one has I wish I had a bike, and next to it is an old Lincoln wheat penny. So he goes home and he finds a bike in his garage.
And his what?
And then he slowly starts to...
It's
He's
Irish slang
slow-
for garage.
Sorry. He slowly starts to realize that any of the wishes he reads are coming true. And he, with his addictive nature, decides to not open them, and instead his father ends up opening one, and it just starts unraveling, getting messier and messier.
Okay. There seems to be some there seems to be unfinished business in the world of those below the treehouse. Now, I'm one of those people who thinks zombies are kind of burnt out, but you have just a fresh enough twist to where, I don't know, maybe there's something to revisit there. What do you think?
Yeah, I just always loved the zombie genre. I always wanted to write a zombie novel. I do agree it's kind of oversaturated. I just always wanted to try my hand at it. So, and I always wanted to do a 90s nostalgia book. So that was another draw for it.
Yeah, there were people in there. You know, I wanted to think that at least somebody else, was not going to make that cordyceps zombie-ish turn, on the ground below. But I mean, God, how long can you spend cooped up in a treehouse?
Yeah, that was the challenge of that one, keeping it the tension. And
imagine the body odor. I mean, after several days and jeez, man.
The other thing was then I realized with like what the monster sphere, I had people in a Snowden cabin, a Snowden farmhouse, and I think I kind of tend to put opposing characters in places they can't get out of together.
Mm. So come on, guys. Somebody else has got to have a question.
Well, I think I got to take off soon enough. What time is it now? 10 to 1 in the morning here.
Yeah, that's another thing that I'm catching you really late where you are, right? So.
Oh, it's fine.
Well,
Yeah, I gotta run too. I gotta do my other podcast. But Matt, it was nice. It was nice talking to you, and I hope you have
You
a
too,
good
man.
night.
thanks, Chad.
Thanks so much, Chad.
Yeah.
So Matt, yeah, I think it was a little awkward this time, but hopefully, as you get to know us a little better, maybe it will be less next time. But is there something that I gotta run too. Is there something that I did not cover to your liking that you would like to bring up now?
No, I'm good, man. Honestly,
Okay.
it was fun to talk. I haven't spoken to people in nearly half a year.
Right. That long, huh? Because how's COVID out your way?
Not great. Can't leave like 5 kilometers beyond the house for quite a while. Then they opened it up. Still can't cross county lines, so
That's fucking
kind of
ridiculous.
isolated.
That's fucking
Yeah, and then
ridiculous.
the financial situation this year has just been very stressful. Yeah, hopefully shit will improve.
Well, maybe you can start a GoFundMe or something.
Oh God, no! I'll get through it.
That's good. That's a good attitude to have, sir. Well, thank you, Matt. And yeah, again, I'll come knocking again soon, and I'll hope to have you back. And eventually we get, we get more accustomed to each other.
Yeah, perfect. I'll happily come back.
Okay. In the meantime, keep up the good work. Talent cannot be conquered. So that's let that be your shield against everyone. And I can't speak for everyone else, but Zach and I will be praying for you. Okay. So
Thanks, man. Yeah, I really hope you enjoy the rest of those. The Faithful. If you're reading that one, I hope you enjoyed. And yeah, let me know your thoughts on it when you can.
Yeah, and I've got to buy your books. I'll do that soon.
Great, cool.
all right.
All right. Well, thanks so much for having me, guys.
All right. Don't be a stranger. Yeah, you're welcome anytime.
Cool. Enjoy your night.
All right, thanks for coming.
All right.
No, Frank,
I'll
you
talk to you
can't
soon.
leave us too. Yeah, see you, man. Frank, you can't go too. We're just getting started, man. Come on. Last week we had like 15 people on, and we went for 7 hours. What is wrong with us? Come on, wake up. that did not go as I thought it would, but
Well, I would have asked a few more questions, but it sounded like he had to go. Because, yeah, he had some interesting things. And I'm kind of excited to check out his books.
that kind of had flashbacks of Bill Laswell there, where they weren't able to totally engage. Sometimes that happens, right? But I mean, hey, Matt Hayward was here, and that's enough for me. I did just finish.
Yeah, I mean, that was a fun part of the episode. I mean, yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Is Ben still here?
He's
No,
sleeping.
Thank God. Sorry. So, what's going on with everybody? What's going on? What's everybody thinking right now?
Well, I keep thinking it's the end of the world.
It is.
I'm like in end of the world
Yeah.
mode. Yeah, it's just like I like legitimately I'm just like, hey, like I'm still alive somehow, but I don't know what that means now. So I guess I'm just surprised that civilization still exists, that there are still people out there, because I've just been at home and it's just a weird feeling. And it's so gloomy over here, and it's basically the winter. So
Yeah, I've got to say, I'm with you. I've been at home way, way, way too much. I kind of
I don't mind it, but
not having downtime by being at school. Like, I've had
Yeah.
so much downtime that I'm honestly like tired of it. I wish I had a little more things going on.
I mean, I don't mind being at home. I have a lot that I like working on, but a whole year of just like being at home is a lot. So
I'm at home every chance. I'm at home every chance I get. And I mean,
Really?
even if I wasn't, now I kind of have to be, because I'm a caretaker and a pet owner. A lot of pets. So yeah. Even if I didn't want to be home all the time, I would have to be. So
yeah.
and this show is that's why this show is my escape. So come on, guys, pick it up, wake up.
What do you want to talk about? I mean, there's plenty to talk about.
Yeah, of course there is, but we need some more people to file in too. Because
Well, I was a little bit surprised.
We're missing a lot of regular faces.
Yeah, I was surprised. Yeah. So I watched a video by Joe Scott today on YouTube, and he was talking about the smartest animals, and goats came up. He was like, "Baby goats are the cutest," and like I thought of Gregor. Yeah,
I would
I'm
guess
sure.
that Anne and
Do you know the backstory of the goat for Gregor?
No,
Really? Okay. Like, because goats are smart.
maybe other than the greatest of all time.
Okay.
He was a character in one of his books.
A goat character?
I think so. Yes.
Well, which
Okay.
one?
One of his short stories, I think.
Tipping? I bet it
No.
was tipping. No?
Tipping. No, tipping doesn't have a goat head guy in it.
There's a goat head guy in one of them, though, huh?
Yeah.
Taboo-gasm?
I don't know. Ask him.
Why can't he's not here?
Let wait till he comes on, forehead.
So he's coming on.
I don't know.
Well.
But yeah, goats are really smart, and they're like one of the smartest animals.
I did almost get into a fight earlier this week.
Was it over?
Like a fist fight.
Well, I don't know how far it would have gone, but this guy wanted to kick my ass. So.
What did you do to him?
I would. Yeah.
Okay, first of all, it's a pain in the ass waking up every morning. Second of all, it's a pain in the ass getting ready
No shit.
and getting to work. I'm never on time. I'm always 15 minutes late because it's like I cannot make myself run out the door as fast as I can. I've got to kind of drag ass to get woken up. So I'll shower for like 20 minutes. And it's just trying everything I can to wake myself up. And then when it's foggy or icy out, I've got to defrog the car and warm it up early. And it's just a general chore to wake up every morning at 4 o'clock and go into work. But I get there and I usually park on the last spot that's closest to the road. And someone like a jackass was in one of these big ass, I don't know, Toyota Tundras or Tahoes or something. The big ass trucks, with the tires that, are like as tall as me. Everybody knows what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's parked sideways in several spots, including the one that I usually park. Okay?
That's a douche move.
Right.
Yeah.
And then
This guy sounds like a real douchebag. You should have killed him.
and then as I'm pulling in, I gesture to just the sheer girth of his vehicle and how many spots it's taken up. I'm like with one hand on the wheel and one hand like, and then I pull into my spot and I'm taking forever going through my carry bag for okay, so I got pills, wallet, nasal spray, hand warmers, and I'm shoving them in all my pockets because I got a lot of coat pockets and pants pockets. I mean, I've got to have it all on me when I get in there to work. I'm not complete without any of those things, and so the car is not moving, but their headlights are right on me. So I'm also struggling to see with all that shit. what I'm doing. And finally, I get out of the car, and I've already forgotten about the dickweeds, that parked sideways in several parking spots. And I must have shook my head or something several times. I do remember doing that several times, and then I get out of the car, and I've already forgotten about it, and I'm thinking, I wonder how busy it's going to be, and fuck this day and everything, And as I get up onto the sidewalk to head for the door, this guy is looking over his rearview mirror from the passenger seat. He says, "You okay?" And I say, "Yeah, why?" And he says, "Because it looked like you were shaking your head at how I had my car parked." And I said, and then I turned back, and maybe a few years ago I would have backed down and said, "Oh no, man, you're fine, whatever, But no, fuck that, From now on, I'm going to be, as honest as possible, no matter the consequences to me whatsoever. I decided right then and there that I was not going to be passive aggressive. I said, "Well, I wouldn't have parked like that personally. I never would have parked like that. And I said, "But whatever, it's whatever, man." And then I went, walked on towards the door. And he says, and he was still talking. He's like, "Yeah, well, the thing is, I don't give a fuck what you think." I said, "Yeah, obviously." I said back over my shoulder. And he said, "Come back here and talk some more shit, and I'll take care of you." And I didn't speed up. I slowed down as I opened the door just to show him I wasn't intimidated, but thought, I am still late for work, though, and who knows what this could turn into, But I slowed down enough to let him know that I wasn't intimidated and went inside. I expected him to either get in the drive-thru and pull around if he knew I was working in drive-thru, or for him to go in and confront me in the restaurant. But he did neither, But you know how when things like that happen and you've got the perfect comeback in your head, but that you only think of it later?
Yeah, Spirit of the Staircase.
Yeah.
The what?
Oh, I heard that's what that specific phenomena is called.
Spirit of the Staircase.
Spirit of the Staircase. I actually don't know what it means, like literally why that's the expression. But yeah, there's a writer, Cory Doctorow, and it's that frustration where like you have a good comeback, but it's when it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah. I had it all mapped out what I would have said. Now, I thought if I could go back in time, I would say it this way.
But what's so interesting about that, though, is I've thought about that. Like, what if I had made a different decision? What if I had known what I know now? But like a lot of with post-hoc reasoning, like things probably would have turned out the same way, Like I don't know. I guess I'm just saying, like having a comeback, as great as that would be, probably still wouldn't change anything, But yeah, I'm sorry you went through that. That really sucks.
This is a good comeback, though. This would have been worth it, even if it got physical.
Yeah.
Instead of looking over my shoulder and yelling, "Yeah, obviously," when he said, "I don't give a fuck what you think," I should have said, "Well, then why'd you ask me if I was okay?" That's what I should have said, because he said, "Are you okay?" and started the dialogue that way. What I should have said was, when he said he didn't give a fuck, then why did you ask me, if I was okay? That's what I should have said.
That guy sounds like a fucking douche. You should have tracked him down and tore off his arms and legs.
Well, that sounds pretty shitty that he just like openly was like, "I don't care what you have to say." That's awful. Because it's like, you're like, clearly you don't care. Yeah.
Yeah. But I should have said...
Yeah, I don't care that you're mad that I flopped my penis substitute in multiple parking spaces.
So tell me, is there some law that if you drive a truck that big that you can take up several parking spaces, sideways like that?
Yeah, I think that's
sure.
like, that can't be legal, or at least tolerated.
Pretty sure it's at the discretion of whoever has the parking lot.
Oh, okay.
Like, I thought it wasn't for like individual big trucks, but like say someone has like a trailer that they're hauling or something, or like a camper. I think it's okay. But as far as just to do with a big freaking truck, I don't think so.
So we got little spaces. The way that leads back to the road, there's enough space there you can park off to the side there. and for cars to still go through. So I don't know why he chose to park it like that. Fucking faggot ass.
Because he has to let everyone know that his penis is tiny, doesn't work, so he has to make his big fucking truck as obvious as possible.
And his wife or girlfriend was in the driver's seat, so it may have been her. And he was just trying to say, take the blame for
Hey, look at me, I'm a man.
Yeah.
Well, what really sucks about stuff like that is like that's obviously not manly behavior. Like manly behavior would be like accountability and stuff, So yeah, that sucks. It's so weird how like stuff like that happens. Like people think that the opposite behavior is what like intimidates people, but you weren't even intimidated.
I was too frustrated and still half asleep to be intimidated. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if I were fully awake, I probably would have thought it out more. But
It's like I have to work. If I die, I die.
yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's really wish I had worded my rebuttal differently. Now I can't get over it.
It doesn't make a difference. He still would have just sat in the truck and talked shit.
Yeah. Surprised he didn't come back inside though. I've had
People rarely get into actual fights. It's mostly just like big shit talking until the bouncer or the police comes.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Zach, we were gonna have a moment there where we prayed for Matt and his circumstances that he's been through this year, but the more I think about it, the more maybe we should do it in private. So
Yeah, I'm with you on that because
I thought that it would be, it would be a good thing to make him feel encouraged while he was on the air. But then I started thinking, I mean,
yeah, and plus just the whole unity of faith thing. It's not like that we're not both Christians or anything like that, but it's like just a specific thing. Passage in the Bible speaks to that. That's why you see a lot of churches never do things together, but they don't necessarily think anyone's like not Christian. It's like they kind of
it says it's better to do it in a closet if it would offend someone or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that means that you absolutely can never pray publicly, though.
Yeah, no, it wasn't about public prayer. It was about fellowship. I don't.
The more I think about it, the more it would have come off contrived or pretentious for that occasion, right?
Oh.
Shut the door, please.
What kind of candle do you have there?
All right, that is holiday style.
Nice.
I don't know.
What's that
Did
smell
you
like?
ever get your family dilemma fixed? Like, do those people who are mad at you via text usually come down on Christmas or anything?
I surprised her with a text a few days later and said, I told her one of my favorite Christmas memories, and she didn't answer me for 2 more days. But then she finally sent back one that said, "We sure had some good times, yeah." But I didn't apologize. I had nothing to apologize for. Them texting me over and over 11:30 at night when I've got to get up at 4 a.m. No, I have nothing to apologize for. I just sent a good Christmas memory of my cousin when he got a train set for Christmas one year, and within 15 minutes he had broken the thing using a fork to tear it apart. And every time he had learned all these cuss words and he was saying them for the first time, like the first cuss words, because he was only like 5 or 6, and he's like, "Holy shit!" Tore the back cab out. Son of a bitch! So that was my fun Christmas memory to share with her. So
you have an interesting gene pool.
what, does anybody else have some good Christmas memories?
No, none.
Don't lie to me.
I have a couple, but my Christmases are always super, super small because my family's tiny.
Your family's what?
Tiny. There aren't many of us running around.
I'm not even talking about just presents. I'm just anything where you were happy to see a certain relative, or everybody came together, or you were able to give a really cool gift to someone else.
I remember a gift that I was super, super happy about was this little doll from Friday the 13th 2, the Jason with like a potato sack on his head. And the time my grandma got me, incidentally, all the Friday the 13th movies, that was pretty cool. They're like a blur for me. I've never had like a bad Christmas, but they're not like, to be honest, I don't remember them individually at all.
Ben?
I don't know. I guess it was not last year, but the year before, I got to, spend one more Christmas with my grandpa before he died.
What'd you guys do? Just reminisce?
We just sat in his hospital room and watched a Christmas story.
Just once?
No, multiple times. It was the I don't know what's the TBS or whatever that plays it all day.
Yeah, I don't know why, but it's comforting to know that they do, even though I usually tune out after like the second or third time. And they've started doing that with other movies like Elf, which is nowhere near the level of quality of A Christmas Story. Elf, come on, that's
I can't picture.
Mainstream.
I can't picture watching Elf more than once. I can barely picture watching it once.
No, one book.
Not one of Will Ferrell's better moments.
Right, but there is one other Christmas movie that beats A Christmas Story, and I think it accurately reflects how families actually are at Christmas. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Yes.
Best Christmas movie ever for me.
That's a good
I
one.
agree with you.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Thank you. Kiss my ass. Kiss his ass. Kiss your ass.
And if I had to go with a favorite, I'd probably say I don't know, the Rankin Bass Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Yeah.
I honestly don't like. Okay, Christmas Story is the one with the boy wanting the gun, correct?
Yeah.
There's something about that movie I don't like. Like, it's sad to me. Like, there's something freaky about it. I don't know what it is.
Sad. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I can't describe it.
There's nothing sad, so it's not there.
It's like this real surreal quality. Like, it's uncanny to
You
me.
look for things that aren't there. I'm telling you.
That feels very real to me.
Over the head.
Huh?
They hit me over the head.
There's nothing in Christmas Story that hits you over the head with sadness.
There is. I don't know.
No.
I can't. Yeah.
What is it? His weird melodramatic fantasies?
Nothing. There is objectively nothing sad about Christmas Story. I'm sorry.
I would rather watch National Lampoon. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but there's nothing objectively sad or melancholy about Christmas Story. And I mean, I don't say this to pick on you.
I don't know. Maybe the little brother absolutely refusing to eat anything.
No, it's just something about the whole movie. I can't describe it.
You can't pinpoint it. That's why there's
that's true.
nothing.
The major award.
For some reason. I mean, it depresses you for some reason, but that's all. I mean,
one movie I'm going to try to watch soon is what's the one, the angel one? I've never seen that one.
What angel? What?
Oh, Brazil.
The one where the guy's going to commit suicide, but then doesn't.
Oh, It's a Wonderful Life.
Yeah, I've never watched it.
You got to.
Yep.
No, seriously. You if you've never seen it, it's like a rite of passage into humanity. I mean, you better see it now before some liberal coalition gets a hold of it, buys the rights, and cuts it up into something totally unsavory and ruins it. I mean, you better see it.
Gosh, I don't know, Jeremy. I don't really think there's much that they could do with it,
Huh?
I tried to do an imitation of the main character. I don't do it very well.
It's
got that very, very distinctive kind of worried voice.
My mouth's bleeding, Bert. My mouse, please.
Now the SpongeBob Christmas special, that one's something special.
The original Miracle on 34th Street. That's a really good one.
Have you noticed how many people, or how many like TV shows, have to rely on the Christmas Carol, three ghosts trope at least once? Every TV show ever has borrowed that trope of the three ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future. It's like they've all done it. They have all put their characters in that scenario, and to get away with putting a different person in each ghost position. It's like you have to do that in every TV show, that the Scrooge format. I mean,
I remember when Johnny Bravo did it, and Johnny Bravo ended up finding that people are better off without him. That one was pretty funny.
That's awesome.
was
Wouldn't
that
it be fucked up if? Wouldn't it be fucked? Well, I guess that was more of like It's a Wonderful Life parody, but wouldn't it be fucked up if like you through a Wonderful Life scenario, it's like you realize people are better off without you, or it's just like someone who looks like a younger version of you with the Ghost of Christmas Future appears and says, "If you don't change your ways, this is how you'll be."
I'm trying to think of it.
And then they disappear.
Is there a single Christmas Scooby-Doo thing? I'm sure there is, but like I'm thinking on it and I cannot remember.
Oh no, I actually remember one that I used to watch all the time. It was I don't know, it was one with Scrappy in it.
Oh.
It was like a Christmas play thing or something like that.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that one. I need to go through my stuff. Been off Scooby-Doo binge lately.
But I actually can't think of like a Scooby-Doo Christmas movie.
Mm-mm. I'm sure there's a direct-to-video one, but
probably.
I
actually remember I really liked.
Hard to watch because they do so bad.
I actually really liked the Garfield Christmas special when I was a kid.
I don't think I've ever actually watched an episode of the Garfield cartoon.
It's actually pretty good.
I like the Halloween special, Garfield's Halloween Adventure, that one time.
I don't remember that.
This is an awesome cartoon discussion. This is what this show needs to be.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is.
No, this is just one deviation.
Well, we're talking about Christmas specials.
Find your childhood self, Jeremy.
I mean, of course, the original Grinch cartoon. That's can't go without that.
I prefer the movie with Jim Carrey.
You get out, go away. We don't need you here.
I will defend it, and I don't care what you say, Ben.
Hey, Chris, hope you don't drop out this time, man.
Okay, Chris, do you agree with me that the Grinch movie with Jim Carrey is far superior to the cartoon?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
This is objectively wrong.
Nope.
Wait,
this is like arguing the Earth is flat. You're just wrong.
Nope. The Earth isn't flat, and the movie is better.
Wait. The live action movie is better than the cartoon?
Yeah, the really weird, the real one.
You better be talking about that completely forgettable Illumination one.
I don't even think I've seen that one.
Me neither. I don't think anyone's seen it. Nobody cares about it.
No.
That thing was just like a wet fart. It came out and everybody forgot about it.
I'm going to mute for a second and send some messages. You guys talk amongst yourselves, all right?
No, I mean, the movie is so much better.
It's that.
I mean, it's just like that same debate between Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. There's one
Willy Wonka. Willy Wonka, duh.
I agree.
Willy Wonka, duh.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
I don't know. I like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
I really hated Johnny Depp's performance in that. I don't know what he was trying to do.
It was strange. I admit to that.
He,
Did you ever
he was
play the video game?
Michael Jackson.
What about Michael Jackson?
Johnny Depp was doing some kind of like he was said he was doing something with like I think he said Michael Jackson, some kind of impersonation with Michael Jackson mixed with something else to bring out this Willy Wonka character.
You shouldn't have done that.
It was strange.
Yeah. I liked what he did with his teeth though. That was I thought he looked pretty weird though.
Yeah, it was a weird movie.
Pretty stupid though.
You're not coming in too well, Chris.
Okay. Is it my audio or
Okay, it's better now.
okay? Yeah, the audio good here.
Thank God. Gregor, you were sick. Where have you been?
What?
Ooh.
Where have you been? I've been worried sick.
Gregor.
Dinner has gone cold. Get in here right now. Wash your hands.
Gregor, we're in chaos. We actually have people here who believe that the Jim Carrey Grinch movie is better than the original cartoon.
Yeah, me, and it's true.
It's
Not
bullshit.
Gregor, we had a very awkward interview with Matt Hayward earlier. It wasn't unpleasant, just
It was boring.
the fact that we could not discuss this huge issue related to him really hindered the
You probably
discussion.
shouldn't have brought that up at all.
What do you mean?
If we're not going to discuss it, we probably shouldn't bring it up at all.
No, dude, we're real here.
You did say that we're real like 10 times.
I had to.
If you have to say you're real that many times, you aren't real.
We are real.
Real, recognize real. Motherfucker.
We don't plan hardly anything in advance. I mean, we talk about things here out in the open like it should be instead of conspiring behind closed doors like so many other authors. That's why I say we're real. And the thing is that maybe someday we'll be able to talk about that stuff with him. You know, it's hard to defend people knowing that, you know, they won't have your back when you have theirs. That's really frustrating thing I'm finding with people who have been a victim of cancel culture. You know, they will bend the knee and they will hang you out to dry for being the only person having their back just to get back in good with the group. I think that's sickening. But, you know, hopefully it was pleasant enough that I would invite Matt back when, you know, there wasn't like a huge classified file I couldn't open. You know, I mean, that's very frustrating. You know, I hate it when people try to stipulate what I can and cannot talk about on my own show. You know, so I may not humor guests as far as that goes in the future. It's either all or nothing. I may just.
I mean, I don't like them putting that stipulation on you, but at the same time, I'm not going to say that I don't sympathize. Like, I get that, you know, you shouldn't do that if you're going on a person's show. Like, oh, well, don't talk about this. But at the same time, he's in kind of a rough place. I mean,
yeah, that's why I felt it incumbent upon me to get him on and talk about his work. It's why I read, you know, Those Below the Treehouse earlier. See, who is this? Hey, Ann. All right, now the whole gang's filling in here.
Hey.
So, Gregor, first, what's going on with you? Everything okay?
What's that? Yeah, everything's fine. I just had some personal business that took some time.
Okay.
What kind of business?
I hope it's nothing serious. No, don't ask him. I hope it's nothing serious, though.
No, nothing serious.
Okay.
If it's not serious, you should tell us about it.
No, we can't.
It's not even interesting, right? I mean, that's another thing that we talk about. It's not in any way interesting.
So, yeah, we did decide that we were going to do our year-end lists. I didn't know if you wanted to get on that or not, Ann, so I didn't say anything. Because you've had, you know, more, you know, bigger issues on your mind most of the year, you know. So, but if there's anything you want to bring up that you read this year, that's cool too. Before we get into that, though, I did want to. This is real. It's not imagined. I am planning on doing some giveaways tonight. Okay.
An Amazon gift card?
No, not this time. Okay,
Oh,
so
okay.
we all know Death's Head Press, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
And their line of Splatter Westerns,
Yeah.
which are really bad at. They have really badass covers,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to be giving those away to anyone who will actually take me up on it.
I'll take you up on it.
It's there in the. Well, I don't know. You may be exempt, but so hang on. Let me pull up a visual representation of one of them so people know what I'm talking about.
Wait, why would I be exempt? Explain this.
Because I already sent you 4 books and you haven't read a single
No,
one.
I'm reading.
Zach, the only thing you aren't you aren't exempt from is contempt.
That's
Well,
no, he's not exempt from that. What are you talking about?
oh wait, no, yeah, that's
He is not exempt from contempt.
yes, I am.
Yeah, nobody.
He is way not exempt. But anyway, okay, so
You
here's a
think
good
he's
example.
exempt from contempt. Bitch.
I just read this Starving Zoe by C. Derick Miller.
Can I have it?
I think this is volume 5 or 6. So basically, they all have these really badass covers by who is it?
Justin
Justin
Coons, I think.
Yeah, Justin Coons.
$4.99 for an ebook. Yeah, can I have it?
$4.99. That's not that expensive.
I
Okay,
had
and
no
here's
money.
more. The Night Silver River Run Red by Christine Morgan. Dust by Chris Miller, who's been on this show. I mean, look at these covers.
Yeah, they're great.
I've actually not read a Chris Miller book yet.
I have not yet either.
Night Silver River Run Red. I don't know what that's about, but Starving Zoe is about this guy whose wife cheats on him and he murders her. And the child she is carrying, he throws it down a well. And, well, obviously, I don't think it's much of a spoiler to say that, she comes back to life, judging by that cover, and she is the result of it. He is the result of it. He is the victim of a witch hex that involves the resurrection of Zoe, and she pursues them across a vast, western wasteland, and pretty badass. I think it's the only one that I've finished so far. But then you got Hunger on the Chisholm Trail by M. Ennenbach, which apparently is about a creature with a horrifying hunger. Doesn't really specify anything other than that. Dust by Chris Miller, set in 1879. That's around the Civil War years. I guess most of them are. This one's probably cosmic horror, I'm guessing. And Magpie or Magpie Coffin by Wiley Young. I've read some of Wiley's stuff, and that's pretty cool. So basically, anybody who wants this, just because I'm feeling generous tonight, all you have to do is email me at sickfix@gmail.com, sickfix@gmail.com, and tell me which title you want of the 8.
What's the Chris Miller title?
Dust. And okay, don't interrupt. Out of the 8 titles, just pick one and tell me which email address your Kindle is associated with, and I will send it, and I intend to honor that until the show is over. So anybody who wants to take me up on that, while I'm in a generous mood and want to support a really kick-ass press that has put out, 7 of these incredible titles all throughout the year, I'm willing to do it tonight. So, anybody get in on that,
Yeah, that's a good deal.
I bet not one person will take me up on it, even though it's a free book. I don't know why.
There's me.
Zach,
Have you sent the email yet?
Yes.
what?
Okay. Well,
Oh,
then
wait,
maybe-
I got one. All right, somebody wants Dust by Chris Miller.
That's me.
So
Is it
I,
Zach
I,
McGraw?
Somebody wants it.
They're also named Zach.
I would like to send an email, but I'm a little bit confused on what we're doing.
What do you mean?
You're just sending him an email and asking.
I
for
was
a
worried that I wasn't explaining it properly. What am I not explaining? I've never done one of these before. You know.
Well, I may have conflated this special promotion you're running with the list because I didn't know.
It's unrelated.
No.
Unrelated. Okay.
There's the top.
Wait.
10
So what do we do to deserve this free book then? That's why I'm confused.
Because I want to support Death Said Press.
Okay.
Because whoever these Nightworms people are, they have just given a barrage of bad reviews to the latest.
Nightworms?
Yes.
Huh.
Oh, wait, which one did they give reviews to?
All these like tampon party female book reviewers have deluged all these Splatter Western titles with bad reviews. Savage Breed, and in many
Those
cases,
chicks are lame, and we don't need their opinions.
no, exactly. But also,
tampon party. What is that?
it's what it
Jeremy's
sounds
stupid
like.
attempt at being sexist.
It's how
You
they
can't even do that, right?
It's how they
Is
act.
Ann on here? Can she explain to me? Because I've never heard of that.
And
What a
if you
tampon
explain
party
that-
is.
You know, the beginning of Carrie when they throw tampons at her. That's what it is.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Let me talk. And
No.
explain what. Yes.
Don't let him talk because he's stupid.
And explain what a tampon party is, please. Explain to them what a tampon party is.
She's gonna be mad at you because she's a woman.
You don't know that.
She ain't responding.
Yeah, she doesn't want to talk about that.
Maybe she's having one.
Maybe you're not allowed to have. Maybe you're not allowed to talk about tampon parties.
Anyway.
You're not allowed to talk about them to boys.
Right. Exactly.
Anyway,
We're men.
it's been a barrage of
Not you.
it's been a barrage of negative reviews of the Savage Breed because
Really?
there's too much rape and murder in it, like despicable here's one of them who's got a list: racial violence and slurs, unnecessary rape scenes. Is there ever a necessary rape scene? Can anyone answer that for me? Is there ever a necessary rape scene? Apparently she
Oh, there's going to be about 5 necessary rape scenes in my upcoming
No,
book.
but
Good.
Actually, I've lost count.
this one chick who's associated with Nightworms said that there are unnecessary rape scenes that added nothing to the plot in A Savage Breed by Patrick Harrison III. So
Okay,
apparently
wait.
she believes
You
that
said
there are
racial-
necessary rape scenes.
You said racial slurs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
In
get
the
ready for this. Get ready.
during
ready,
the
get
old
ready.
Zach's gonna say the N-word.
Okay. Anyway, lack of development perspective for Native American characters. Well, if it's a pulp title, then it doesn't have to have an accurate representation. If it's got that grimy grindhouse vibe to it, it doesn't have to be culturally dead on. It's about the Old West, and it's graphic and violent. 90%.
You do realize,
What?
sorry to interrupt, but you do realize that every single one of these complaints, if the author had done the opposite, they would have made the opposite complaint.
Not
you know,
enough rape violence.
If they had not had enough rape and violence, they would have been silencing the female experience. If they had tried to use a Native American perspective, they would have said that you have no business doing that and you're culturally appropriating. If there had been no racial violence and slurs, they would have said you're whitewashing. These people make my head hurt. They are just trying to make a living bitching about everything everyone else does based on inborn characteristics that nobody can do anything about and history that they don't know jack shit about and don't want to know jack shit about.
Yeah, it's like,
Sorry.
who cares that? I don't know.
And I seriously doubt that the main character who may, say if there's a protagonist in this book, which I'm assuming there probably is, or maybe there isn't, right? But my guess is like the hero in this book isn't saying racial slurs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Come on. I'd find it really hard to believe that would be the case.
Yeah. And even if he was, are you the kind of person who wants to ban Huck Finn?
Yeah, exactly. No. I mean, I mean, my guess is based on the story description I've heard is that there's probably no good guys in the story, right?
Okay, so we got a modest 3-star review from I think the head Nightworm.
Sadie Hartman.
Special thanks to Nightworms for my copy. Let's see what this guy says, and you can tell this guy definitely lets women.
There's a
around.
guy on Nightworms.
Okay, he's not associated. He's not naming off Nightworms, so I'm sorry, guy. No, wait. That's actually a well-known author, I think. So sorry about that.
That's Glenn Rolfe. Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that, guy. Okay.
Yeah, all these booktube people are so. I mean,
one star. She's
Nightworms isn't booktube.
Special thanks to Nightworms for this Nightworms book party review copy. There's one, and there's another one down here, 3 stars, complaining about a dirty priest who rapes. I'm glad I've had the opportunity to do so with the Nightworms group. Nightworms.
Nightworms.
At the same time, like,
okay.
I mean,
everybody's entitled to their opinion, right? I mean,
hang on.
I mean, one of the Nightworms. At least one of the Nightworms people reviewed Elaine, and she loved it. And that's probably got way more rape in it.
This guy right here. This is the guy I was thinking of that probably lets chicks tell him, what to do. Thanks to Nightworms for putting together this Nightworms book party. Let's see if this one's a Nightworm. Thank you to Nightworms for having me along on this book party.
This is so lame. Who cares about Nightworms?
That's
just a bunch of freaking women putting together books in a freaking bag.
I don't even know who they are. Okay, I've just heard of these people, and someone told me that they were going all in on Death Said Press, and so naturally I felt compelled to come to their defense. Now, what Gregor said about aren't they entitled to their opinion? Yes, but
we're entitled to not care about their opinion.
I'd
rather not be about this.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point too. Like, who cares?
Why am I? Because I'm outlined. You asked why I'm doing.
But these are they're just reviewers, right? I mean, they're just
reviewers by cat women.
Listen, if anybody would fucking listen to me for 5 seconds, Jesus.
I'll listen to you. Then I'm going to disagree with whatever you say. Go ahead.
Okay, like everybody else. Okay. I'm telling you, this feels distinctly like they are waging a campaign against him, crying misogynist, okay? And I don't like it. Okay?
That's because they're freaking lame.
And it was presented to me. I'd never heard of these people. It was presented to me by someone.
And everybody who would watch the show would never have heard of me either if you hadn't brought it up.
It was
no, that's not true. They are big.
Hang on.
They're super gimmicky.
Zach, shut it. Hang on.
You mad, bro.
Word out here. Jesus. Okay.
You have gotten a lot of words out, but it's not true.
Okay. If you can't do any better than that, Zach, then I'll have to mute you. Okay. This was presented to me, okay, as
name names.
Shut up and listen.
No.
You ain't gonna name names.
Okay. Just
we're naming names right now. We're just showing them all on the screen.
You guys can.
Okay. Yeah. See, and it's much better now.
Do I have to show you guys Stumpler again to calm everybody down?
I'm calm.
Jeremy, everyone.
But I still want to see the cat.
Yeah.
All right, I'll find him.
I'm plenty calm. He's the one that's mad. He big mad, bro. I don't think he can. Yeah, he big mad, bro. He big mad. Pale face.
Well,
I guess
the drama is
that's
the
what
show.
my Indian back here would say.
I never thought I'd be involved with the drama channel. I have drama that I can open up that you guys aren't even aware of yet because of your asking me to bring people on. By the way, but we'll have to wait till Jeremy gets back to open that can of worms.
Jeremy might not be coming back. He's so mad.
Wait, what happened to Chris too? I didn't see when he left.
He got mad too.
Yeah.
I forgot he was here.
He and Jeremy are coming to
does
find
not want to come out from under the table.
Why is that?
Because
of Jeremy
yelling. I'm scared of Jeremy. That mean man is yelling.
I had to bring the camera to him. Derick.
Oh, it's a he. He's a
Fuzzy
stud.
boy. He's a fuzzy boy.
He's a fuzzy big
Fuzzy
boy.
boy.
Big and fuzzy. Now that he's finally getting a decent amount of food, he's such a like stocky, muscular cat that if he doesn't want to do something, I really can't make him.
Why is
Chad
Jeremy
cat.
still gone?
He's a
He's-
Chad cat.
Pale face, heat, big mad.
He's probably just
Quit
taking his
imitating
pills
my
and getting ready to come
name.
back.
Pale face, he big mad.
He's imitating my dang Indian. That's what he's doing.
He is really
Well,
pissed.
and-
What did you guys just do?
We didn't
I
agree
know
with
He'll be
it.
fine after.
We
He'll
didn't
be
agree
fine
with
after
him.
he goes and changes his tampon.
Yeah, but,
No, when I hear people just yelling over each other, I just kind of zone out.
yeah, I don't blame you.
So
It was
another
all, it
news,
was
I
all
was
Zach though. All Zach and Ben yelling over him. Yeah, it's all those
Another-
guys.
Little Ruby cleaning himself.
It was
in other
still
news, I was
plotting.
thinking about goats.
You were.
Yeah, well, because I watched so there's the YouTuber called Joe Scott, and he was talking about the 7 smartest animals, and of course, animals are all smart, but he chose some to talk about, and goats came up, and he said that baby goats are the cutest.
That is true.
I don't know. Do you
Yeah.
think COVID is smart or just lucky?
Is it an animal?
Yeah, I guess it's
COVID?
technically a virus, which is in that uncanny valley between alive and not alive.
Yeah.
Okay. So are roaches smart or just lucky?
I don't know. I mean, I guess it seems like
Well,
they must
from
have
an
a hive
evolutionary
mind.
perspective, they're very lucky because they
Yeah.
are very fruitful,
Yeah.
as
Well,
pleasant
probably-
as that sounds.
One of the only things that, like how they can survive radiation. I think.
Yeah,
I don't know if
basically.
that's true or not.
It
Yeah,
probably
that's
is.
what
They
they
can
say.
survive.
It's what the
They can
cliche
survive
is,
with
at
their head
least.
cut off. Yeah.
Yeah.
And even if they don't individually survive, there's still that giant egg sac full of more fruit.
Oh, so
You
gross.
talk about Jeremy?
He
Roaches.
almost was about to come back. Don't chase him off again.
Roaches having pool parties up in your sink.
Oh no.
Well,
But
not
I was
mine.
thinking of goats. I was thinking of goats
Yeah, I
though
called
because
Jeremy.
Yeah, let's hear more about these goat thoughts. Go on.
so
Phoenix.
yeah, because well, goats are cute and apparently they're very similar to dogs in their
Yeah.
behavior. They're just very
Oh.
playful. Yeah. And
Well, they are very playful. Yes.
yeah, but I was going to ask you where the goat symbolism came from. They were saying that it was one of your books.
Oh yeah. So a while back, a gentleman from Corpus Press, the publisher named Evans Light, we were putting together a anthology. It was a collective type of author anthology thing, and the theme of it was going to be love, horror / love stories or whatever the case may be. And he said on this like conference call, well, hey, Gregor, why don't you write one about a man and his love for a goat as a joke? And then I actually did write it, and it was like a novella length story about a man who has gotten in trouble for loving goats, who's a comic book artist who creates a character named Loving the Goat. The character's name is Loving, and he's a goat. He's a mischievous type character that runs around with a smoking jacket on, smoking a pipe, kind of like a mischievous sort of Hugh Hefner type character goat. And then in the that's the comic book character that he creates, and then a real life story or whatever in this universe, the guy's on a hunt to find a woman who allegedly exists that has a goat head, and he's trying to find her because he thinks it might be his ultimate love interest if he can find her. So
Yeah. So a very
the
wholesome
Loving
reason.
the goat. What's that?
Very, very wholesome reason for having a goat metaphor.
We need to
Your
interview
avatar
that.
or whatever.
He needs to
Yeah.
say my name
So I
good.
mean, it's
No, that
it's kind of-
it sounds very. So I'm actually interested in the symbolism that you were kind of describing, like the kind of, I don't know what the word would be, but the way that it's like all involved, the way that the story involves itself. I don't know if that
Love
makes
is like a
sense.
decapitated goat.
Well, there's that.
Well, I mean,
I wouldn't disagree.
The woman has a goat head on her body, right? She was born with a goat's head on her.
Was this because I feel like you had mentioned this before?
She's
Was
known
this
as Sappho Matt.
was this related to the body horror stuff that you would write about? Is that what kind of the thing?
Somewhat to a certain, not so much. This is more of like a farce.
Well, because it sounds like you. Yeah, it sounds like you wrote it. You wrote it. Yeah, you wrote it almost to troll.
Oh yeah, I did. I wrote it. I wrote it to see what happened when he got the reaction with him reading it. Like it ended up being a novella length work, and he did wind up publishing it, which was good.
Yeah,
So,
I wonder what
and
Deborah
he
would
put
do
it in
if
the
we all
back of the
left.
book because he didn't want people putting the book down if they started from beginning to end. And there have been people that have left reviews like, I got the last story, I couldn't finish it,
It's like a Minotaur lady, right?
What's that? Well, she's looks more like Baphomet,
Okay.
and she goes by, well, she is known as Sapphomat, and
Gotcha. Okay.
yeah.
I get
So she leads like a cult.
Wouldn't
What's
that
that?
mean she's a lesbian goat head woman?
He doesn't care. This guy doesn't care.
So is Jeremy going to come back and kick us all off?
Yeah, man, I
maybe
thought I
he'll
was in a
come
bad mood
back to
today.
an
He's
empty-
still fucking pissed.
He'll come back to an empty thing and then he'll regret what he did.
He mad.
So
He
the folks that
mad,
may be
bro.
interested, loving the
I'm
goat.
just mad
is
because
in
my
the Dead
presence
Roses
always
collection.
clears everyone from the pool.
What's that? What
I
clears
said I'm
everybody
just
from the-
mad because A, I have low blood sugar, which is related to the fact that my presence always clears everybody out of the pool.
Oh,
Well,
But
but I
think
think
you're a vampire.
well, Jeremy was really excited that everybody was in the house, but then I think that
know.
backfired.
well, I mean,
He forgets how much we like to fuck with his head.
yeah. So I think there was only one time where that somebody actually left because Anne joined, though. I mean, it was that one guy where his wife didn't, right? His girlfriend or his
Well,
wife.
because I wasn't wearing any pants.
Because he said something about that. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Oh, I
today
remember that.
Today it was similar, but I was legit half naked in a swimming pool. But
What do you mean?
okay, so I'm stuck in Palm Springs, so it sounds
Right.
classier than
That
it is
that sounds
that I have a
terrible.
yeah.
Yeah.
What a horrible thing!
Right.
It sounds classier than it is to have a swimming pool because like even the most ghetto building in this town has a swimming pool because otherwise everyone would drop dead in the summer.
Right.
But it was like almost 75 degrees today, and the pool is heated to almost 90 degrees.
Wow.
So I go down by the pool like you would do if I was already mad about something, somebody I was working with. Long story, but I went down to the pool to like swim around and burn off some steam so I wouldn't be so grouchy, as I do almost every day because I'm pissed off about something almost every day. But hey, I have to live with the human race, or actually separated from it. It's weird how being stuck in solitary confinement for 10 months, it fucks with your head, but in a way that makes you hate people even more when you come into contact with them, even though the absence of human beings is what's fucking with your head in the first place. So I go down there and I'm like, well, at least I can have some human contact. And there's all these couples, most of them are they're wearing like muumuus and kimonos and cover-ups because, they're all Scottish Canadians who don't understand how fucking sunscreen works. So, after 15 minutes in the sun, they have to put clothes on because, they don't understand modern technology up in Canada. So they're all covered up, and I go down to swim in the pool like you do, and I throw my clothes off. I'm still wearing a bikini, but I jump in the pool and I start swimming and paddling and playing on my raft, and I look up, and all these women are pissed off and dragging their husbands away. And I'm like, I'm not delusional. I don't think I'm an 8 out of 10 or a 7 out of 10 or a 6 out of 10. Or, you can keep going down depending on your taste in women. But everybody knows that somebody wearing a bikini is better than even your beloved wife wrapped up in a muumuu, right? So all they had to do was take their clothes off and get in the pool because you're by the pool and the pool is warmer than the fucking air. So take your clothes off and get in the pool. But no, they're all like marching out one by couple, all pissed off until I'm alone again in the pool, paddling around, fucking furious.
So when you say you were playing in the pool by yourself, what does that mean?
Bitches be like, and searching or gonna steal your man.
Well, it sounds miserable because you were back from where you started.
Yeah, exactly. I went on, I was like, I'll blow off some steam, I'll be around some other people. Oh good, there's lots of people at the pool. The minute my clothes come off, just the exodus begins.
Bitches be like, bitches be like, and searching or gonna steal your man.
And honestly, I don't know whether it was because they were afraid I was going to steal their man, or I'm that ugly that they all had to leave.
Were you not wearing a mask while you were swimming in the pool?
Well, no.
Maybe
but neither were they while they were sunbathing in moo-moos.
You're already swimming in each other's pee-pee, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I don't even know if these bitches were hot or not, because like I said, they're fucking Scottish Canadians wrapped up in, anti-solar blankets because they don't know how to use sunscreen. Jesus.
Do you have any evil tattoos that you were showing?
Nope. The only tattoo I have is very faint. It was a jailhouse tattoo I got when I was 21 and very drunk, and I couldn't get drunk enough to make the pain go away. So I asked my roommate if he would carve the word drat in my leg and rub cigarette ash into it. And he turned out to be kind of a sadist, so he complied with gusto. Like the
Maybe
tattoo.
they thought it said slut instead, and that's why they left.
Well, actually, the next morning when I woke up, my first thought was, why does my leg feel like it's infected? And then I remembered what happened, and then I shuffled to the bathroom, and that's when it dawned on me, when I looked in the mirror, drat spelled backwards is tard.
Yeah.
So I had this bloody mess on my leg that said tard in the mirror.
Accurate.
Yeah, if you ask your roommate to give you a tattoo with an X-Acto knife, you kind of get what you deserve. But it's almost completely invisible by this point. That was 25 years ago.
So were you talking to yourself while you were playing in the pool?
No, I was wearing headphones. I was listening to music, and then I was listening to Jim Goat and JB Beverly's podcast.
You weren't singing to yourself or talking to yourself?
No. I mean, I laughed once in a while. I especially laughed when they were talking about this fat guy, and they said he looked like he rapes people and then escapes to Eastern Europe. That's really funny if you know the whole backstory. I started kind of choking and drowning a little bit at that point. It's not funny if you don't know the backstory, but it's such a long backstory. Anyway, I laughed and choked and drowned a little bit once, but all these bitches just get up and parade out. And I'm like, just take your clothes off, get in the pool. Your husband will be looking at you because presumably you're his type. I just happen to be naked. So I was so mad. Yeah, I was wearing a bikini, but that looks kind of naked when you're compared to people who are wrapped in. I'm a Canadian Scottish person who doesn't know how to operate sunscreen clothes.
I'm assuming most of these women
So
weren't
how do you know they're
complete
Canadian
hedgehogs.
Scottish? Where's what's that?
I said I'm assuming that most of these women weren't complete hedgehogs.
No. I mean, actually, the cutest one actually had been in there the day before, and she actually winked at me. I think she was flirting, which is cool. Well, we won't get into that. I was going to say I've got plenty of dick right now, but actually the dick is on another continent. So anyway, the one cute one flirted with me a bit the other day, but she wasn't there. I mean, these chicks were not total hedgehogs, but not really my type. But you know, like obviously their husbands buried them for a reason, and they're just having this shit fit just to have a shit fit. And I was so mad that I was alone again, that I swam for like 2 hours. And then I realized it was time to do the show, and I got out of the pool. And for some reason with swimming, you don't realize this till you stop. But I was so fucking hungry that I thought I was about to have a seizure.
Oh yeah.
Because I'd been swimming
Oh, yeah.
furiously angry for
It's
so
like
long.
it burns up way more calories than you think, right? I mean, it takes up so much more energy just because it's constant resistance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
swimming's great for
Makes you
you.
really tired.
Like swimming
Yeah.
really,
Yeah.
really wears you out.
Yeah, I mean, it's great for you unless you do it like, for 2 hours furiously without eating, and then you kind of stagger
Yeah.
upstairs like.
I mean, if you're swimming in the pool furiously by yourself, maybe people weren't even going to come in there. They're like, you're just angrily swimming. Maybe people weren't even going to come back, you know? I mean, that seems pretty scary. It's ladies that are furiously swimming, you know? And how do you know they're Canadian Scottish? I mean, how do you know that?
Well, most of the snowbirds in Palm Springs are from Canada because they think 75 degrees is hot,
Mm-hmm.
and they just looked kind of Scottish.
They just said that Scottish face.
Yeah, they're Scottish finger shapes.
Okay.
But most white Canadians who aren't of French extraction are from somewhere in the British Isles, and the ones who float around Palm Springs seem to be largely Scottish. But that might just be because I have disliking Scottish people on the brain lately. I don't know. Yeah, fine. I'm a racist against the Scottish. You got me.
Well, maybe the ones you don't like aren't a true Scotsman. That's what it is.
That's one of those things that had to happen, but it was still funny.
I can imagine them storming
What
out. That's what's crazy. Like I can imagine the overreaction. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit weird, though. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, like
Hey,
you're
so-
actually.
well, they just don't trust their husband.
Oh, did you see?
They just don't trust their husband.
Did you see Chris's? Yeah, because they're just like so dramatic. I can imagine that. I guess
Yeah.
Christopher was gonna message Jeremy the top. Yeah, what's going on with the top 10 thing? What was that? I don't think I
thought
heard
that's
about
what
that.
you were doing.
We were doing our top
Oh,
10
We
reads.
prepared our top 10 list.
Were we supposed to send him a
I've got
list?
mine. Well, I've got
No.
mine. I thought we were just going
We're
to read
supposed
them.
to discuss them on this call.
Yeah, I thought. Were we doing
On the
that
show.
today?
Well, we were, but
Yeah.
Jeremy decided to be a little bitch. So
See, I didn't.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna
because
text
it's
him,
still
too.
so warm here. I didn't realize it's already the end of December, so I didn't prepare mine. But all I was going to say was the best books I've read this year have all been Tom Wolfe's. So fuck everyone.
Yeah,
Because
no.
he's
The,
bad. What's
yeah, the
up?
top 10.
Which one of the Tom Wolfes is the best one that you've read so far?
Bonfire of the Vanities so far, but I haven't even finished reading his entire. So I've got a lot of pleasantness in front of me. I wasn't that nuts about the electric Kool-Aid whatever bus thing. I mean, I know it's an iconic book, but I can only listen to shit about hippies for so long, even if it's satirical.
Yeah, I couldn't get through that either.
Wait, so I get confused. Thomas Wolfe and Tom Wolfe. Is there a difference? I heard that they were two different writers. One was a journalist. The other one, because you're talking about the one that won. Did he win the Pulitzer Prize or something?
I think you're talking about the same person. Tom Wolfe was a journalist, but he also, I think his best work is his novels that I've read
Okay.
so far.
Yeah. And so, because one of them was the.
I think there is a Thomas Wolfe, though.
Okay. Yeah, because I think I had heard that once. And so Thomas Wolfe, so he wrote the Kool-Aid one. I forget what that one was
Yeah.
called.
Yeah.
So that
Electric
one-
Kool-Aid acid test.
Yeah, is that, so that was a novel?
No, it was
think-
it was like creative
it's a-
nonfiction. I'm not sure
Oh,
if
I
they
think it's kind of. I think it's kind of like new journalism in the vein of Hunter S. Thompson.
Okay. So would you recommend that one, or was there another one you'd recommend?
I would start with Bonfire of the Vanities because that's
Okay.
that's like the full plunger full of heroin that will tell you whether it's your drug or not. Because if you tried to start with the obnoxious hippie Kool-Aid acid bullshit, you might just go, "Oh God, this guy just rambles."
Oh, so
But
you didn't like that one?
Yeah.
You didn't like
I
that one?
enjoyed it. I enjoyed it in bits, but then I just couldn't get through it. Maybe I'll finish it someday if I'm really bored. But I'm like, yeah. Being on acid and yelling at people was definitely not Ken Casey's greatest work. So
Okay.
I definitely prefer One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest to all the bullshit that Ken Casey yelled through Tom Wolfe in that book. Not
Yeah,
that
there's
don't
a, so
like
I looked up Thomas Wolfe. So the Bonfire of the Vanity. Yeah, I guess there are two. There's Thomas Wolfe and then Tom Wolfe, I think.
So Jeremy, did you clean the sand out of your vagina?
I think it's a shame that I'm trying to do something nice here, support a press, and give some free books to people. And it feels like you guys are putting.
Well, we were on board with you for that.
Okay,
Yeah,
and you're interrupting me. Okay, and it's like you're putting me on blast and taking the side of these Nightworms people you don't even know. When I'm pointing out that it seems like a sabotage campaign to Death Said Press. Okay.
No, it probably is.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm trying to do something
What the heck?
to balance that
The
because
weird
you know what?
passive aggression.
Because you got Ben talking over me, and then Zach has to come in and respond to that, all while I'm underneath trying to talk, say what I was originally saying, and it's really disrespectful. I show you guys way more respect than you show me. I'm not talking about Ann, and I'm not even really talking about Gregor, but I mean, I feel like
You're mad at me and Ben.
more you,
Me?
Yeah.
Pale face, keep big mad.
more you.
More me? How?
Yeah, because
I'm the one that responded favorably.
I'm trying to do something. I'm trying to do something to support a publisher,
I'm the one on board with it wanting a book.
and to give free books to people. And it's like, how dare I bring up these Nightworms people when it was presented?
I never told you not to.
There you
That's
go
all
again.
being Gregor. Why are
There
you
you
mad
go
at me?
again. There you go again. Okay, and someone brings it to my attention before I even know anything about them, saying that they're going all in on this publisher, and this book in particular is Savage Breed by Patrick Harrison. Okay, I'm trying to right the balance here. Okay, literature.
Copy to that.
I didn't catch that.
Why don't you only give away copies of that one?
No, because I'm giving away copies of any Splatter Western, whichever one people want, if they'll take me up on it. Now, I already sent one out to Ben because he asked, and Zach, you didn't even give me the email address connected to your Kindle for me to send one. So, I mean,
Yeah, that's the same one of my email address, but just at Kindle.
I don't remember. Ben included it in his.
Yeah,
So you'll
Ben
have to
followed
check
the
my email.
instructions.
Now here's my
No.
question. You're mad at me when I'm the one responding favorably and agreeing with you about the knotworms. It's Gregor saying you shouldn't bring it up and Ben saying you shouldn't bring it up.
No,
So
Gregor
you
never
get
said I
mad and
should.
leave. He did, yeah.
No, he didn't. He didn't say I
Yeah.
shouldn't bring it up. He said,
He
aren't they
did.
allowed to have opinions? And I was going to answer to that, but everybody kept chiming in. Okay?
Including Ben.
Well, I mean, I did say that there was,
I'm
no real reason to shine a spotlight on these particular individuals who may or may not be doing a pylon.
Translation, why are you talking about them?
Listen, Starving Zoe, I read that yesterday, and they talk about animal cruelty in it. It's a passing sentence where it talks about bashing a cat's brains in so they could eat because they were starving in the streets. That is the only animal abuse in that book. They are conflating things that they find offensive. They're a bunch of tampon party feminists that I'm coining that phrase, whether it means anything or not, that are going after it. And it was presented to me by someone, by a source, as that. I'm supporting this publisher.
Hey, I got the book. Thanks, boss.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I agree with you on
And
that.
I'm
It
still
was
mad
Ben
that
who
I
said
free
that
books
that
for
was
it.
wrong.
I'm still got to explain myself. You see how that goes? And this publisher, Death Press, they're not going to treat me any differently because I did this to support them. See, that's the problem. These embattled people in publishing, they would rather have their reputations raked over the coals than get beside someone who's defending them. Even amongst people that I trust and value, I am still being treated as suspect for my motivations, okay?
It would be a good idea for Death's Head to basically not directly respond to it. You really shouldn't respond to reviews like that, especially the publisher.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, anybody who defends them, they're just shit out of luck on their own. Yeah, that really sounds like a winning plan. Yeah,
it did. Nobody asked you to take up a shield and sword and go fight their battles for them.
It doesn't matter.
Well, you see, I'm the one who's agreeing with you, then being over here like counteracting it, and then the anger gets turned to me.
I just sent him a free book again, and I just
you ain't exempt from contempt.
And I just sent him a free book again, and he's still treating me as the bad guy. Yeah, I know.
And you're treating me as the bad guy. That makes no sense.
No, we all know that I'm the bad guy. Duh.
That's actually a pretty good song, I gotta say.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty good.
So I get it. Nightworms are totally above reproach. It's cool. Nightworms are totally above reproach because they're women, or because fuck me, or because
no, that puts them under more reproach. But why are you mad at me?
because I was trying to talk over Ben, and then you added to the shitstorm. Chiming in.
It's because you're the hate rod here, Zach.
I know it doesn't make any sense.
I just expected a little more respect than that, you know.
You're
this late in the game.
You're the hate rod.
I just expected a little more respect than that, you know.
Okay, so tell me how you feel, Jeremy, and then I'll listen to you, and then it'll all be good. So get it out of your system.
Don't talk down to me.
Get it out of your system. No, I'm not talking down to you. You need someone to vent to.
No,
it's okay. Zach is our little fuck boy for everyone to stick their hate dicks in.
No.
And this is why publishing is fucked.
Yeah,
because of me. Yeah, I know.
Well,
I'm bringing.
It's all because of Ben.
So, Ann, what do you think of?
I want to be bringing down the big 3 or 4, however the fuck many there are.
What I'm kind of lost because I don't pay much attention to all these people's bullshit because I don't like them. They don't like me. I don't like people. I don't like socializing. I don't like dealing with people's shit. But what the fuck is a sandworm or whatever we're talking about?
Nightworm.
A what?
Nightworm.
Apparently, it's people who
it's a subscription book. It's a subscription book service, right? Like they put together like surprise book packages that are horror related that you can subscribe to and open up once a month when it gets into your mail. And then in addition to that, there seems to be like a team of horror book reviewers that are Nightworms affiliates that review a lot of the books that are maybe included in some of these book packages, and also horror books that are just published in the general milieu of horror publishing nowadays. That's what Nightworms is.
I've just got to say, because I've been one and I've been involved with people who review on like a network like that. Anyone who does that, like, it's got like a mental effect. It's why I stopped it. All these people automatically think they're like the taste setters. And
hey, Regina.
Everyone follows these reviewers around, the posh reviewers, as I used to talk about, and act like they're like
how you doing, Regina,
and whatnot. It's lame.
Having a good night so far, Regina?
Yeah, I'm doing okay.
So you're doing.
See how it feels.
You're doing it more forcefully. It's more
annoying,
organic, natural.
It's annoying, isn't it? It's annoying, isn't it? Okay.
Yeah, but you're doing it in a way that's like, oh, I'm going to make a point, so I'm just going to be a.
I am making a point, pal. I mean, yeah.
No.
Everybody ought to give everybody a little bit of room to talk. Yeah.
I do.
Okay. Obviously, Zach and Ben like pushing your buttons.
I don't even try.
And sometimes I'll go along with it.
I don't need to try.
right now I'm trying to get I'm trying to get this information in so people can get involved in this good intention giveaway. But I can't even I'm not even allowed to do that without some kind of being interrogated or interrupted.
I have never interrogated you on this subject. Now, what
You just refuse to see this from my point of view.
what I tell to everyone is every time Jeremy talks, let's give him 5 seconds of silence after he finishes talking. Count exactly 5 seconds, and then if he doesn't say anything within that 5 seconds, we're free to talk.
Regina, I felt like you had something to say when you came in. What's going on with you?
5 seconds, Regina.
Oh, I was just probably clearing my throat with the mic unmuted. Sorry, I just came in, just kind of wandered into this weirdly tense conversation after having one of my own. So sorry.
We are intense. We're having fun.
I'm trying.
Regina, I'm not trying to sexually harass you, but are you wearing clothes?
I am. I'm wearing clothes.
Okay,
Don't
well then at
worry.
least no one will just run out of the room.
Yeah, no.
No, I'm not saying you're
Well, I
hideous.
don't know if that came out
you
quite
also
the way you
walked
wanted it to, Anne.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying.
So-
Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying you're hideous. It's just that there's a running joke that, well, Jeremy, I think missed this too. Like the running joke where everyone leaves the room whenever I'm naked. That didn't sound right either. Never mind.
So Chris had said that he was going to email about the top 10, and I was curious about what was going on with the top 10.
Oh yeah, we're still totally doing it. But
Were we doing that? Were we doing that today though? I didn't know because I didn't know.
We're going to do that here in a little bit. I wanted to get this information out about the giveaway. I'm trying to get that going so people will be feel an incentive to claim a free book for to support Death Said Press, but I couldn't get through that.
I sent you my Kindle email.
Yeah, and I sent that too. So that's 2 people on my own show that asked for it. Great, but what about listeners? Listeners, I know there's at least 4 of you in the chat.
David, for listeners.
Get in on this. Do you not want a free book, man? It's not coming out of your pocket. Come on. Email me. Tell me.
Get you a free fucking book.
I mean, when you give someone a gift, you shouldn't scold them about it.
Oh, I see. There you go. I got.
Look here, baby pop. We got 3 books for you to give away. All you got to do is email Jeremy, and you get you a free fucking book. How can you argue with that?
I'm telling you, this is my life. I'm put on blast no matter what, and I despise it. No, it's not funny. It's not funny. I'm serious.
It's very funny.
No, it's not.
Dan,
Why
are
do
you
you think
drunk again?
I've been smoking weed all day.
Okay.
Well, that's no excuse to be, disrespectful to someone who gave you a book.
I know that's. I was going to be disrespectful anyway.
Yeah, and I'm reading that book that you give me now, the Jake Palmer.
The Jake Paul book?
Yeah, he gave me a
Jake
book
Paul
called
autobiography.
The Journey to Jake Palmer. I think that's what it's called.
Oh shit, Gregor!
I thought you
So
asked
that
for
I
that.
don't
Wow.
forget in my old age, what is the title of the book of yours that I'm supposed to be reading?
Oh, I don't know if you're supposed to be reading anything, but we did discuss at one point that maybe you were going to read the Hanover block, but you're under no obligation to do so.
Oh,
I'm
did
gonna
you?
do this
Oh, go ahead, Ann.
I was just saying I want to do this book club thing. It's just I can't remember jack shit anymore. So because of all the PTSD and the typhus and Hanover blog or block?
Block, like in blockhead.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you hear the latest episode of Bazong, Gregor?
Yes, I did. I was pleasantly surprised to find that the Hanover block was on Frank Edler's top 5 read books of 2020. I was very pleasantly surprised and honored by it.
Sweet.
Very cool.
I didn't think he liked it that much, really. But I'm glad he
What the
did.
fuck is that thing on the cover?
You found it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you found it.
It's like a turkey vagina ear snout.
It's. I think Jeremy wants one of those. Jeremy wants one of those to sit on his face.
Oh, definitely. I did actually have somebody that wrote me to say that he would like to have one of those things after reading the book.
God.
I need
That's
my
one of
own blob of flesh monster to jerk off with.
Yeah.
All right. So
Okay, so are you not mad anymore, Jeremy?
I'm cooling.
He's always mad. He's like the
I'm
Hulk.
cooling off a little. Okay. But I would appreciate a little space to actually interject, or not even interject, but just finish entire sentences without 3 people chiming in at a time. Because we've been pretty good about that. Until tonight, and I don't know why. I'm trying to get this information out about a giveaway. All right, and I'll say it again one more time, and hopefully, people will understand. Okay, all you have to do is email me at sickfix@gmail.com. Tell me which of the Splatter Western books you want from Death's Head Press. Okay? Here's an example one.
We got Splatter Westerns for free here, folks. That's right, a free book all of your own. All you have to do is email Jeremy, and you get yourself a free Splatter Western book from Death's Head Press.
This nice 1930s.
Exactly right. And that email address again is suckfuxx@gmail.com.
FIXX.
Okay, so he does that joke, and you're okay with it. You get mad at me for nothing.
So
I guess if you can't get Ben to shut up long enough to say something, you could just trick him into saying it himself.
See,
or get mad at me.
And sees it too.
Okay. You also think that he randomly gets mad at me for stuff Ben does? It's weird.
Well, again, you're our little fuckboy that we all stick our hate dicks in.
Wait, I thought you said Jeremy was your fuckboy that you stick your dick in.
This
No,
is
that's Zach.
This is all Nightworm's fault.
Zach is our catamite.
Okay, they're there. Okay, these are Splatter Westerns. Okay, Starving Zoe, Savage Breed, Dust by Chris Miller, Hunger on the Chisholm Trail, Hunger on the Chisholm Trail by M. Ennenbach, Magpie Coffin by Wally Young. Any of those, send me an email.
Isn't there a Gemma Files one?
And tell me which title you want and the email address that is connected to your Kindle, and I will send it. Okay, I got the information out there. Okay, go ahead.
I think Gemma might be working on one, but I don't think it's
Gemma Files one.
I think she's working.
It's not out yet, though.
I think she's working on one, but I don't think it's published yet.
I honestly don't think there is. There's one more.
They did do a cover reveal for a new one on Facebook, but it didn't have like the title or the name on it yet.
Book 8 of the Splatter Westerns is the 13th Coyote, and it's by Christopher Triana.
Oh, okay.
And that's for pre-order. So if somebody wants that, I will do that one too.
Oh, can you? Yeah, is that one
Isn't
up
there
on
one by Christine Morgan?
It's up for pre-order. No, Christine Morgan wrote Red Silver, or what the hell was that?
Silver River Running Red or something like that.
Yes. And also Red.
I thought she wrote one. It wasn't one of these.
And also Red Station by Kinsey Jennings is another one. So yeah. If anybody else wants to take me up,
if anybody wants one that's listening, during the live cast, right? I mean, if somebody 3 months from now wants one, they ain't getting it, correct?
After the show ends, it no longer applies. Yeah, and this is not being done in affiliation with YouTube, Google, Amazon, or Death's Head Press. This is entirely me coming out of my pocket,
correct.
And I can, so I reserve the right to halt it at any time. But I don't think we'll get many takers anyway, just because, I don't know, people will look a gift horse in the mouth or whatever. And people like Nightworms more than the Quiet Place that actually buys and supports books, and supports authors, instead of Nightworms getting, all these ridiculous amounts of free advanced reading copies, and then, they can just shit all over the book, like 20 times with 20 different people, and
not misogynist.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so have you heard of these Nightworms people, Regina? Do you know what we're talking about?
Yeah, well, I have been pretty aware of Nightworms since coming back into the kind of transgressive horror part of the industry about, 5 or 6 months ago. I've seen their name get thrown around a lot. Sadie Hartman is definitely like a very big name reviewer. And I really am with Zach. I feel like there's a psychological change that happens when somebody becomes a quote unquote accepted reviewer or like a semi-professional reviewer, where it's like they start to take themselves too seriously. I don't like critics. Like, I'll be the first to say.
The funny thing is, specifically, and this isn't like a personal jab, but I'm just talking purely, not about you, purely about just, I guess, reviewing etiquette and what you have to offer to the community. Sadie Hartman, I remember seeing her review for, I think it was Meddling Kids by Edgar Cantero, and she basically said that it was too, like, well written for her to read it and understand it. And I'm like, then what freaking business do you have reviewing books? Let me look up what her review was. It's got to be there.
All
What,
the
like
died of COVID.
The prose was too dense or something like that?
Something like that.
Did it have dense prose?
It was written in a weird way, but no, I wouldn't call it dense. If you've read any amount of like normal,
just as someone who actually became a professional reviewer back when you actually got paid $400 for a review, and it was assumed that you would be thoughtful and cautious about it. And the reason I became a reviewer was because I was the first person in 10 years to get hired by the Chicago Reader who didn't already know someone who worked there. I got the job just because I was really fucking good at what I did. And then within the newspaper, I worked my way up from like proofreading copy and then writing restaurant reviews of the worst restaurants, and then finally working my way up to reviewing books for a couple of years before the newspaper industry pretty much went into the shitter. I think I must have reviewed, 100, 200 books. And I never discussed the book's specific politics because I didn't need to, because I'm literate and know how to read books and discuss their themes and how they express them and how they're written and whether I enjoyed reading the book and whether you might enjoy reading the book, that I didn't need to fill up half the fucking page with lists of political peccadillos that you committed or failed to commit, or you didn't tick all my boxes.
You're saying that. Get ready for this. Click on that share screen, Jeremy. Is it showing for everyone?
Oh my God.
Wait, Scooby-Doo meets Lovecraft, MEATS?
So she's going on about how the writing style, because he was, kind of creative with it. It should have been a screenplay.
I'd make fun of that. I'd make fun of that, but I have typos in my reviews all the fucking time.
I just really like, again, this is not a personal jab at her. This is about reviewing etiquette. First, it should be a screenplay. The author dips in and out of a screenplay format, which was so jarring to the flow of the story. I cannot believe it will make it past an editor in any way.
Excuse me, does anybody know whether English is this woman's first language? Because if it's not, I don't want to be that brutal.
I'm pretty sure it's her first language.
Zach, you read the book. Does it really randomly do that, or is it like something it does at the beginning of the chapter? I'm telling you,
it is completely like a movie in your head. I mean, he does really well, or a very good job with it. And it's like the fact that it wasn't normal prose, like every other type of prose, completely boggled her mind, and she couldn't deal with it. So I'm thinking, why would we hold her up as any type of esteem for reviewing? I mean, that's just my honest question. I want people who are able to read cool stuff and be like, yeah, you need to check this out. It sounds like with this, anything that's out of the ordinary, she kind of goes off the rails and writes a very grammatically incorrect review.
I suppose if their wheelhouse is horror fiction, and they can't handle anything experimental, but there's plenty of experimental horror fiction. Legati gets pretty experimental at times. Lovecraft can be pretty dense.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I feel like these women are like, okay, so they have that type of mindset where they can't handle anything that's a little bit out of the ordinary, but then they go around and start shaming authors because they're racist and misogynist. I mean, this is literally like freaking AP English type level criticism. I mean, it's lame.
Know what, Regina? And I did hear you say.
Yeah, well, I was just gonna mention, it's like I feel the reason why Nightworms is popular is because they decided they are popular. They developed a system of making themselves intentionally the gatekeepers. They became the tastemakers of a slightly more mainstream segment of the horror community by offering this subscription box service and getting these publishers involved. And I mean, what publisher is going to say, no, we don't want you to buy, all these copies of our books and put them in a box and review our work? It's
consumer, like CONSOOMER, the meme.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's because you're not computer literate, Jeremy.
I had to put the memes down. I couldn't keep up with them anymore. Too insider. Gregor, you were trying to say something too, right? What?
Well, I mean, the only thing it seems to me as if you want to, help out this publisher, I don't know that there's really any need to single out these reviewers, really.
Right.
You know what I mean? It just doesn't seem like that. I mean, I think that any reviewer is entitled to do whatever dumb thing they want to say, really. You know what I mean? And we shouldn't necessarily be naming names and showing them on the screen and say, look at how this dumbest person is. I mean, I just don't agree with that.
Well, I mean,
you guys can do it. I'm just going to say my piece.
I think that's a bad book too. Yeah, it's like scrolling through Goodreads. Look at this fag.
Don't care.
But
yeah, I mean, I just don't agree with it. So.
I don't care.
The thing is, though, I think Regina.
I know you don't care. I'm just saying that I don't agree with it, but you can go on and do it. I'm just not going to join in and say, har, 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 this person wrote a dumb review. I'm just not going to.
Why do you have to make me suspect for doing it, though? That's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to support here and, say that these people are blowing scenes in the books way out of proportion, and they're outright exaggerating. Okay?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I mean, have any of us read the book?
I read Starving Zoe, and they said that they
Have you read the actual book?
I'm reading
the book we're talking about.
Okay, I read A Savage Breed. I'm reading A Savage Breed. I have not finished it, but someone else who has told me that they blew something out of proportion there. And in Starving Zoe, there's only one passing scene of animal abuse, and it's just mentioned in passing. It's not like just written down as a scene, that where they bash the cat's brains in, it's so they can eat because they're starving in the streets. It's not that it's mentioned in passing, that one sentence, okay, and then he bad mouths the horse that he has to ride a lot. But I don't
call the horse the N-word.
I don't remember. He doesn't even kick the horse that I can recall. He just doesn't like. He just hates the horse. But I mean, he talks about having to kill cats in order to not go hungry in the streets at a young age, and so that's the only animal abuse I can find.
Jeremy, I think that your heart's in the right place, and that you're doing this out of loyalty, right? I mean, I can respect that you're loyal to this.
He's doing it out of how gay this freaking
both. It's both.
Really, book 2 grand. I
mean, I think you want to support this press that you like. You're loyal to them, and you're just giving away free books to promote them. But at the same time, I don't know that you need to. I don't think you would even need to say why you're doing it, right? You know what I mean? Like, you're giving too much oxygen to this group that you don't agree with, right? I mean, why give them
They have too much
any more
oxygen
power
already. He's trying to take away
It
some
was
oxygen.
presented to me by a source as them waging, what
Well,
I
if you're
interpret.
naming the reviewers, name the source too, right? I mean, isn't that fair?
I don't have to.
Who brought it up to you?
I don't
Well,
have
I'm
to.
just
I am
saying,
not.
right?
I am not personally entangled with these people that I'm talking about that I feel are waging a campaign against Dead Said Press. I am entangled with this one person, this source personally, and yes, I don't care if that's a contradiction.
Okay, well, let's talk about some hypocrisy here. All these
I'm going
people
to-
worship Mr. Brian
I
King,
don't
who's
think
just
there's really an argument. Sorry, I don't really think there's really an argument for saying we shouldn't pick on people as though they're just innocent bystanders who didn't ask to be part of the discussion when they're deliberately jumping in and piling on a book for political reasons, not literary reasons that I can see from their reviews. I don't need to read the book to know
they're obviously
that these
just
are political
freaking
reasons and
normie,
not literary
like,
reasons. We're not
they
like
use
picking
movie
on
bases.
someone's grandmother who's just posting about her cat on Facebook. We're picking on someone who's picking on someone for bullshit reasons and putting their name out publicly, probably trying to get traction for their own name for when and if they ever finally stop bitching about other people and write a book. I don't think they deserve any protection. If you're going to pull bullshit like that, people are going to come out and call bullshit on you. And if someone wants to call me bullshit on me for saying that, I will verbally stomp them into the ground till they don't stop crying for years.
They're allowed to not like it, but I'm telling you, this many people from Nightworms giving it like 2 and 1 stars. It's an agenda.
Nightworms is cooked. We all know that Nightworms is a cooked company.
I've never heard of them until this.
I feel like the bigger
Cock.
issue.
We got an author sighting in the chat. I'm sorry, Regina. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi River. Thanks for coming and watching the show. I hope you
I
come
wish
on
my
sometime.
name was River. That's a cool name.
I feel like the larger problem has to do with just the culture of reviewing in general. And I feel like the internet has made it so that it used to be that, like Anne, you had to get hired on a newspaper to be a critic. Now all you have to do is make an account on Yelp or buy $25 worth of books on Amazon or have a Goodreads account or an IMDb account, and you can just trash anybody's hard work with no effort, no whatever. And you can have, it becomes a way of falsely validating an opinion. And it's really, I think the greater problem here is less to do with a specific conglomerate of reviewers and more to do, for instance, to give you a specific concrete example without naming any names, my local newspaper here in my town in Oregon has a reviewer who is a theater reviewer who my husband and I have followed for like 4 years now because his reviews are so rude and so crass that it seems like they come out of a blog, even though they're published in the paper. And I mean, he goes to the local theater here, which basically it's a Shakespeare festival that supports our whole local economy and drives all this tourism. And he'll just go and trash the plays. There was one play that was basically just a modern update of a Shakespeare play. And he just raked it over the coals, clearly not even having read the program, not realizing that it was an update of a Shakespeare play. He was very ill-educated in the subject that he was reviewing, and he didn't follow any kind of protocol or any measures that make a review both courteous and, an actual valid review. And it was like, I just feel like there's a new, different kind of reviewing that is more emotional and less. And reviewing has always been emotional, obviously. It has always been emotional, but I feel like it is even more lackadaisical now. And I feel like these organizations and these groups, NetGalley and all this stuff, they're problems. It's just a different kind of gatekeeping, like with literary agents or whatever.
Yeah, something's not like a freaking normal coming of age feels thing. They go crazy. And the thing I was trying to say before, and I'm not going to get mad at getting talked over like some people on this stream. But
Sorry.
no,
I just said
I'm
to-
talking about Jeremy. But anyway, okay, so
he's doing candlelight rituals right now to curse us all for this shit.
Yeah,
okay,
some
so we
candle
all know
magic.
that these people love Brian Keene, and he gets a pass. And I will say this: being religious now, I do not care for rape scenes and whatnot, but Brian Keene gets a pass from all these people because he says he does it for the good of the story, but he doesn't like rape scenes or whatever. You all know the infamous afterword of his novel Castaways, where he says basically only he's qualified to write scenes where monkeys are furiously raping women.
That's how
Oh my god.
Okay, so these people are going to give him a pass, but one guy who's just a normal guy, like writing a splatter western where some girls unfortunately get raped, which again I'm not really promoting because I try to stay away from that stuff, but they're going to pile on him while keeping with all these other people who do it under some kind of weird woke umbrella. It's so disingenuous, and it really doesn't. You can't make sense of this stuff. I mean, if they're
it makes sense why they would give him a pass and not this other guy, right? Because if they had his book in their package, it'd sell, right? I mean, that's the reason, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if they had a Brian Keene book and a Nightworms package, right, it would sell the package.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay, that's true. But anyway, it's just so lame. Like, I want to put it into words what I think about these people, but it's kind of hard.
I mean, it is lame, and I think that Anne explained it the best, right? I mean, it is lame, and it looks like exactly what she says it looks like, but I just don't feel like it's
right.
like
It's such like a feels
they're talking about.
It's so weird. I mean, it feels like a knitting circle that's getting a hold of these books, and then just freaking dogpiling on them. And everyone's patting them on the head, saying that they're politically correct. I mean, it feels like we're in 2016. This is the same like SJW versus normal people controversy. Just, I guess the writing world's just slower to get away from that stuff. So most everyone else has. And that's what this whole thing is, basically.
I mean, I say that if people are leaving reviews like that, just slap on the controversial new novel from, who was it? Wrote it, Patrick Garrison, I think.
Yeah, I think
I've had
Patrick
reviews.
just posted. Yeah, he just posted a banner the other day that was like to the effect of what? Oh, see what all the fuss is about. That's what he said.
Yeah, exactly. That's probably the best way to handle it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But who are you talking about? What author?
This is the one that we're talking about right now. The Splatter Western author and Patrick Harrison III.
See, this is why I just don't. This is why I just don't pay attention to writers or the writing world or the community or the industry. I used to complain about the old gatekeepers, but I swear to God, since the beginning of the internet age, so many times more energy is spent keeping up with like what the current woke shit is and who the current it people are and how to promote yourself and all this other blizzard of shit. There are so many multiples more energy spent on all this bullshit than anyone ever spends on actually writing. Like, you guys want to spend all your energy on that? It's like the tortoise and the hare. I'll be back here just fucking writing. See you at the
if
finish
you're
line.
reviewing books, you're lame and not writing.
Yeah.
Hey, I review books and I resent that.
Bad. Like I feel like
Yeah, I think you just kicked Ben and right in the nuts.
That's okay. I've got like nuts of steel.
Before.
Yeah, but Ben actually
I'm aware
reviews books.
I mean, I'm aware that I'm basically the grime on the bottom of people's shoes, so it doesn't matter.
No, that's me.
I actually felt that way when I was writing book reviews at the Chicago Reader, because a lot of, I went out of my way to give attention, and positive attention if I could, to writers who were ignored in the attention economy, such as it was back then. And even though I would sometimes be the first person from any remotely major publication that was paying them any attention, they would get such a big head from it and think that I was basically their personal publicist. And like,
Jesus.
when I wrote my first novel, when any of them heard about it, they would just laugh at me like, "Huh, you wrote a novel? But you were my publicist." I was like, that really happens to people who write genuine reviews, which makes this dynamic even more freakish because Ben writes real reviews. I wrote real reviews. I got paid a lot more than he did.
I would put quotations around real when it comes to my reviews.
Okay, but you actually, you actually look at books' merits as literary works. But people who don't look at books' merits as literary works and who are obviously writing reviews to suck up to someone or to kick someone who's not sucking up to their group or to push forward a political point. First, they never learn to actually review books. Second, they're not learning to write very well. And third, they're making way more of a name for themselves as potential future authors than people who write real books, because in line with the whole I'm going to be an author by socializing, they're positioning themselves socially to be authors, but they're not positioning themselves inside of their own brain to be actual writers, which is just yet another ingredient of the cake of shit that makes publishing in the 21st century even worse than I could have possibly imagined 20 years ago. It's like an immaculate shit cake with all these layers and all these different fillings, and there's like a plaid filling over on this side of the cake with an intricate weave of different shit jellies. And then there's like almost a wedding cake decoration on top of it with like Satan marrying Jesus and Mary at the same time in an unholy wedding of, okay, I just lost the complete.
Well, that sounds fun though. That just sounds like a good party. But
Yeah,
well, it's like
Except it all smells like shit.
Because that sounds like a lot more fun than this shit actually is. Ugh.
What slays me is I just feel like the mainstream literature is so absolutely tepid. It is so boring, the stuff that gets elevated and like largely reviewed. I think I read an article, God, I can't remember quite where it was, but it was like 2 or 3 years ago. Somebody made the point that all mainstream literature is this way because you've got all these authors who go through these MA writing programs, and to get the master's degree, they basically are never taught to write anything longer than a short story. So they just write all these short stories during their master's programs, and then when it comes time for them to write their novel, they just write these fucking meandering, pretentious, poorly paced, literary explorations. And it's just like, that's not good writing, though. Is the problem. You shouldn't be trying to write a good book. You should be trying to write a good story, the best version of the story that you want to tell, however it takes. But that's like not what mainstream literature is looking for right now. It wants something that's just like, I don't even know. I used to work at a library right before all this happened, and I had to quit. But it was like it was definitely the greatest job I've ever had. And I worked there for like 6 months, and I really got in touch with what's hot in publishing right now. And it's like, after a certain point, I didn't see a cover that wasn't like a patterned cover with the big bold text, and no other, the style I'm talking about. It's like every piece of literature now has that, even horror. And it's like, there's nothing. Even that in and of itself, I think, speaks of how lacking in substance.
Yeah, everything looks like wallpaper,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like a napkin. So it's just like, I love the pulp community, and I love splatterpunk, and I love Bizarro, and I love indie publishing and how it's kind of starting to shape up. And so, like, when I see stuff, like all this drama happening. It's like really, it's interesting how it's just, you see these hierarchies establish themselves in all levels of the industry, no matter how hard you try. I think last week we were talking about Bizarro and how Bizarro is kind of gatekept now by Eraserhead Press and all this stuff. So it's just like so many different layers of people just, having a Stanford prison experiment of literature, I guess.
You'll excuse me. I need to go get some water.
I'm reminded of someone who said that the problem with people is they take writing advice too literally, which is why when they say write what that's why we end up with hundreds of novels of English professors contemplating adultery.
That is so true. That's very accurate.
Or people pretending to be sad at funerals that mean they're getting the inheritance now.
Yeah, that's just wishful writing.
We'll do the best of list when Zach gets back.
I just wanted to say one more thing. It just seems like reading and writing is currently dominated at all levels, and a lot of the indie world is occupied by people who are just the fuck up younger brothers and sisters of the MFAs, the same social class, same attitude, whatever. It's all of reading and writing is kind of dominated by people who don't know how to read or write.
Yes.
Pretty.
Why is that?
By the way, Chris is back. Hey,
Pretty
Chris.
much. It's just
Sorry.
like you can't. Oh.
Hello.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, how's it going?
Okay, Ben.
Hi, Chris.
Checking
What were you
in
saying,
here.
Ben?
All right.
I was gonna say I've heard a lot of like wannabe writers who talk about how they like almost never read. I'm like,
Yeah, what the fuck is
what,
that?
what are you trying to write movies or
I
what?
literally, when I started at the library, we had to do this mixer where, like, in the central library, where everybody was like, here's my name, here's what I like to do. And this one girl was like, oh, and I'm a writer and I'm writing a novel. And I was like, that's cool. Here's someone I can talk to. So I talked to her and I was like, hey, so you're a writer, huh? What do you like to read? And she goes, oh, I don't really have time to read right now. And I was like, well, that ends that conversation, I guess.
I'm gonna go over here. There's nothing over here, but I need to go over there.
Yeah, it was like that. It was like, what the fuck? We're librarians, dude. You can't say I'm a librarian and a writer, but I don't have time to read. Like, what the fuck?
It's funny because, I mean, kids would say that when I was 20, and I figured that would have ended with, I mean, if the internet should have accomplished anything, it would have been stopping repetitive dumb shit mistakes like that, right?
Yeah, totally.
You know, you'd look around at all the other people who considered themselves artistic writing geniuses but didn't read and go, oh, he sounds like an asshole. Maybe I shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
I mean,
people
when
just don't have self-awareness.
See, when I was younger, people wouldn't actually use "I don't have time" as an excuse. They would say shit like, "Well, I think I'm a genius, and I don't want anyone else's style to influence my style and water down my great genius."
Jesus Christ.
And I'd
Oh
be
my
like, "Where
God.
the fuck do you think genius comes from, genius?"
Yeah, no kidding. People are just so fucking crazy, dude. I don't understand. You know, I like where I go to get pissed off is the writing communities on Reddit. And they just give each other the worst fucking advice I have ever seen in my goddamn life. It's painful. And every time I try to step in and be like, no matter how gently I say it too, I'm always like, well, you know, in my personal experience of writing for over 10 years and this and that and the other thing, and having a brief period of ghostwriting professionally and all this shit, what I would do is this. And people will just get so fucking mad because they feel like I'm talking down to them. But it's like, no, this is a writing community. I thought people with experience would be a good thing to have, but maybe I'm wrong. I just feel like there's.
Have you?
It's more.
Is anyone here a fan of the TV show Scrubs?
I watched.
A
Yeah, I
long
used
time
to watch
ago.
it, and then I watched that weird
It's-
night
do you-
season.
Do you remember that one episode where that older doctor was, he was a really nice guy, but he wouldn't go to like conferences or keep up with modern medical procedures, so he would end up like doing like weird, outdated procedures on patients that cause them more harm. That's to me. That's kind of like what a someone who claims to be a writer who doesn't read is like.
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah.
Well,
That
and
makes
it's
sense. Yeah.
you learn how to write by reading. It's like it would be like wanting to be a painter without ever looking at other people's paintings. I mean, how can you do that?
I think
Or even really knowing quite what a painting was.
Yeah.
I think reading also just kind of helps you. I don't know if there's something you like that you're enjoying reading. It kind of inspires you to start writing more or so. And that's kind of one reason why I try to read. Just if there's something that's really clicking, I'm like, dang, I want to go try this myself now. That's kind of what keeps me going for reading, even though I don't read a super whole lot. I'm probably don't,
It's like, how did
you guys are saying now?
And it's also, how did you get interested in wanting to write in the first place if you never read?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. I just don't
I want to get it
understand.
turned into a Netflix special.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. That is completely what it is, and it drives me absolutely apeshit. It's like, okay, then write a script and pitch it at a meeting, but don't, it's like the methods of storytelling. I think part of the problem is that not that there's anything wrong with young people trying to write. It's important to start writing as young as you can, but I think that until your brain has reached a certain point of development, you just don't understand, you don't understand really the difference between a plot and a story. You don't understand why themes are important. You don't understand the importance of, every word having a meaning and a relevance to the story. And I think that's partly because of the way young people are raised on things like television or video games, where you have a lot of side quests and B plots that, only vaguely reflect the main plot at best. And, it's like, so it's a much more disorganized kind of form of storytelling compared to the form of prose novel writing. And so these people, they just don't know what they want. I feel like really what they want is to be writing a video game, or like you said, to have a Netflix special. They don't want to tell stories. They want to have their name on a project. And I think that's just
And
I
really,
want to be a
if you want
YouTube
your name on a
influencer.
project,
I've written it.
if you want your name on a project, be an actor.
Yeah, totally.
Or
I mean,
just
if
be
that's
a
your ultimate-
YouTube, or just be
Yeah.
a fucking influencer.
Yeah.
I'm an influencer. I just threw up
Is
blood.
I was gonna say, is that Satan's semen working its way out of your body like in the Bill Hicks pit?
Exactly. It's just like it's like that's not even sucking Satan's dick, because you're not even guaranteed to get anything if you go on YouTube and be a jackass.
Right.
Like what we're doing.
I've been thinking about that bit so much lately, because the whole part where he's talking about Vanilla Ice going in to suck Satan's dick, and one of the things Satan tells him is, I will lower the standards of the earth and put all the money in the hands of teenage girls. They will think you are cool and edgy. But the thing specifically about lowering the standards of the earth has been ringing so fucking true. I'm going to give a hot take right now. I fucking hate The Mandalorian. Every episode has pissed me off and disappointed me, and it's because Disney is writing to these plot beats. And everybody else I have seen on social media, basically without exception, just fucking loves this show. They love everything about it. And I just look at it and I see a dirty, greasy whore trying to grab my money while wearing a pair of Mickey Mouse ears, and I don't like it.
It's just like, oh, the Mandalorian is great.
And their captors gave a cookie, you know?
What's that?
That's what it is. You know?
What's that?
They were in a prison camp before, and their captors have just given them a cookie. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it is.
It's just like it looks like Ryan Johnson wants to do a Star Wars movie. Suck Satan's cock.
Yeah, exactly.
And then we get the fucking Last Jedi. Jesus fuck.
If you want to, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I go off on this tangent all the time. It's like, just tell me stories I fucking care about. I'm tired of Disney's trend of going back and basically remaking the plot beats of their old movies for new movies. And I hate that as a culture, we've apparently agreed to pretend like that's not what they're doing. And it's just, when did we agree to be brainwashed like this? That's what I don't understand.
Yeah.
For some reason, a friend of mine wanted to go see that Lion King remake. It is like it has no reason to exist. You could go sit in the theater, and
it's like it's not even a live action remake.
No,
right? They're like, oh, this is part of our live action remake.
You could go sit in a theater and stare at a blank screen for 2 hours, and it would contribute just as much to your enlightenment.
It would probably contribute more.
Way more.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's called meditating as opposed to just
exactly
sucking in sewage directly through your brain hole.
I mean, there's a movie that's literally the whole movie is like it's 90 minutes of a blue screen, and it's way more fucking artistic and beautiful than anything Disney's done recently.
Well,
they did that to Aladdin too.
Yeah, I didn't watch that. I didn't give a shit.
This is how profoundly evil Disney is as a company right now, even beyond the level of what they train their writers to do. And by train, I mean like circus monkeys. But they're grunt employees, like the people who do the office work and, I don't know, coordinate the fake Snow Whites at Disney World. They've and I found this out from watching a YouTube video by, I forget the guy's name. He's very young, but he sort of critiques corporate employee control techniques and like developer salaries. Very interesting, kind of a work world blog. But one of his episodes was about what's called the electronic whip. Disney has figured out a way, and a bunch of other corporations have done this too. I forget what the consulting company that inspired them all to bring this magic to us was, but they've gamified their employees' productivity by having a leaderboard. Like you would have on a video game.
Holy shit.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Visible to all of their departments, showing each employee in the department whether they're doing green, good, yellow, not so good, or red. Oh, you suck today. And it's visible for everybody to see.
That is chilling.
Fuck. I hate that.
Yeah. Not only that, there's no reward for doing well at it. There's only public shame, and maybe you won't get a raise if you do badly at it. And
they don't even pay a living wage for where it's at now anymore.
Yeah. And the managers, this is the best part. The managers can adjust the electronic whip without telling you. So if they're mad at you personally, they can turn up the metrics that you have to hit to be in the green.
Wow.
What are we sponsored by Perrier, Zach?
Yep.
But have you heard what they're doing
Anybody
with
that has anything called empathy would not sign up for that plan, right? As far as if anybody, from a top-down perspective had any empathy at all, they would not institute that particular plan. I mean, that's just absolutely demonic.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah,
have you heard what they've been doing with Alan Dean Foster?
Mm-mm.
I thought he
so
like somebody brought it up.
Yeah, they since they now own Star Wars and the Alien franchise, Alan Dean Foster.
Oh, they're not paying him. Right.
Yeah. He wrote the novelization of the first Star Wars movie and the first Alien movie. Those books are both still in print, but Disney has not been paying Alan Dean Foster his royalties. They're saying that when they bought it, they didn't inherit the costs, which is bullshit. They absolutely did, and they're refusing to talk to him.
What? Well, Disney has really,
Yeah.
they have
They probably can't afford to.
embraced themselves. Was that?
I was kidding. It was that they probably can't afford to, is what I said, but I
Yeah,
was kidding. Go
yeah,
ahead. Go
right.
ahead.
Obviously,
No.
they refuse to do negotiations with him. They're saying he has to sign an NDA before they'll do any negotiations, which is
They're
absolute
just such
bullshit.
bastards. It's incredible that they've been allowed to get away with this. I mean, they really do have a monopoly on all media. And I've been talking about for the past couple of years how, like, obviously Mickey Mouse's time is coming to a close. I mean, they're not going to be able to extend the copyright anymore after a certain point. And, obviously the rest of the world isn't going to respect at all the copyright. So it's like, for me, I can't help but feel like we are seeing a weird, like, fundamental shift in the way Disney perceives itself. And okay, this is all going to tie together, so forgive my side thing. When I went to go see the 9th movie in theaters, which was like, just something I had to do because I'm OCD, I guess. What really stood out to me is right before the movie started, but after the other trailers, there was an ad for a ride at Disneyland. And I was like, holy shit, now I understand their business model. Their business model is just to sell rides. All of the movies they make now are advertisements for Disneyland. And so Star Wars and Marvel, these things, we're going to see the focus of Disney and its park shift. And it's like, mark my words, it's going to be, Star Wars Galaxyland with Disney Planet, like this little corner, that's like basically Cinderella's castle and nothing else. So it's just, I don't know, man. I think it's in a very weird place where we're just like watching this power slide from cartoons to these mega franchises that are just completely dominating our culture and forcing us to spiral into a series of sequels and remakes and just really boring, not at all challenging stuff.
Prequels.
Yeah,
yeah.
Oh, and don't forget how hard they fucked Johnny Depp in the ass. Not that I don't think actors are trash, but his whole life story is now one of the worst tragedies.
It's so sad. He's a really nice man and he's a good actor, and there's no evidence that anything happened, and he has just been totally blackballed by this industry. It's really sad. And it reminds me a lot of witch hunting.
Beat him and cut his finger off. But.
Yeah. So it reminds me of, the communist witch hunting and McCarthyism a little bit now, where it's like all you have to do.
Which of course, Disney was big on, union busting and pretending that everyone who wanted to unionize for a fair wage was a dirty communist.
Yeah.
Now Disney is leading the charge as communists witch hunting everyone else. So they kind of have covered the whole, authoritarian territory.
I mean, they're cozying up to China, which calls itself communist, but, not really.
Well, and that's an interesting point too, because that was what that gamified, what was it, the digital whip? I think you called it.
Whip.
Yeah, that's it reminded me of their social, their social point system.
Social credit program.
Yeah.
It's just like,
but tonight we're supposed to be celebrating the best of what we've read this year.
That's a good point. We need to, get into our favorite books of this year.
I think we're getting ready to. Congratulations.
Yeah, fuck Disney.
Okay, fuck Disney. Congratulations.
Exactly. They don't need any more of our heads, any more of our thoughts or mental energy.
Okay, congratulations, Phoenix.
What were you just saying, Greg?
Oops, we got him back again.
What's that?
Should we go ahead and jump into the best to our
I'm
best
telling you,
list?
it's not fucking funny anymore. Okay, congratulations, Phoenix, on getting your copy of Starving Zoe. I'm trying to support a publisher here, and you guys are being assholes on purpose. Okay.
We're always assholes on purpose.
No, but
It's never
not like
accidental.
Not like this. Not like this. You never get to me like this bad. You're doing it like intentionally this week for some reason because you got some bug up your ass.
Mom,
Not 'cause it's
Dad,
funny.
please stop fighting.
Shut up, Mom. Shut up. You're the reason Mom and Dad drinks.
Shut up, Regina. I was like, oh my god, I'm going into hide under the couch mode.
Mom never wanted you. She wanted to get an abortion.
Wait, what just happened? I wasn't paying attention.
It was a joke you wouldn't have appreciated
I think
at
Jeremy
all.
was going to promote the giveaway again before we segued into doing the top tens.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that was our segue.
Do what, Gregor?
Yeah.
Do what, Gregor?
What's that?
I didn't hear what you said.
I think you were going to promote your giveaway again as a segue into the top tens.
Yeah, I've
That's what
got
I
it.
thought
I've
was
got it
happening.
running at the bottom of the screen. I mean, I've done all I can. If people don't want a free book, I mean, I don't know. I tried. You know?
I think Perrier's better than Fiji.
Get your free fucking book already. God damn it.
Okay, nobody cares about your preferred bottle of water, Zach. Anyway, I'm gonna let Gregor and the girls go first because they have treated me with respect tonight.
Hey, I've given you all the respect you deserve.
Which ain't very. Okay.
Somebody
Gregor.
take the shovel away from Ben before he digs the hole any deeper.
Gregor.
Yeah, he'll dig the hole deeper, and then I'll get the dang repercussions.
Yeah. I'm just
I thought you were going to
thinking
say,
that's
then
the
I'll get the post digger.
So Gregor,
Yeah.
tell us your best books of the year.
We'll pull up my blog, and it's there. We can go over the books on my blog.
Will do. All right.
That's a good strategy. sir.
GregorzAne.blogspot.com.
By the way, Regina, an author who I won't say, just told me the show is brutal. I'll politely decline.
They think this is brutal.
I mean, I just wonder what it was about the show that they considered brutal enough that they said, whoa, I don't want to be associated with this shit. And I think maybe it was because I said something about nightworms, or maybe it's just because of how uncoordinated everything is. But I mean, this is how most live streams are on YouTube. I mean,
maybe they're afraid that if I take off my clothes and they leave, I'll get mad.
Okay, well, I've
Maybe
gotta
it's
say, a
all-
lot of
Maybe
the
you should,
people with the nightworms mentality are mental boomers. We're like the edgy Zoomers who like the freaking scary alt-right stuff.
Don't call
And
me
then-
edgy. No.
Then you have the
I don't wanna
boomers
be
who are like
into that group.
they like Ben Shapiro and freaking Fox News. It's like that's the comparison I'm making.
where is it, Greg? Is it
Maybe you should like wear less clothes, and maybe we get more viewers that way.
Blogspot.com.
Yeah, maybe you should.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Greg.
exactly.
No,
Why are
Look,
you?
Don't.
I'm sorry.
Look,
Greg.
I already exude. I already exude so much fucking sexiness. The rest of you aren't pulling your
Potteroo.
weight.
Okay, Gregor. So where's it at?
Hold on. I'll put it in the chat.
Is it 38 caliber? No.
Do y'all feel like going to the multiverse
No,
tonight
no.
after the end of the top?
Don't even bring it up, Zach. No.
So
We
Ben,
haven't taken the girls to the multiverse. I don't think Anne's been. I don't think Regina's been. I
What
don't
have I
think
not
Chris
been?
has been.
That was
To the
really
multiverse.
sad. That was really sad to say.
Where have I not been?
Who
To the
left?
multiverse.
We lost Gregor.
You haven't been to the
multiverse.
multiverse. Yeah.
It's just this stupid like computer effect. Like if you
Now,
start,
it was good that one time. Every other time
okay,
they hadn't
okay,
found
you
the
can
map.
explain it,
that.
Zach. Okay,
Yeah,
go
I've
ahead.
been there, I think.
You can have the honor of explaining the bullshit to him, Zach. Go
Okay,
ahead.
one time it worked, and it was the trippiest thing ever because there were so many things going on, and there was this music playing, and then these certain like sound cues that kept replaying or like repeating, and
Put
then
it in
there
the-
was
I put
like
it
this
in the
freaking
chat.
anthropomorphic. Yeah, he put it in the chat. And then there was that was one of the sound cues that kept repeating, and then there was this dude in a big dollar costume. And it just freaking kept going on and on. And when it was done, everyone felt like they freaking came off like some kind of weird drug trip. Like everyone said it messed with their heads. It's perfect.
And now he brings it up every episode, and it's kind of obnoxious. So
You're kind of obnoxious.
no,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
not as much.
You're obnoxious.
Not as much as you. No.
You say that like some
All
kind
right.
of like authoritative parent.
No, she have no respect. That's all. So
Now you say it like a black woman who says
Any-
R-E-S-P-E-C-T.
okay,
Top 12 rings in the past 12 months. Go.
yeah. I mean, holy shit, man. I mean, don't be such a cunt. You know.
Well,
Yeah. Anyway,
someone's mad.
I want to read
No.
this book just to figure out what that fucking flesh thing is. That is disturbing.
yeah. Let
I love
Gregor
that cover.
let Gregor present his
Yeah.
thing and explain why. You know. So
Gregor, top 12 reads. Go.
She can certainly talk about how much she wants to read the book as a flesh blob. I mean, that's fine with me. But anyhow, so
Flesh blob.
12 past 12 months, what I've read in the year 2020, not the books that have been published in the year 2020, and I ordered them from, I guess I should have done it from 10 to 1, but it's organized from 1 to 10. So sorry if that screws up all the suspense. But this was, I think this is my favorite book of the year that I read this year. Ghosters by Ralph Robert Moore. It's a short story collection / mosaic novel. It's all interconnected short stories. Taking a premise that you would think that there would be, really no way to really get away from like the Ghostbusters type of, stigma, I guess, because the basic premise is ghost hunters, essentially, right? And, you kind of think, oh, Ghostbusters or those shitty shows or assholes are running around in the dark with flashlights and, electromagnetic pulse detectors or some shit. And it's nothing like that whatsoever. Like the guy is able to take a premise that you think that, would totally suck and be boring and makes it exceedingly interesting and inventive. And very bizarre and brutal, like all these ghost hunters. Each story is it centers on like a ghost hunter or like a pair of ghost hunters, and all of these ghost hunters are very kind of kind of jaded and somewhat brutal and without much mercy, and they're not nice guys necessarily, or they're giving them tough love is kind of the way it comes off as, right? The people that they're trying to help get rid of particular ghosts, and all the stories are great. The characters are really interesting, and then the ways that this guy dreams up for handling the exorcisms, let's call them, are just very unique and inventive. I mean, it's a very creative book and very well done. So, I mean, Jeremy's read this one. I don't think anybody else has, right?
No.
I think I recommended it to
I mean,
you, but
no. Yeah, you did recommend it to me, and that was a very good recommendation. So that's an excellent book. Then generally I don't have too many nonfiction books on my list, but this year I've got 3. I guess Mothman Prophecies is technically, I guess, nonfiction. It's probably a bunch of bullshit, but it's great. That's a great book. It's like it was like one of the most compelling books that I read this year. Like I just flew through that book. It was great storytelling, very intriguing. The writing was super accessible, and it just pulled you right through to the end. I mean, I probably read it in 2 sittings, and it's not a short book. It's, you guys read that?
I love that book.
I
Have
haven't,
you
no.
have you
Yeah.
read anything else by Keel?
No, but are
It's
his
an
other
awesome book.
books similar in what I described, or no?
He does. So the reason why Mothman Prophecies is so great is because of the narrative arc that it has, and his other books are a little less narrative driven, but he still explores some really interesting concepts. So I think it's worth reading all of his stuff if you can.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
Keel's
I was
freaking awesome.
definitely thinking about picking some other stuff up. What were you gonna say, Zach?
I was gonna say Keel
What was
is
that?
awesome, and wasn't it? I was reading it, and then you got like interested in it because I was hyping it up.
Maybe it could have been that. Yeah, I mean, I've also heard a
Give me
lot of
that
people's.
credit because I deserve it.
Okay, yeah, but I have heard over the years people talking it up. I didn't really believe them, and then I think that maybe you're the one that pushed it over the edge. I'll
Now,
say that.
Gregor, are you in Ohio? I remember. Was it
Yeah.
you?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So,
Yes.
have you been to Point Pleasant? Have you seen the Mothman statue there?
No, but I would like to go. After reading this book, I was thinking about trying to take a little road trip. So,
You totally should at some point. I don't know if the museum that was there is currently open right now, obviously with everything going on, but
Right.
there used to be a really cool, fun little like Mothman conspiracy museum that was just basically like a comic book shop a guy had turned into like a cryptid type place. It was just like, it had such a weird paranoid vibe, and everything about it was so just like out of a Pynchon novel somehow, very uncomfortable. Just had like a movie playing projected onto a screen. God, I hope it's open. You gotta go. It's really great.
Yeah, I would like to.
I could
I would
probably
like to
meet you there,
go.
Gregor.
Oh yeah, I would definitely be up for that. So maybe in the autumn. That would seem like to be the best time to go there.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like that's the good. I mean, that area of the world is beautiful in autumn. So it seemed, and also just because of the spookiness of the story and all that, that'd be great. So let's talk about that again around summertime and try to organize a trip there if people do want to meet there. That would be pretty cool. So yeah,
Yes.
John Keel's Mothman Prophecy, number 2, and then Doom Cabaret by John McNee. Another thing that I wanted to say before we get too deep into this list is I didn't put any books on this list that were written by humans that I actually talk to, right? Like, that are like friends of mine or things like that. So, maybe somebody that I know personally would have been on here, but I kind of tried to avoid that this time around. So anyways, John McNee's Doom Cabaret is a fantastic horror collection, short stories, and this is a really good book. Every story is a keeper in this one. Rarely do you ever come across a collection of short stories where you think that every story is really well done and inventive and cool. There's definitely some like Clive Barker influence in this, but he's got his own voice and his own style. And there's cannibalism and all kinds of really disturbed subject matter, but his writing is really good. He's a class act. So Doom Cabaret was very highly enjoyable short story collection, horror stories. Has anybody read it?
No, but you had me at cannibalism.
Nope, you should.
There.
Familiar with the name though, yeah.
Yeah. And then I like Chuck Palahniuk's writing book. I listened to this in audio format. That's an excellent book. and I also bought it in ebook so that I could read it and use it as a reference after having checked it out of the library in audiobook. I liked it so much. It's very, as you would imagine, very to the point, very succinct, and also a lot of very practical and I guess practical and kind of hands-on, nitty-gritty kind of advice. So I thought it was a great book on writing. It's very interesting, and also he's got a lot of great stories, weird anecdotes that he comes up with from various tours that he's been on that are highly disturbed and entertaining. So that book is recommended, especially to the humans that are on this call. I'm sure that you'd all get some use out of it.
Right on.
Has anybody read it?
No.
No, but you don't need
And
to be
then,
suspicious.
I didn't even know you had that.
I'm sure Stumpler could use it too. Sorry. I was just being an asshole. Yeah, I was just being an asshole and saying you don't need to be so speciesist. I'm sure Stumpler could use it too. But he can't because he can't read.
Yeah, I guess
that. Okay, that joke went nowhere.
That's true.
Please just ignore me.
And then Sputnik Sweetheart. I think I've had a Haruki Murakami book on my top 12 list every year for the last 5 or so years at least. I don't know, but he generally has a spot on my list. He's got just the smoothest writing style. You're entirely sucked in. I have no idea what he is doing that makes it so, right? Because a lot of the stuff that he talks about or describes are very mundane things, but at the same time it's just entirely fascinating, and I just get entirely sucked into everything that I've read by him. Yeah, this book is good. It's not as good as others that I've read by him, but it was like around the halfway point. The first half I was like, this is not so great of a, it's good, but it's not like Haruki Murakami's great books, right? But then at about the halfway point, it just is totally fantastic. So, I mean, this is a really good book, and it's highly recommend this one. Now, our man Ben, I believe, is reading After Hours or After Dark? You're reading that now, right?
Yeah, I'm reading it, and I'm
enjoying it.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it very much.
Yeah, I figured you would, but yeah. So I imagine that after reading that, you're going to read others, and you're going to become a fan because he's. I mean, that guy's just great. I don't know how it is that he can be translated by different humans, and it still seems like I'm reading the same thing. And it's amazing to me that I don't know, the style and the voice is consistent across multiple books and across multiple translators. But I mean, Haruki Murakami is one of my favorite writers. He's just fantastic. So let's go down to number 6 rather. We're going,
Yes.
And then this is a recommendation from our man Jeremy Maddox, the angry Jeremy Maddox, and this book is really good. It's really imaginative. I like stuff that has just really interesting concepts and world buildings and interesting milieus. This world that this individual built in which this story takes place is fantastic. I mean, just the concept of you go to this part of the planet that it was like somewhat recently discovered, and the only way to get into this particular island, say, area of the world is to go through a space of I don't know, like kind of like a ring around it, where when you're traveling through this particular ring around this area, when you travel out of it, right, you forget everything that happened inside of that area, right? So, on your way to this mysterious island, there's a point in time where you can do anything you want in this particular area, geographical area, knowing that you're never going to remember what it is that you did there. So this guy's got this. Yeah. So this guy's got this these journals that he has that he took while he was there, and like a lot of the most of the book, he's scared as hell to even look at them.
Oh
Right.
yeah.
And the thing is that's only one aspect of the story, right? See, that's what I also like about this. It kind of reminds me of a Philip K. Dick book, and I know that you guys talked about this recently when I was out on about your love of Dick, and I am also a lover of Dick.
Yeah, you can't help but love the Dick.
Yeah. So the Nightworms guys clip that one out and put it on the internet. So, anyways,
we love Dick.
So,
Well, if you like Dick, you might like Moorcock. Moorcock is a really good alternative.
I'm not really a big fan of Moorcock, really. I tried Moorcock, didn't like it, but I do love Dick. I've read everything he's written, except for like two of his straight novels. I've read almost all of his straight novels. There's like two I have not read. But
I really
what
like
I'm getting
Behold
at
the
is
Man.
that a lot of what's that?
I said I really like Behold the Man.
What's that you like?
Behold
What's that?
the Man.
I'm not getting the reference.
It's one of Michael Moorcock's novels, Behold the Man.
Yeah.
Oh, I've not read that. Is that? I mean, are you making it like a gay joke related to Dick and Moorcock?
No, that's actually one of the names. That's one of the names of his books.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Behold
but you
the
actually
Man.
do like it. You're not making a man. You're
No,
not
it's
making a
a good
man
book.
joke, though.
No, it's a good
Okay,
book.
all right, okay. So I just want to make sure because I was going to write it down, right? I mean,
Yeah.
if you're just making a Dick joke, I'm not going to write that down. Behold the Man, because I'll give another whirl. Try to, I've tried a couple of Moorcock's books, and I couldn't get into them. But anyways, going back to Dick, like this is comparable to Dick in that a lot of Dick books. He'll take 3 or 4 ideas that could easily make a great book or great story, and he'll jam them all together into one novel. And that's kind of like what this is,
That's cool.
It's got 3 or 4 great concepts all smashed together in one book, and that's why this is on this list. So number 7 is Eileen. Not Elaine. I'm sorry, but I didn't put anybody's any of my pals' books on here. So this is not Elaine. It's Eileen, and this is a book that's like a super well written character study, basically about this horrible woman who works in this home for boys, like a juvenile detention center for boys, and then she gets mixed up with a coworker, and they're gonna stop some evil people from doing evil things to these boys, or are these people just entirely delusional and the people that they're going to stop are entirely innocent? You don't know, right? So this is an excellent book. It's one of these books where the main character is so horrible that you just can't look away. It's just fascinating, and you're still, I don't know, so well written, so well done that you're just dragged through the book to see what horrible things this woman can get into, and and what horrible things she can think of, and the watching the nasty thoughts inside her head. It's a fantastic book. It's a relatively short book, but it's also I read this in a couple sips as well. This is a really good book. All right, so what's up with number 8? Let's look at number 8. Oh, this one is another one of these stories with like mysterious videotapes, right? And somebody finds mysterious videotape with these weird, weird, intriguing scenes on them, and it turns out that there's this woman who's got a huge collection of these videotapes that were made at this home that she's bought, and there's a whole mystery around it and what happened to the people that are on the videotape, trying to figure out what happened to them, and the person that's investigating it ends up getting involved in this group of people that put them on the videotape. It's this weird videotape collection. It's a really a fascinating book. It's lower down the list because of maybe I would say maybe the ending wasn't as satisfying as it could have been, but it's a very intriguing story. And I'm also just a sucker for the, mysterious film, mysterious videotape, forbidden book type story, right? I'm a sucker for that type of a narrative. Has anybody read this? Universal Harvest?
I
I
did.
have.
I want to.
Back in the day, and I don't know. I felt like it lost its focus when they cut away in the second half. When they cut away from the guy who works at the video store, I don't remember them ever coming back to him. And I didn't like that.
They did, but like I said, it loses its way a little bit at the end. It didn't stick the landing, but I would still recommend it.
Because the video store guy was so interesting, and the stuff he was
right
on these videotapes and the relationship he had with his dad. I liked all that.
Yes.
And for him to focus on these other characters, I never even got to know those characters. It's almost like I blocked them out. I don't know why Darnielle made that choice in storytelling in that book. I don't understand.
Yeah, it was a weird structural choice. Yeah, and that's why it's further down on the list. Because of what you're describing. But I would still recommend it. Let's see, what's that number 9?
Really?
Goldfinch. I mean, she does a great job writing characters. The characters.
I thought you said you didn't like this.
I loved it up until the end, and so I was kind of like, I can't, say. I mean, I really was enthralled by this book up until the end, and then there were some choices that were made that I was just like, oh, come on, man, this doesn't fucking make any goddamn sense. You know what I mean? But I can't deny this woman's ability to write awesome characters, right? I mean, they just come to life. They're obviously they're just sort of lifelike, intriguing characters. They seem, entirely human, entirely well-rounded, and real and intriguing. I don't know. I mean, it's a great book until the end. It goes into your bad ending club group there, Jeremy. So,
yeah, I'll have to check this out because I did really enjoy The Secret History.
Yeah, Secret History is a superior book because it's good through and through, right? And the character work that makes that book, The Secret History, so great is evident in this one as well, right? I think that Secret History is superior. However, this book is, artfully done, excellent. I mean, it's a very good book. I mean, it deserves the praise that it gets. I didn't like the ending, but it was very good up until, some things just didn't. I wasn't buying it. Some things that happened at the end, I wasn't buying it. But up until that point, I mean, it was fantastic. So, yeah, Secret History, I would definitely recommend to anybody. I mean, that's a great book. And then number 10, what we got for that? Because I got 12. I'm sorry, but that's what I do. David Boring by Daniel Claus. This is kind of like a, let's see, how to describe this one. I don't even want to describe it, I guess. I think that you should just read it.
I love that title.
Yeah.
Why don't you want to describe it?
I don't know. I mean, I think you should just go out and look at the pictures and start reading it and see what you think. If you don't like the artwork and what you're going to get up front, you might not like it, right? But I think that with something like this, you should probably just go at it without knowing a whole lot. Yeah. Has anybody read anything by Daniel Claus?
I don't think so. No.
He's the guy that wrote Ghost World, that movie Ghost World.
Oh,
yeah, Ghost World is their most popular one.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, so he wrote the graphic novel that's based on, which is a good good graphic novel. But my favorite Daniel Clowes book is Like a Velvet Glove Cast in Iron. That one is a fantastic book. It's one of my favorite graphic novels of all time. And this is good. It's not as good as Like a Velvet Glove Cast in Iron, but it is very good. So I don't know. I mean, if you guys, with a comic book, you're either going to like the art. If you open up the book, do a preview, and you'll know within the first 2 pages of your preview if it's something that that appeals to your eye and your brain, right? But a big part of it is like, do you like the artwork, right? But so take a look, and it is a good book. It is good. I think it's worth reading for sure. And 11.
Oh, this guy is legendary.
An Emp. Yeah, this guy's really good. An Emp of Aether. I don't know how to pronounce it, but W.H. Pugmire. I just read a book by him, or it was a co-written book by him, like last year. What was it called? Like, it was co-written with Jeffrey Thomas, and it was all these adventures that they wrote about a character that they co-created called Ian Coffin, I think is his name, and that book's about the character is just like kind of like an occultist or an independent occult enthusiast. He's kind of like a armchair kind of. Well, I guess he actually is a practicing occultist, and he's like a bisexual guy, and he has these weird adventures and misadventures. But the thing is that I like about Pugmire's books, or his stories rather, is that every story is like taking a warm bath on an autumn evening with the windows open, this fresh air. It's just like the most cozy, relaxing stuff. I don't know what it is. Like he invokes this mood where you're just like sinking into a warm bath and just having a grand time, just relaxing and feeling like a little chill on your skin and reading a good book or something like it. This guy's just got this weird style that he's just able to invoke the most, relaxing mood. I don't know how he does it. And they're horror stories, right? I mean, they're these weird horror stories with creepy things happening, usually around some kind of bizarre artifact or a bizarre town. They're somewhat Lovecraftian, I suppose, but the prose is really good, and a lot of times the story is about a guy going to a small quaint town, and he goes to a nice bookstore and finds a weird painting, and it leads him on this strange little adventure, and ends up with some weird albino freaks in the woods or something, that type of thing. But the mood that it invokes is just fantastic. I mean, I love this guy's writing, and I will be definitely reading some more of this guy's books. The reason this one isn't higher up on the list is that the stories were all good, but say the John McNee book, every story in there was really damn good. This one, most of them were really damn good. So
he passed away.
Number 12. Yeah, not too long ago, within the past 5 years, something like that.
Yeah, not too long.
So.
We actually published him in Surreal Grotesque. He wrote a story, I think, about Shub-Niggurath, the black goat of the woods in Lovecraftian lore. And he was a really polite guy, and I was sad to hear of his passing because he was complimentary of the magazine. And I mean, the online magazine outlets that people submit to are so disposable these days, but he, was kind enough to compliment it when the one that came out with his story in it. He didn't have to contribute anything. He was far more established than anything Surreal Grotesque had ever done. But yeah, he was a very polite guy, and I hated to hear he passed because he's a legend of the Lovecraftian, sphere of authors.
Right. Yeah. And yeah, all indications are that he was a class act through and through for sure. Yeah. Yeah. It is sad. But he's got a lot of material too, though, right? There's a lot for stuff for me to read.
Yeah.
And then this is the number 12 program to kill the politics of serial murder. So this one,
that's a very, very good.
I got an HTML freaking shit in there. All right, I got to fix that. But anyways,
wait. You what?
What's that now?
What are you saying about HTML? Oh, I see.
I got a little HTML error in there. I
How
screwed
would
up.
you
But
describe the program to kill thing? Because I find it hard to some people. He basically suggests that all the serial killers were almost like a media and military invention, right? That's what I got out of it when I read it.
yeah, he kind of like.
Okay, Gregor first.
Yeah, I mean, he basically is saying a couple of different things are happening, right? That in some instances, or in many instances, it's military psychological operations, in that they're experimenting on humans, right? Either with various different
what?
I think the NSA intercepted his call before he could reveal the truth.
They got him.
Did he drop out?
No, he's showing he's still there. Oh, Gregor, they silenced you. They didn't want you to know. Maybe they whacked him.
God, I hope not. They got him. Gregor.
Maybe they said the special word. Now he's out there being a serial killer and doesn't know it.
Yeah, he's got his trigger phrase.
What was that?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, it was a Manchurian candidate, and now he just grabbed his knife and he's on his way to. He's on his way to your house, Zach.
Gregor,
he's got a long way to go.
Gregor, I see you there, but you're not. You're not coming in. Did he drop out finally? He did. Oh my God. Oh, he wasn't programmed to kill too. He killed. How, isn't that a weird time to drop out? Jesus.
I'm telling you,
Jeremy.
it was interference.
You're closer to him than I am, I think.
Yes, the stream leader. It's your job to check it out.
So,
This is the start of a horror movie.
We'll let him come back to talking about this when he comes back in. But I don't know who wants to go next, Chris or Regina. Chris, you're not going to be here as long. Do you want to go next or what? You sent me the list, your list, but
yeah, no, I got it on me too. Now that I'm here, yeah, I can go for it.
I'll pull them up as you talk.
Yeah, okay.
The person who said that this show was brutal, by the way, is still here, and I'm glad of that. Maybe they just meant the argument was brutal. I hope that's what it was. But go ahead, Chris.
Yeah. So basically, I'm starting with just books that I guess the order it goes in how I read them this year. So this would have been like the first one I read this year. Was This Town Needs a Monster by Anderson Prunty. This is one that he put out about a few years ago now, but it's one I've always been wanting to read and finally did. Actually, I read the free sample of it and it was just like, I want more. So like I downloaded the Kindle version, and there's a girl, like the two main characters. Well, I don't know if they're not the main characters, but the two girls that are kind of like fucking with this guy in this book are just completely nuts. And there's one that's named Barcy. That's he always comes up with these crazy names for people too. She was just out like just psycho. I loved her. So that's pretty much what kept me going with this book. And I think it's just like one of his classic examples of what kind of weird shit Anderson writes, and it cracks me up. There's a lot of funny shit happening in this book, but it's also like some disgusting horror stuff going on. So
Right.
like that, I recommend that one for you.
Hang on one second,
The
Gregor. So I
second-
think Gregor. Well, I'm sorry,
cool.
Chris. We'll get back to it in a second. Gregor, what a weird time to drop out, huh?
Yeah, I know. Did you get my text?
Huh?
You get my text?
Oh, what on my phone or here? No, I didn't. What happened?
Oh, I just texted you. They're here. Oh shit! But you know, it was an internet problem. You know.
What, did you have anything else to say about Program to Kill? Do you think that the media and military collude or collaborate to create serial killers? That's what I got out of what he was saying. What do you?
They both terrify the general populace, right? But then to also just do mind control experiments, see what people what they can get away with, what they can get people to do, and then they would also, claiming that they're directing these serial killers at political targets, right? Is basically what he was saying. But all that stuff is interesting. But what the reason it made it on the list was just because it was just nonstop lists of these horrible things that these people have done with other people. It's just like nonstop every page. It was just so relentless in the lists of just, I don't know, humanity man type of stuff. It was just, it was unbelievable, right? It was almost like psyop in and of itself, right? But yeah. So that was I don't know how much I recommend it, but it was it had an impact, I guess.
So Ghosters was your
what
number.
year it came out, or was it?
Do I know what year it came out? No.
80s
Early
or 90s.
Yeah.
Zach, you had something to say about Program to Kill. Then we'll get back to Lesko.
Yeah.
I'm too tired.
He's too tired.
Okay, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
All right. Yeah, good list, Gregor. Thanks for putting that out. There's a bunch I haven't heard of that I want to check out. My second one, I'll go ahead and do what Gregor wasn't doing, and I'll post Elaine by Ben or Zate. What struck me with this one was just the small town weirdness. I love that kind of shit, and that's kind of what I enjoy writing as well. And I really wanted to read something from Ben, and this was my choice, and I was quite happy with it. What else? I don't know. It had a lot of the ideas of just were new to me as far as about. I'm trying not to really talk about it, give it away, but I guess about just somebody coming into this town and I guess almost not even being able to leave or so, and just it was just a weird ride, and I really liked it.
Thanks a lot.
Oh yeah.
Other humans have read this one as well on this call, right? Oh yeah, definitely, Regina.
Yeah, no, Elaine was a great book. I really enjoyed it a lot. And actually, I had it in my number 10 slot on my list, but I got peer pressured into taking it off during Gregor's sharing time.
Yeah, so
I was like, well, maybe I
celebrate it
shouldn't
right now.
have it on my
Celebrate
list. So, when I switched
I'm glad
it
you
out,
liked it.
it was a good book.
Oh yeah. The next one was "Please buy this book so I can feel validated and finally love myself" by
That's great.
Homeless. Yeah, that was another one where I think I heard a sample, or I heard one story out of it read on by Brian Ellis, who put out the book with House of Vlad Press. He was on a Zoom. There was like a Zoom author event where a whole bunch of authors from his press and another press were kind of together reading stuff one Sunday night, and he read something from that, and I was like, whoa, that's my kind of shit. A lot of them. So I checked it out, and it was that's like one where I think like yeah, it got me excited to like want to try to write something myself again. Or actually, yeah, I read it and I got excited about reading again and writing. Let me see here. I guess it has a novel and then like some other little stories at the end. But basically, it was like a guy and a girl. A guy gets in the car with a girl who's on a pizza delivery route, and they're trying to raise money to go to Olive Garden. And they have like these clouds like over their head that kind of make them that show their feelings or something like that.
You're still talking about Please Buy This Book,
weird.
right?
Yeah, it was really weird, and I didn't really expect from this book, and that's I don't know, just it was something that took me by surprise that I really liked.
You might want to get closer to the mic
And then
because it's
I'll go on. Yeah. Okay. Is that better?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. All right. I'll check out. And then I guess we'll go on to the next one is Life of the Party by T. Hasek Vlahovic.
This is a Clash book, I can tell.
Yeah, Clash book there. When I was on Facebook or so, I saw something that she posted a video of her doing a reading of it, and it was just a real clever way to kind of, I don't know, just the videos that she was doing were funny as hell, and she was dancing like some music and like Barracuda and reading a little bit about it, and it just it got me excited to want to check it out, and because it seemed like this girl would write something cool, and sure enough, I took a chance on it, and I really dug it. There was one thing that I really just remember about it just being really weird was the girl that's the main character really liked kept wanting her boyfriend to pee on her. And she's just like a party animal, and I don't know, it was a lot of fun. But I did get a signed copy of that one too, actually. But yeah, we'll go on to the next one then. The Fucking Zombie Apocalypse by Brian Smith.
Mm-hmm.
I remember talking with you guys about this on the show when I think like I first came on, or one of the second times. I really liked the cover of this one, and I don't know, yeah, just like what I guess Jeremy was talking about earlier, just thinking zombie shit was kind of dead. I decided to
Man, your
read something zombie myself, though.
Your connection's getting really muffled, and it's like there's a little bit of a delay too.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you get a little closer though, and like speak up a little bit?
Talking right into the talking.
Sorry,
right
man. Go ahead.
I'm hearing the zumble too. All right. Well, I guess we'll just go on to the next one then. Factotum. The hell is
Who
that?
is typing so loud?
Yeah.
I don't know, man, but Factotum is like one of the best books ever written. I love that book.
Is it really? I like
no doubt. I liked how I guess just like carefree or so it was, where
yeah,
you know, you just following this guy around, and it just it made it, I don't know, seem so easy and accessible, but also just completely he was just getting into some bad luck, and I don't know, but he also like didn't give a fuck, and that's kind of I really like that attitude there.
All right, Zach, do you think it's funny that people get interrupted? I mean,
Jeremy, chill out. What is wrong with you? I was laughing at the typing. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all night with you like this, man. I mean, it's just I'm sorry, Chris. Go ahead.
I did see that there's a movie with Matt Dillon
Yes,
that I
I
think
was
came out
gonna
in like
ask about
2005 or
that.
something. Yeah, I was watching previews of it on YouTube, trying to like even find the whole movie, and I was like, wow, this is pretty. This seems to be pretty close to what the book was like. So yeah, actually, Matt Dillon even really looks like Charles Bukowski in a little bit. It's like a younger version. It was pretty weird. But,
Yeah, man.
Okay, so you get on to me about laughing about the typing rather than getting onto the person doing the typing. What
'Cause
kind
I
of
asked
logic
who was doing the-
lies there? No
I
logic
asked
lies.
I asked who was doing the typing, and nobody would own up to it. I mean, but it was like
No, it was my bad, but I wasn't paying attention. I apologize.
that's all right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you just mute when you got to do that. All right, because
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
hard enough to hear Chris as it is, and I want to make sure
Yeah.
everybody's heard. You know.
No, I know. No, my thing was I didn't hear it, so I didn't know it was doing that.
All right. Okay then. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'll make it kind of quick then and pass on to the next one is Tampa by Alyssa Nutting. That was one that it was weird. Like I could not put that book down. I just started reading it. I just read it all damn day. It was like I don't know what just kept me going. Maybe nothing to do with like any of the reasons what the book's about or anything, but like well, actually that doesn't make sense. No, I mean I don't. I guess it's about a pedophile teacher or so trying to hit on this girl teacher trying to pick up this younger boy, which would seem really weird to read. But like that was I think I rented it from the library, so it was like during quarantine. I was just like nothing to do, and I read the whole damn book in like a day and a half, and I just thought it was pretty wild that I never. It's been a long time since a book really like just had me going or so. So I'm trying to think what really stuck out in it that I really liked. I think it was just the prose or so that the way she writes was really interesting. And there was one what the hell was it? She said something really stuck out that was about like some kid in the class. It was like some that she didn't find attractive. She compared the color of his rainbow to what she thought of when she saw the color of this kid's raincoat or something was like it was as ugly as the color of a dog's penis or something. She wrote in there. That was kind of weirded me out and stuck in my brain.
You know what I liked about it is how she turned the kids that she was screwing against each other, like they were to where they were fighting over her. That was pretty fucked up, right?
Yeah. I remember you reading this book, and I'm trying to think like the end. Yeah, the end when they're both like it seemed quite believable, which I guess I enjoyed as well. So I guess the next book was another library book that I read and had always been wanting to read. Yeah, plus I wanted to see what all the hype was about Tampa. So, but this one gets a lot of hype too. Less Than Zero by Bret Easton Ellis. Oh yeah,
Gotcha.
That was the next one.
Go ahead.
But
Less Than Zero.
Yeah, Less Than Zero. I'd read Imperial Bedrooms first, actually, and then I'd seen the movie of this a long time ago, but totally forgot what happened in it, and so I wanted to read the book, and I really liked this one, Imperial Bedrooms, and there's just some depressing, fucked up shit that these kids are doing in out in California. or Los Angeles area, and it just makes you almost happy not to really live there because you're like, you know, a lot of people always want to think, oh, it'd be awesome to live in LA, but actually it's kind of weird because one of the scenes even seemed like it kind of happened
Yeah.
to me one New Year's Eve.
Yeah, I was just saying there's like static, you're muffled, and it's just really hard to come
Okay.
in, man. You want me to finish it for you, or
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Okay.
In the woods, monsters happen, and then yeah, there's just one more after that.
well, I can confirm that this is J. Peter W.'s best yet, and it's one of those, you know, where humanity is the bad guys and monsters are the good guys. That's kind of what I got out of it at the end. You know,
Thanks.
I love. No. I didn't spoil anything. That's just an overall theme, you know, that develops early on, and the animatronic, you know, monsters that the guy keeps, you know, by his house. I thought that was a nice aspect of that book too. You know, it was weird enough that it was out of place enough that it was like oddly satisfying. Don't you think?
Yeah, and even I mean his the storytelling in that book was just it kept leading you know, kept you wanting to know more. So it was great for that. Great storytelling. Great plot, you know, mystery plot or stuff. Yeah, go on to the next one then.
And this is number 1 for you, right?
Well, it's the most recent one I read, but it probably could be number 1.
Okay. I don't know anything
Where
about
the Horrors is a really it's just a wholesome book that I think, you know, you can pick up and buy for and read to your grandma or grandpa or both of them together.
Okay.
Are you being silly or are you being truthful?
No, I'm just kidding. No, this one was really fucking weird with that it was just happening in another small town at the end with this crazy shit happens. It just goes off at the end, and I mean it's I guess you would say slow burner or so, but there's enough weirdness to kind of keep it going all the way up to the end where it just completely goes nuts, and I loved it for that.
I think she's another Ohio freak too. CV Hunt.
Yeah. I'm sure they, her and Andy are both in Dayton, and we can even, I could shoot a message out to them to possibly meet up as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind meeting those humans.
Past like last Halloween, I was hanging out with them down in that area, and I think it's where she was getting the ideas for Halloween theme. There's this city, town not too far from that really goes crazy for Halloween, and they've probably been to that Mothman thing though, but you know.
I'd go.
Thank you guys. I don't.
Thanks for coming, man.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
I'm gonna be listening.
I hope next time you come in.
But I'm gonna.
I was just gonna say, I hope next time your connection's a little clearer because usually, you know, you're a lot easier to hear, and we always appreciate you know, dropping by. But I've read several of those that you chose, and I think that's a pretty cool list. So.
Thank you guys.
sir.
It's good to see you all again. And I'll probably just hang out and listen, but I won't talk. I'll just keep them mute.
Whatever you want to do, man.
Cool.
All right. Because I want to see what you guys have too.
Yeah.
Regina, I'm very interested to see what you've picked because I know it's going to be a feast of depravity.
Well, I hope I don't disappoint. It's actually a little more varied than that. but because I like really dug deep, and I spent the first half of the year kind of reading more just general stuff for my other work. So let me send you, just going to drop the link to my Goodreads shelf in the chat, and you can see I have it organized, starting with number 10. I've talked about some of these books on the show, but there are a few that I haven't gotten a chance to touch on, and one we touched on earlier, which was interesting, because I did read The Secret History at the beginning of the year. I actually read half of it myself, and then I ended up listening to the audiobook version of the second half, just because I was reading a lot of books at the time. It's not in the right order.
Now, I just want to interject. I want to go after her because I need to have a hard out at 12 because I got to sleep. I have to get up early in the morning.
I got you. And if it goes too long, you can always do it next time. But yeah, we'll try to expedite this, as well as we can. Go ahead, Regina.
Yeah. So, my number 10 was Person by Sam Pink, which I talked about, I think maybe a couple of weeks ago at least, but I did finish it last week, and it was just really great, really fun in a sad, empty way. But it was that was kind of the point that it kind of summed up thematically at the end with a conversation that the main character has with his landlady. I thought it was a very compelling, very relatable stream of consciousness novel, and very it was just a really good example of stream of consciousness and how it can be readable and relatable without necessarily going full Ulysses. Not that Ulysses isn't great and an achievement of literature, but it's also just it's not as breezy and easy to read as Sam Pink, I guess.
Yeah, this is really stripped down prose, deceptively simple. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, but it's just it's like I said in the review, I think it's the best book about depression since Gregor Samsa woke up as an enormous insect. It's
Right.
really good. But so then my number 9 is and by the way, number 10 was the spot formerly occupied by Elaine until I got peer pressured out of having Elaine, and then I got wishy-washy about it. So considered 10.5 to be Elaine, which was a very good book and very funny and very dark, but also very metaphysically interesting. So it had a lot going for it. Strongly recommend it. The Volsung Saga, because I talked a little bit about how I've been watching the Met's free opera with our Roku, because you can use the free trial every day now and get a different opera for free that they're putting up, because they're really trying to get people to donate money, but it works out for other people who do just have opportunities now to see opera that they never would have. And I have been really obsessed with the Ring Cycle since I saw it. So I went and have been listening to the Saga of the Volsungs audiobook, which is just really interesting. It's really interesting to see kind of the original story and how it's even more meandering somehow than a 20-hour opera. So it was really interesting to experience that. And really fun too to listen to in audiobook form, which is kind of traditionally how such a story would have been received, just being told it. So that was cool. Then The Secret History by Donna Tartt. Again, that was when I started while working at the library, and I read it paperback for a little while, and then I ended up listening to it on audiobook while I was walking to work and stuff. And I really enjoyed
Regina?
it. Yeah.
Sorry, I realized that I was wondering about the Saga of the Volsungs. Is that the Icelandic kind of sagas? Because I get confused on those, but
Yeah, so there's there's two big ones relating to the Volsungs. I can't remember the other one off the top of my head, but it's definitely in the back of my head, one of those things I want to read. But yeah, this is among the traditional Icelandic canon. So this is about it's kind of almost a weird cultural rough draft of the Ring Cycle, where it is talking about these the series of heroes related to a hero named Volsung, who is supported by Odin, or in the ring cycle, Wotan, and is just like, guided through a series of adventures. And it's, got all kinds of references to like mystery religions of the region and just cultural traditions and all kinds of stuff. But it's really interesting too, just from my perspective anyway, because I really love to see how great works of art are formed. I think we all do as writers, and I think it's been really rewarding to like have seen the ring cycle. We've like seen De Valkyrie something like 4 or 5 times now, because they always put that one up. But then they had 1 week a couple of months ago where they had all 4 of the ring cycle running, so we got to see them all back to back, and that was an extremely powerful experience. And so it was like how like some works of art are so great that I feel like I cannot fathom a world where they ever did not exist. And so it's like amazing. It's like, imagine creating something like this, And so it's just like such a really interesting experience to study like the genesis of the ring cycle, which is such a great work of art in and of itself, in like this strange, like kind of disjointed fairy tale that's just like also really psychologically valuable and really interesting. It's a really great, it's a great experience, and I highly recommend it.
So where can you see this for free now?
So if you have like a Roku box or anything else that has like an app store on it for like channels, if you download the Met Opera app, you can just go and use their free trial option. It'll come up and it'll like be like log in your account or buy an account or use your free trial, and it's a perma free trial until further notice, basically.
Okay.
So you'll go, and then every night there's a free opera, and it's like, actually tonight is Goddard Damarung, which is the 4th one in the ring cycle, and it's man, the ring cycle just like crushed my soul. It's like I think it's like one of those things where when you get traumatized by something really hard, you just keep coming back to it. And I feel like I somehow was not prepared for the absolute crushing tragedy of the ring cycle, which is interesting because I think he was, I could give a lecture on Wagner at this point. I appreciate his work in a very deep spiritual way, and I really think like it's interesting because in a way the ring cycle is almost incomplete without Parsifal, which kind of like adds a story of redemption that is psychologically linked to the rest of the ring cycle in a really interesting way. And to me, the point of the ring cycle plus Parsifal is that, like these pagan faiths basically are not enough. These old god Wotan is not enough to really offer any kind of breaking out of the cycle of, I don't know, like Buddhist samsara or whatever you want to call it. So I don't know. I'll write an essay about it sometime. It's a really interesting subject. I could go on all day, but it definitely, like, I've seen so many operas through that app, man, that I never would have seen otherwise. I mean, like, but my husband keeps a spreadsheet, and we've seen like, I don't know, probably like 150 operas by now, largely in full, but some only in part. So we're still continuing to watch them, but it's a great experience. Highly recommend it.
You guys are maniacs.
Well, it's like if you have time to watch, Netflix, I feel like I totally understand why it's fun to just like turn on Netflix and turn off your brain, but it's like if I'm gonna be alive and conscious, I want to be absorbing like shit that I can use, and so I'm super addicted to opera right now. It's just, plus it's good. Like I feel like it's technically it's reading, right? Because you've got a libretto on the screen, so it's kind of like watching a movie with subtitles in a way, but at the same time it's like really deep poetry, and it's English translations of really deep poetry, and it's full of all these references, and it's like, so the plots are really simple, and the lyrics are often repetitive, but at the same time, it's like it's a really, it keeps you spry. So
Right.
I really enjoy it. And like I said, it solves a lot of writing problems for me all the time. I've learned to become a much better writer as a consequence of watching opera, I feel.
Let's give it another whirl.
Yeah, you got to, man. It's worth it. Let's see. After Secret History, I think I put down Justine by the Marquis de Sade, which I read in high school, and I just wasn't prepared for it, like emotionally or psychologically. I was a pretty, like, quote unquote edgy kid, to call back to earlier, but like, I still was not fully prepared for, I guess, the content of that book. And also, I in my defense, I was already reading a lot of transgressive fiction, but the version of Justine I read was like a really cheap public domain, like internet available English translation that was just really poorly done. So it's like, who can fucking read that? So this was, I didn't really enjoy it the first time I read it, but now, like 10 years plus later, going back and reading an actual printed version really changed my experience, and I had a really great time reading the book, and I thought it was like a masterpiece of feminist literature. So it's really a excellent read, and I think everybody should give it a chance. And then Hello, Old Friend by Elizabeth Bedlam was my next pick, which, boy, that book is so good. Like, that book sticks out to me because Bedlam, that was like a turning point in her style a little bit. I feel like, I can't remember if Hogshead came first. That was like a really, it's still being very well received, I feel like, and will continue to be. But it's like this one and that one kind of came out around the same time-ish. And they marked kind of a turning point in her style out of like complete kitsch and into these more like really interesting, just like strangely atmospheric stories. So highly recommend that one. Next was The Sorrow King by Anderson Prunty, which I talked about a little bit again, and that was my first Prunty novel, and I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, that's a very good book. Yeah.
Yeah. I
Another
really,
Ohio freak.
yeah, man.
Yeah.
Well, it was like, man, let me just tell you, so when I was a kid, I moved like 19, I moved out of Ohio because I was like, I'm gonna go to where the writing is, man. I want to go find where the literary scene is, man. And so, now I'm out here in Oregon and I'm watching. I like tune back in, and Grindhouse is this big thing, and Addle Addle is located in Yellow Springs, which is also where Dave Chappelle lives, and I'm just like mad as fuck. So it's just like whatever, man. But it's cool, but it's very cool to see Ohio blossoming artistically and with its literature, and definitely Anderson Prunty is a great example of that, and this is specifically set in a small Ohio town, which I think was one of the reasons why I originally selected it to read.
Yeah.
And then next was Delta of Venus, which is a book I never would have expected to put on my top 10 list, but I really felt like Anais Nin broke me open a little bit in terms of seeing erotica as both more of an art form and more something that was viable for writing, just generally. And it was interesting, and I feel like I owe her a lot. So the least I can do is put her on the top 10 list for the year. So that was definitely interesting. I think I really had a certain existing, perception of what I expected out of that book, and instead I found it very transgressive and very shocking from like the first couple of stories on. And it was like, eventually I did come to a story, which was kind of how I imagined the book as a whole would be. And that was predictably like the slowest story for me to work my way through. But I think, other than that, pretty much everything in that book was like a really interesting example of kind of early transgressive, shocking fiction. And I felt like I learned a lot from it in a way. Hard Bodies by Justin Grimble is my next one on that list. And I really enjoyed that book a lot. I really felt like it was very reminiscent of Charles Bukowski, which, by the way, I just wanted to say the Matt Dillon Factotum movie is fantastic. It's probably, it is one of my top 5 favorite movie, book movie translations. They did
Is it better than Barfly?
Yes, I think they did a really good job to just like take the book and make it a movie, and it's really captures the atmosphere in a way that's really hard to describe. I think it's the way they utilize music and just the scenery, but fuck, I love Factotum. That book kept me alive when I was working in all these working at the mortuary and working at all these bum places that were just like really lame, just painful experiences. It was like, man, Charles Bukowski got me. And like his other book, boy, I gotta reread it. It's The Captain is Out to Lunch and the Sailors Have Taken Over the Ship. And it's just a collection of his diaries from kind of, the end of his life. And it's like such a beautiful portrait of like the changing face of writing at the time, and also like just him and aging and the writer aging and just writing in general. And it's just like a really beautiful exploration of his mind and his soul at that point in his life. And so I just have always loved him. But where was I? Oh yes. So the point that I'm trying to make is that Hard Bodies really, to me, had that a very similar, same kind of very frank energy, I guess. Like that, I guess, is what I love about Bukowski, and it's what I really enjoyed about the prose of Hard Bodies, is that it's just like people being people, and people are kind of unbearable, but also kind of likable, and it's just like, I don't know, it's just a really good portrait of just being kind of a human and being kind of there. So I really liked it. I thought it was funny, and it was a fast read, and it was good, and I enjoyed it. So there was that. Number
VCR too?
What was that?
Does it go in a VCR?
Oh, it looks like
it's
it's
kinda-
supposed to be a VHS. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, I
Probably
love that
Matthew
cover.
Everett's work.
Yeah, I love him. He's such a great artist. I really want to work with him soon. He looks like he's always occupied, though. It's crazy. He's very in demand, and I can understand why. Number 2 is Amygdalatropolis by B.R. Yeager, which I really just could talk about for hours. It was great. Very interesting. Bless you. Bless you.
Thank you.
Very interesting kind of take on the internet and image board culture in general. And it was just a really good book. It rang very true to me in a lot of ways. In other ways, it's like it's an extreme fictionalization of this kind of a personality type, and it was just really interesting too textually. Last time somebody brought up House of Leaves and how everybody is bringing it up, and I was like in my head, oh good, because I love House of Leaves and I constantly think about it. And anytime I see a book with kind of unusual formatting, my brain of course immediately thinks of House of Leaves. So this one had kind of an interesting utilization of formatting that I talked about a little bit last time, where it just was representing various threads, having multiple threads open at the same time, or having multiple browsers open at the same time, and also having social interactions unfolding in the background of your browsing, and all of those things kind of form this very strange flow that makes perfect sense, and it's just really interesting, really well done. And then my number 1 book that I read, or in this case actually listened to all year, was the audiobook version of The Atrocity Exhibition by J.G. Ballard, which was so good and really heavily influenced the first novel that I released under this pen name, which was Industrial Divinity. And but I so the whole time when I was writing that, I was listening to Atrocity Exhibition, and I really was just really taken. I've tried to read Crash before, and I really couldn't get into it. Like, I think I probably still have it on my shelf somewhere, but I really haven't fully been able to connect with it. But Atrocity Exhibition, man, I think the reason too why I have this on the same part of the list as Amygdalatropolis is because Amygdalatropolis reminded me of Atrocity Exhibition in a few ways. My favorite part of the book, and this book is really hard to describe. It deals a lot with a guy who is basically having a psychotic episode where he is like emotionally and psychologically fixated on the JFK assassination. And so he it's really interesting. And in the last, the last section of the book is this really abstracted, really interesting thing that I believe Ballard originally wrote as its own standalone essay and had published in something else. And it's the JFK assassination re-envisioned as a downhill race. And it's such a weird, very interesting, strange, very surreal interpretation of a terrible incident and a terrible turning point in the American psyche. But it was just such a good book. It was so interesting. It was definitely a book about trauma and about change and all kinds of shit that I think everybody can relate to right now. But it was such a good book, and I was man, really enjoyed it, really glad. But I also, because I was listening to it, I was very confused because there was apparently this was the updated version that he released with all these footnotes in the 90s. So I didn't realize that, and there would be these long disjointed parts where he would go back through referring to things that had just happened in the previous chapter, and I was what is going on? And it took me a couple of chapters to realize that there were apparently footnotes in this audiobook version that were not called out. So if you do listen to the audiobook version, just understand, as I did not, that there are footnotes at the end of the chapter.
I actually have this version of the book. Apparently, that section, the assassination of John F. Kennedy is considered as a downhill motor race. Yes. Ballard actually submitted that to be part of the Dangerous Visions anthology, but it never even got to Harlan Ellison because some other editor saw it and he was so offended by it he threw it in the trash. And
but it's so perfect.
It created a tension between Ballard and Ellison because Ballard thought Ellison, just either ignored it or rejected it.
That's so funny. I thought there was some kind of weird story about it like that. I knew it was not it was definitely an infamous piece of his, but it was not, well received at the time. That's really interesting. It's really good.
There's also another story. There's a section in there, Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan.
Yes.
There actually was a leftist group or something like that made that into a pamphlet and made it look like something that was actually research done by a maverick think tank and passed it out at the Republican National Convention.
So we got to get to Zach now because he's got to go to bed soon, right, man? What do you want me to pull up?
Let me get over here.
Just don't pull up his dick pics.
Of course, I will say I don't include it in the normal top 10 because where's that? Okay, there's my shelf. People. Of course, the Bible would be at the top, but I don't include it within the normal top 10 because I'll be reading that forever. I guess the first book I would put is actually one that I just finished the other day, which is The Proper Distinction Between Law and Gospel by C.F.W. Walter. Should come up. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I went through the motions with this one. It's like a 400-page book of like just the most hardcore, accurate theology imaginable, with the main gist being, I wrote it down here. It's basically when you're talking about the concepts of law and gospel in the Bible, it's how it works out is that you understand that you sin daily in multiple ways, as in the law shows everyone that they're completely sinning in their thoughts and actions and always like falling short. But past that point, the gospel has like absolutely no, nothing attached to it. There's no, basically you just accept it as a gift. And that seems like a simple concept, but in the history of theology, people do kind of get it muddled. So it's like a 400-page thing just expounding on that. And I think it's very important because, a lot of people, especially Christians, can get, fellow Christians can get in places where they think that they're the ones working out their own salvation, or that they're completely, above the rest of the people. Not to say that there's, you're not like free to sin or whatnot, but they forget that they're like constantly sinning in their mind and whatnot. So it's just very good to get into all that, and especially the ways the papacy and certain other Protestant sects actually kind of get it muddled. Especially a big trend with like say the Methodists is that they think you have to like work super hard and get like a feeling within you to know that like your sins are forgiven, when that's not true. Like nowhere in the Bible it says that, nor does it say that you have to have like perfect theology and whatnot to like understand and then get baptized and stuff. It just a lot of good going through different theological takes, and then in my opinion, pointing out the accurate way, which is a lot simpler and more beautiful.
Sorry to interrupt, Zach. Can I go after Zach, because I'm starting to get really tired and I don't know if I'll be able to stay up much longer.
Yeah.
The next book I would do is Peace Breaks Out by John Knowles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this one was really good. It was a sequel to A Separate Peace, which is, of course, his most famous novel. It wasn't really... I did like it more than A Separate Peace, but it's like... if you're looking for like an engaging plot or anything, it's not there. It's just a really laid back, fun book to get into. It's cozy. That's the best way to put it.
Kind of like Any Rock Cabin, yeah.
Yeah. The next one would be The Great Gatsby by F. Scott Fitzgerald, which everyone here is familiar with.
No.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I
had
love
never-
The Great Gatsby.
Yeah, I was supposed to read it in high school, but I never did. I just, because I was rebellious. But going back and reading it now, I freaking really, really, really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It was just a all-around amazing book.
It's
Okay,
on
the
my
next,
list.
yeah, the next book would be House of Leaves, which gets talked about all the time by Mark, whatever his name is.
Mark Z. Danielski.
Yeah.
And people love this fucking book. I'm telling you.
It's great. I love it, man.
Yeah, I don't even have to talk more about it. People just need to go read it. The next book would be Early Medieval Theology by George McCracken. He's the editor. He's got a funny last name. The top one. Yeah.
It
Not coming
it's
up.
taking a while to load for some reason. Okay.
Yeah, there's everybody's trying to pull it up right now.
Okay.
Yeah, that one. I mean, I got it at my old alma mater library, and I really had a good time with that one, especially seeing the.
I mean, you have a good time with some weird shit, really, there, Zach. I mean, you know,
Oh, that is cool.
I mean, it's cool that you like this stuff, but it's amazing that you like it. You know what I mean? In my mind, it seems like it has to be so dry, but you don't think it is.
No, I mean with Law and Gospel, I went through the motions with that book because I mean, just showing you how like literally, and I mean it's a thing that's talked about all through the New Testament is the purpose of the law is to kind of like reveal sin, but the main point of the gospel is just getting back in accordance and reconciled with God. But just showing you that like it's very minute how you can mess up, and and of course every sin would like merit wages of sin is death type thing, but you really have to like that is that extreme. Then the gospel on the other hand has to be that forgiving, which is pretty awesome.
I mean, this is just amazing to me that you'd like to read this stuff. I mean, this is amazing. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean or anything. It just seems like to me that this is like has got to be seems like the most dry thing that anybody could ever read. But you don't think that?
Mm-mm. Now, I mean, it is a spiritual experience in a lot of ways. Now, I mean, of course, theology is not like on the the level of scripture or anything,
right.
But if the message is accurate, then it's corresponding to scripture.
Yeah.
The next book is The House of Seven Gables by Nathaniel Hawthorne.
And I thought, I could not get into the Scarlet Letter or whatever, but it was, probably because you're forced to read it or whatever. But the screenshots or the photograph you sent me of some pages from this book here looked pretty fascinating. Like the writing wasn't nearly as stilted and dry as I remembered it being in high school, and I had to give Hawthorne another try.
Yeah, I mean, this one really is kind of a dreary. I wouldn't say gothic because there's nothing scary going on, but it's not a normal book. It's the best way to put it. It's really melancholy, I guess would be the apt word. But yeah, I really, really loved it. I mean, I read part of Scarlet Letter when I was in high school, and I'm with you. I got really bored. This one, I just read it all the way through and seriously loved it. The next book I will talk about would be Salvation in Christ, a Lutheran Orthodox dialogue. So this was like a legit ecumenical dialogue between the Orthodox and the Lutherans. And it was very, very illuminating. It definitely, I mean, I think Ben's asleep.
No.
He's just dead.
Yeah.
Anyway,
as usual.
I do really love the Orthodox. They're cool. But this one really made me more, and the thing is, it's not biased in any way. It's just a dialogue between the two. And it really did make me more firm in my Lutheranism as opposed to the Orthodox. The funny thing that it taught me was, and this isn't really a bad thing. I'm not saying Orthodox aren't Christians or anything crazy like that. But it's like when you talk about theology, like the Lutherans developed, of course, being the first reformers, they developed in Germany having that hyper, efficient mindset. And so they'll go through scripture and they do, of course, note the art in scripture a lot. That's a big difference between Lutherans and the other Reformed. But they were very like if you ask a question, you see how it gets answered, and so they were very firm on doing that. Whereas the Orthodox, they kind of go all over the place. They're not Western thinkers, which is the saying that gets thrown around a lot. So you can ask them a question and you'll get like pages and pages of stuff that is poetically beautiful. But I just feel that they're not as systematic as the Lutherans were. But on the other hand, the Lutherans are a lot more, I don't like to use the term mystical, but they're a lot more Catholic than, say, the other Reformed, like Baptists and Presbyterians. Not that they're bad. I disagree on a couple things, but it's like you just have like a chain of like rationality, and it's like the Lutherans are more rational, but at the same time, kind of not wishy-washy. I guess mystical would be the word. But then you go to the Orthodox, and they're like hardcore anti-rational and super mystical. Not that that's necessarily bad, but I just think on a couple like key issues, namely justification, which is the main thing that book was about, I definitely side with the Lutherans because it seems like the Orthodox kind of they don't buy into penal substitutionary atonement, which I ain't going to get into that. But
I don't think
me,
anyone here knows what you're saying, man. But
It sounds like you're talking
I'm not
about.
making fun either. I'm not making fun either.
I'm not either, but it sounds like you're talking D&D gaming rules.
yeah, well, it's almost. I mean, this is a little exaggerating it a little much, but it's almost like they deny that Christ died for all of our sins, whereas Lutherans say he died for all your sins, past, present, and future. So you recognize that you're a sinner, repent, and then you're basically free, but you're also free from sin. So you don't keep on sinning. You do God's will basically. Whereas they will say it's up to you, like it's your free will interacting with that because you're not completely covered.
What was the phrase you said a minute ago that they didn't believe in? What was it?
Penal substitutionary atonement.
Penal substitutionary.
Does that mean if they serve their time on Earth, they don't have to serve time in hell and when they're dead? Is that what that means? Or?
No, basically that the crucifixion, like Christ dying for our sins, was like he took on our guilt and sin, and so we don't have to go through that. We basically he keeps us from going to hell. Like he went through that and then conquered sin, death, and the devil. So we're completely, our sins are wiped out, and et cetera, et cetera. They get really confusing with it. They say that it's like, or the Orthodox say that it's like up to a certain point that you got baptized, then you have to start working your way to heaven. Which, I mean, they'll say that, it has to be the early church fathers reading the Bible. I'll say that the Bible doesn't say that. It explicitly says the opposite of that. But I mean, this is super like deep stuff, so I don't want to talk too much about it.
See, I just would have thought it meant like the 10 Hail Marys that the priest tells you that you have to say after you use a dildo.
Now, Ben,
penile substitution. Penance. Sorry, that was maybe a bad Catholic joke.
Ben's got to leave soon too. So what? Let's get through this, and so he can do his. And I think I'll just wait and do mine next week, and I'll do Phoenix last if he wants to. I'll just save mine for next week because it's getting so late and people are dropping off. So how many more you got, Zach? What are we at?
I think I have 2 more.
Gotcha. What's up?
The next one, no, I've got 3 more.
Okay.
The next one is another theology book, just Revelation, and the author is Concordia Publishing House. Like it's not, just Revelation, and then by Concordia Publishing House.
Hey.
So this one was I read 3 books actually about eschatology.
What
this
is that?
year, like end time stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Basically, this one's the simplest, most easily accessible one. Honestly, arguing for amillennialism, which like basically the opposite of all the crazy end times prophecy dudes you'll hear on radio and conspiracy circuits.
Mhm.
I do think that this makes the case that the way you read Revelation is a lot different than that. It's not that you're using it to predict the future. Like it's a very symbolic book, and it highlights basically how Christ is already won. So we have like a lot of things we will have to deal with, but it's not like we've got to be sitting here waiting for et cetera, et cetera. And one thing that it's honestly like a red pilling thing for me is that they will always, a lot of the crazy end times dudes will, yell at Lutherans and then Catholics and Orthodox too for not being literal enough with Revelation, when the opposite's actually true, because they're dispensationalists. They believe that the letters at the beginning of the book represent beginning of Revelations represent certain like periods that will be in the future, whereas we actually say those letters are literally letters. And it's kind of funny that way, that their whole freaking system is built on turning Revelation into a sci-fi movie and then telling us that we're not literal enough when we are more literal. Like, it's a crazy thing. But yeah, that was a very, very fun book. The next book, which I think a lot of people on here will like, was Messengers of Destruction.
Ben, hang on, Ben. Hang in there. We're almost there, man. Sounds like you're snoring, man, but hang on.
I'm too close to the microphone.
Okay. Okay, Zach, what's the next one?
Messengers of Deception.
Okay, this is actually
Isn't this Jacques Vallée?
Yep.
Yeah.
Now that was a good book, and I sadly don't own it anymore. But it was I had a fun time with this one. So, I mean, I've come across his name like a lot, especially, John Keel hypes him up quite a bit in the Mothman Prophecies, I think. And so I finally had to read him, and this one was pretty good. It was, I mean, I'm just going to say he makes the definitive case that all this stuff about UFOs was basically people getting visions from demons. I mean, it's like he doesn't use the term demons because I don't even think he was a Christian. I think he's still alive.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Kirsten, please.
But he was just going through all the evidence, all this stuff that we think we know, like it's commonplace about aliens and stuff, from what they look like to what they say. All of it comes from visions. Like, there's never any like physical stuff. It's all these people that say they're in contact with aliens and then start cults and all that crap. They always say certain things. Specifically, they always target Christianity to, try to debunk using their alien stuff, which is interesting. But yeah, that one's definitely one everyone should read. And the last one is The Crisis of Our Age by that one, the very top.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, this was just a fun book by a cranky Catholic gentleman about basically the degradation of our society from not necessarily, it was kind of nuanced the way he took it. He's like, society goes in different ways from being more spiritually based to being more sensuality based, et cetera, et cetera. He says that right now we're in a crisis because we're in an in-between era. It's like in the in-between era, like there's like 3 different types of civilizations. He says that all throughout history you can be boiled down into. And in the in between, the transition periods is when wars and all kinds of bad stuff happens. And he says that right now we're like on a crisis point on a global scale. Basically, it's like the West has had so much success and has been hyper materialistic, and now that the pendulum's going the other way, but in a much bigger scale than we've ever seen before. So it's going to be intense. But he wrote it.
Turning. Somebody calls it the fourth turning, I believe, right? There's a book on that too. It's called The Fourth Turning.
I'll have to look into that one.
There's a second and third turning.
I've heard that phrase. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, the other one I forgot to mention was The Hobbit, of course.
Hobbit was great. Yeah.
Yeah, because I've never freaking read fantasy before at all, except like one book. And so I wanted to just go back to the basics. And of course, that's, Lord of the Rings, what everyone says you have to read. And I've never read fantasy, so I have to start back at the beginning, normie stuff.
I like The Hobbit more than Lord of the Rings. I thought Lord of the Rings was too slow in many places. But okay, so that was your number one, right, Zach?
That wasn't my number one, but my number one would probably be Law and Gospel, but I didn't say any of those in any type of order.
Okay, Ben, you're
good list.
Well, I have to commend you. You didn't attack me.
Who?
You.
I'll be honest, man. Well,
I mean, it's like the whole show you were attacking me, and then now you didn't attack me.
Well, I felt disrespected.
I didn't mean to disrespect you, Jimmy.
I mean, it wasn't just you, but anyway, I'm trying to move forward.
No, but you got to tell Ben he disrespected you too.
But he won't care though. Last week,
I care very much. I'm very proud of it.
Last week we had one of the best shows ever, and I feel like this week we had one of the worst ever for a number of reasons, and I don't understand what happened, what went wrong.
I thought it was awesome.
I think you're talking more about your emotion, like getting mad at us. So it's like it feels worse for you.
No, there were several things that I feel like made it the worst ever. And last week, I swear, I felt like it was the best ever, that we had turned a corner. And this week, I feel like it's been a disaster in many ways. And, I mean, it doesn't mean that I don't appreciate and value everyone here, but I don't know. Maybe it's just something that I'm personally looking for. But yeah, I did feel like I was being talked over earlier.
You guys had a great guest on last week, though. That guy was really dynamic and really cool to talk to.
The problem is Matt Hayward would not let us talk about the main thing that any normal podcaster would want to talk about with him, and it made it more awkward because of it. People have to talk about things. All this being silent, and it does not benefit anybody, not even
I have an amendment. Matt Hayward wouldn't let us talk about that stuff, and then Gregor and Ben wouldn't let us talk about the Nightworm stuff and get that.
You guys talked plenty about the Nightworm stuff.
Yeah, but you all attacked us and then got Jeremy riled up.
I just think it's deplorable.
I'm just expressing a dissenting opinion is all, and everybody else got to express theirs.
Okay, well, I had a dissenting opinion about a group that I felt was targeting Death's Head Press in particular because of their male, misogynistic, violent, racist ways, and it's just fucking fiction. They're doing an awesome series, which, by the way, 3 people emailed me to ask for, and they've all been on this show tonight. So you can't even give cool free books away anymore. I mean,
Well, that has more to do with us.
What do you mean?
More us sucking and no one listening to us.
Yeah.
No, but see, that's the thing. Yeah, we go on about being unprofessional and everything, and yeah, we're the most unprofessional show on the web. But there are things about this show that aren't any different than other live streams on YouTube. I'm telling you, and there are things that we do really well, whether people want to give us credit for it or not. But anyway, your choice, Ben. Do you want to wait till next week to do yours because I know you're almost dead, or do you want to soldier through and tell us your list now?
I'll do mine now.
Okay.
Before he does that, I probably need to publicly repent for saying awful things about nightworms because I'm thinking back to some of the stuff I said in the heat of the moment. I'm like,
No, you did.
some of the groiper was coming.
The
out.
bottom line is, I find it, really, unfortunate that, they can criticize whoever they want. I mean, it's like my own friends, people I look forward to talking to all week. It's like it almost felt like they were siding with the Nightworms, and I was
Yeah,
defending.
Ben and Gregor.
And I was
I'm not siding with the Nightworms by any stretch.
And I was defending Death's Head Press, and they would rather cower to the Nightworms, than have my back. And I've bought every Splatter Western title there is, and after tonight, twice over. So, I just find it. I think that Death's Head Press still needs to get their priorities in order. But whatever, and Nightworms, I don't care to, I don't care to say their name again, unless they want to come on here and clear their the charges I have laid at their feet, but not that I'm anybody in special, but okay, go ahead, Ben.
I think you're somebody special, Jeremy.
Whatever. Go ahead.
I certainly think you're special.
Yeah, I mean, come on, there's no doubt about that.
Go ahead.
Okay, so number 10 on my list is Bird Box by Josh Mallerman.
Yes.
I don't have too much to say about it.
Yeah, everybody knows
Bird Box
about
is
that.
2 words. I don't have much to say about it. I thought it was a really solid horror story. I really liked the prose. I thought it was way better than the movie. And I'm definitely looking forward to reading more of Mallerman. So, yeah, Bird Box is my number 10. Number 9 is Capitalist Realism by Mark Fisher. There's a lot of content in this book for only being not even 100 pages long. It looks at the idea that liberal democracies and capitalism are the end of history, and that this is like all the best we can do. That there'll never be anything better. I believe the opening line of the book is, "It's easier to envision the end of the world than it is to envision the end of capitalism." He uses several movies and books as examples of manifestations of this idea that there's nothing better beyond capitalism. He goes into analyzing the modern workplace, how it has evolved since the way Ford organized factories, how it's gone from certain strictly regimented roles to people basically being expected to do tons of things, no longer being assigned to a single task. Now they have to do their own task plus emails, calls, all of that. I think it's a really great book. I think it's a really important one. Capitalist Realism by Mark Fisher. It's a really great book. I highly recommend it. That's my number 9. You still there, Jeremy?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. He just dropped out for a
He just
second.
didn't like those comic books you read. That's what that's why he's not commenting on it.
No, my
Yes.
avatar froze.
Number 8 is Columbine by Dave Cullen. It's there he goes again.
I'm the host now.
We'll bring up Columbine by Dave Cullen on Goodreads.
Quit being a dang commie.
Bring up Columbine by Dave Cullen on Goodreads. Do it.
No.
Stop being a bitch and do it.
I can't do it.
We've all seen the cover of that book before. It's a school. Right? It's a school.
Yeah, and describe it in detail before I go into the book.
See, that one was real, unlike Sandy Hook.
Oh no! Don't.
So that was actually. Did they talk anything about demonic possession in that book?
What? Columbine by Dave Cullen?
Yeah, supposedly those guys, or at least one of them, had some kind of
to
journal.
I refuse to talk about the book until either Zach brings it up or Gregor describes the cover in detail.
Oh yeah, the cover of the book is a long shot of the high school in which this tragedy took place, and it's kind of like I don't know, kind of just like a very
Okay, sorry.
dramatic,
Uh,
uninteresting image.
I think the Mike and Cam maybe are getting overheated. I don't know. Anyway, Columbine, what?
Columbine by Dave Cullen. I think it's an excellent work of journalism. It really it's written very well, very clearly. It bring it up on the screen. It exposes a lot of the myths very well. Like the idea that Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold were heavily bullied. That wasn't true. In fact, they actually bullied kids. He goes very well into the psychology of both Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, the events of the day, what all the rumors were like at the time. It's if you're like at all interested in true crime or the history of mass shootings here in the States, I think this is a essential book.
Now I got a question about it. It's kind of marketed as like almost being like above a true crime book. Would you agree with that, or is it just a true crime book with fancy packaging?
Well, the thing is, true crime tends to be regarded as like salacious. So it is true crime, but it definitely isn't like, salacious or anything like that. It's not trying to be sexy. It's pretty straightforward about everything. So it's I guess it's true crime, but it's not like it's not
not dime store true crime.
Yeah, exactly. So that's number 8 on my list, Columbine by Dave Cullen. Number 7 is Invisibility, a Manifesto by Audrey Zaz. It's an amphetamine sulfate novella. It's really hard to describe the book. There's two characters basically. A girl named Nina, another girl named Audrey Zaz. Audrey Zaz within the book is a detective who falls in with a bunch of serial killer cannibals. Nina within the book is like a girl's prostituted by her mother and grows to be very sexually precocious because of it. It's a very heavily experimental novella that packs a lot in its few pages. The prose is really great. There's a lot of really great dark humor in it. I very highly recommend it, and I bought her new novel, her debut full-length novel, and I'm really looking forward to reading that. I definitely recommend picking this up. It's a really great novella. Yeah, like I said, it's hard. It's one of those books that's hard to describe, especially off the top of my head. I'd probably have to reread it to really break down what's going on within it. So that's number 7, Invisibility, a Manifesto by Audrey Zaz. She's a new writer who's really should be watched. Number 6 is Elizabeth by Ken Greenhall. Elizabeth by I thought it was a really great book. I really liked that. That's not it. But it's a
okay.
It's a almost sort of a bad seed book. It's
this book's been you've talked about this a number of different times on this program, correct?
I think so. It's almost like a sort of bad seed book. It's about a teenage girl who sort of discovers that she has witch powers, and it's really good at dropping these really whiplash kind of horrifying revelations very casually into the prose, because the prose is very simple and straightforward. She just kind of casually drops in there oh, I murdered my parents and things like that. And, just talks about it very deadpan. So it's very good at getting into the head of this sociopathic young girl who discovers she has these powers. And I think it's a very underrated book. I'm glad that Valancourt brought it back into print, so I highly recommend picking it up. Let's see, that was number 6. Number 5 is The Discomfort of Evening by, and I am going to butcher this pronunciation, Marieke Lucas Rijneveld. I have no idea how to pronounce that. This actually won the Booker Award. It's a very disquieting book. It's about these. It's about this family in this farming community in Norway, I think. And what happens is that they're a very conservative family, very religious, very disconnected from the modern world. And what happens is the girl who's the main character, she has a fight with her brother and prays that something bad happens to him. And then when he's ice skating, he falls through the ice and dies. And the rest of the book is the family very slowly disintegrating because of the tragedy. There's a lot of very uncomfortable things going on in the book. Like one of the running themes is the fact that the girl is extremely constipated, and it's almost like a symbol for her being completely unable to properly express her emotions. There's cases of like a fate of her starting to go through puberty and develop curiosity towards both boys and girls, and the way it's described is very uncomfortable as well. That's pretty much like this entire book. It's a very uncomfortable, disquieting read, but it's also very engaging. So I think it's very well worth reading.
Yeah, I think you've talked me into putting that on my list as well. So yeah, that's on my list. I was just going to add it, and then looked at it was already there. So yeah.
So yeah, I definitely recommend that. Number 4 is Piercing by Ryu Murakami. I think this is a really great book. It's to me, it's like both a great just like sort of crime thriller and a great psychological look at some damaged people. It's about a sort of I guess a sort of average Japanese salaryman who is married and just had a kid, but then he realizes he starts developing these obsessive thoughts of stabbing the kid with a ice pick, and he just comes to the conclusion that the only way to get the idea out of his head is to stab someone else with an ice pick. So he goes and builds this very, very elaborate plan to kill a sex worker. He like gets a motel and hires her, but then when she gets to this is a semi spoiler, but it doesn't ruin the book. But when she like comes to his hotel, she has a nervous breakdown and stabs herself. So it looks at the psychology of both the sex worker and of the salaryman, and the ways that the abuse that they suffer as children manifests itself. And it's just like a very thrilling book. It's just like keeps you turning the page to see what's going to happen next. There's a lot of there's some darkly funny moments in it, as it almost becomes like a very dark comedy of errors towards the end. So yeah, Ryu Murakami's Piercing, great book. That's number 4 on my list. Number 3 is The Loop by Jeremy Robert Johnson. This was, of course, Jeremy Robert Johnson's. I believe it's his first book by a major publisher. Can't remember who the publisher is. What does it say there?
Gallery or dash Saga Press.
Yeah, I think that's an imprint of HarperCollins, if I remember right. But yeah, it's the the way it sort of almost starts off, it almost starts off reading almost like a YA book, and you kind of think that maybe he's getting soft in his debut, but then it takes a turn, and then it just slams its foot on the gas and doesn't stop. It's about a small town in Oregon where there's been a few mysterious deaths, and eventually they find the girl who's the main character of the book and her friends discover there's a sort of there's been experiments going on in a corporation that established itself in the small town, and they've been doing experiments that basically turn people into berserkers. So it like a lot of the book is them running away from the extremely violent townsfolk who've basically turned into these completely murderous psychopaths. And it has a really great ending. It has some really great imagery, some really dark, violent imagery. And yeah, if you aren't already convinced to pick it up, I'd say definitely do it.
He's the Skullcrack
really
City
great.
man, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he's Skullcrack City man, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think I'll pick that up first.
Well, Skullcrack City is out of print right now, but it's going to come back in print soon.
Well, I'm gonna get it.
Yeah, I recommend this one too. I think it's really good. Because that's why it's number 3 on my list. Number 2 is Population 1280 by Jim Thompson. What it's about is it's about a small town sheriff. Population. It's stylized like pop. We have Population 1280 by Jim Thompson. It's about a small town sheriff who he basically like spends his whole life like coasting by playing stupid. But underneath it, he's actually very calculating and like borderline sociopathic. And basically it starts with him murdering a couple of pimps, and basically the book is like him going through trying to cover up all of the loose ends, trying to make sure he pins it on someone else. Like his relationships with other women, like he's married, but he's cheating with numerous other women. It's a really intense, like both a crime, like piercing. It's both a crime book and a psychological diorama. It's not quite as good as like The Killer Inside Me, but it's still really great. So I definitely highly recommend it. And
I'd like to read that. I like the Jim Thompson. I've only read one book by him, but this is kind of the thing I'd like to read too. Yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, number 2, the Population 1280 by Jim Thompson. And my number 1 book of the year, my favorite book of the year, is Alone by Thomas More. It's another amphetamine sulfate book, but it's a full-length novel. It's just a really, really beautifully written, very intense, very affecting book about loneliness, heartbreak. Story-wise, it's basically just about a guy whose boyfriend is leaving him, and it kind of just kind of goes through and talks about the way their relationship disintegrates. Like, it has really powerful opening lines. I think the opening lines are something like, "I've seen enough people leave to know when they're not coming back." And it just really pulls you in. It's really beautifully written. It's very powerful, and it's definitely the best book that I read this year. And I very highly recommend you pick up this book.
And it's 700 pages.
What does it say that down there? No, it's only like 170 or something.
Okay.
We talked to Thomas a few months ago, and I mean, he was a nice enough guy, but I don't know, something about him just it doesn't. I don't know, something on a subconscious level about him that I'm wary of, and I think it has to do with that cover. It just seems like it's repressed something that's like dangerous, like repressed attraction to something that should not be. Is the impression I get from that cover. But I mean,
it makes a lot of sense. The cover makes a lot of sense if you read the book.
So
because
it's really
going.
It's not just
There's because that damaged childhood is a very heavy part of it.
Okay. All right, fair enough. And I know he said he cleared up that all his pictures are collages.
No,
right?
that was Michael Salerno. That was Salerno. Thomas More. We did have Thomas More on, but that Thomas More was the British guy.
I don't remember
Salerno
talking to Salerno.
Yeah, Salerno was the guy who runs Kitty Punk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. But he did covers for Thomas More.
Yeah, he did the cover for this one.
That's what it was. Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, Zach, you gotta claim the book for it to show up in your Kindle, man. You're the only one that hasn't.
That's because my Kindle upstairs.
Oh, okay. I thought you didn't know you were supposed to or something. Just wanted to make sure you got it.
Yeah.
You just click the email and it goes into your cloud.
Mm-hmm. But okay, so
does anybody have any reading goals for next year?
Well, no, wait a minute. Phoenix, do you want to save yours for next week if you're still here?
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's up to you guys. I know that people have to get going, so I can do it next week.
Ben and Zach have got to get going. I'm sure Gregor needs to get going, because pretty soon, right, Gregor? Because you got to get up.
Yeah, I mean, I should be gone already, but
I'm sorry, man. Okay. So basically, my main three have got to get going here really soon. So, Phoenix, so you want to just save it for next week? I'm saving mine for next week.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Well, Merry Christmas to everybody, even though some of you were, kind of pricks tonight.
Merry Christmas, one and all.
And anybody that wants to stay after the music to hear me vent, you can do that, or you can all just pile out, and make your exodus, whichever.
So wait, after the music, you're gonna do what?
I don't know. I might just vent. I don't know.
Just talk to yourself, talk to the ether.
Regardless of whether there's anyone here or not, I may just vent to the webcam. Yes.
Oh dear.
Or anybody who's still here. Yeah.
I hope you do that because I'm interested to see.
I know.
I'm just about now. Anything.
That's why I'm doing it.
Yeah. So Merry Christmas. Have some fucking eggnog. The eggnog is my cum. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. Let me find some music first. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah.
Usually I'm down for venting, but I really need a nap.
I thought you would stick around at least, Dan. That's all right. I thought you would stick around for the venting if nobody else did.
I'll just lay here. I'm too tired to really participate in the venting.
Okay, cool.
But I can listen.
I got to change it over to the echoey.
He's gone
I'm
again.
exhausted. I got so mad this
Everybody's
I
tired.
tired myself out.
Putting on the show for all those married men wear you out.
And forth for just hours. Angrily swimming back and forth for hours.
Oh, I guess you were gone for my story about.
I guess you were gone for my story about how once again everyone left the pool because I got in.
Yeah.
Bitches be like answered.
But
I was glad I got to stay much later than usual.
Really? You sure did, yeah.
I stayed for the whole show.
Thanks, Phoenix. It was good to have you, and it was good to have everybody. Really, River Dixon in the chat. We got to get you on sometime, man. I'm almost finished with Smell of Cedar. Good stuff, and kind of an odd and rocky beginning to the story. and maybe we'll talk about that when you come on. And yeah, that was cool to see you in the chat. And it was, I still think this episode was kind of a disaster, but and
I liked it.
Last weekend was the best one we've ever done. But hopefully next week.
Last week it was pretty shitty until the guest got on. Really.
No, I think from beginning to end it was great. I think last week it was the ideal show. So.
I think
everything we do is shitty in its own special way.
There are things that we do that aren't shitty, though. I'm telling you.
When's the window in the dirt guy coming on?
Hopefully next weekend, I think.
Okay.
The 27th is that next? That's next weekend, yeah. So hopefully, and I hope so because I've got questions. I love that book. I mean, I love that story. It's more of a short story. I loved Window in the Ground, and also, and his other book, Wagon Buddy, I also read, and it was all right. And hopefully I'll have one more read by him before next weekend. But, yeah, I hope he doesn't cancel on me, because Window in the Ground, I got a lot of questions about that story. And he filled me in on some, stuff that was changed between revisions. So stuff about the grandfather and about something else that I won't say for now, but yeah, he's got some interesting tidbits. So,
so next week I probably won't be joining until about 10.
Is that right?
Yes.
Well, geez, I think he may be in the UK, so you may not get to ask him anything.
What can I do?
It is what it is. It's cool.
Right.
It's cool. Yeah, right. Send me any questions you have for him, and I'll ask.
Okay.
All right.
Brief announcement. Dr. Sodom and Mrs. Gamora will be free on Kindle from Monday until Christmas Day.
Okay.
Very nice. And also, 3 by Phoenix Rises has just been released. I don't know what the last day or two, right?
Yeah, I literally just published it yesterday.
By the way, are we echoing? I forgot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, but they can hear, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Nobody's listening.
Oh yeah, I finally got a decent edition.
Oh yeah, I
finally got a decent edition. A Kindle edition of Mistquam out. The paperback should be out in about a week.
What do you got? Kindle edition of what?
A Kindle edition of Mistquam. A Kindle
No, we're
edition of
interrupting the intro music.
Yeah, before you have
Okay, I know what you're talking about. I was able to put it together. Bye.
Eric, thanks for having me on.
Thanks for having me on.
Never say what you mean, all I hear is steam. Never say that to me, never say that to me. Take it off your face, let's not stop till we bleed. The more you spit out.
All of a sudden, I can't hear anything. Why can't I hear anything? Oh, there it is. Okay. What's that one?
Holy shit, that was a disaster. It was a walking disaster on 18 wheels, was it not?
Well, it was spotty for sure.
What happened, you think? Because you were here pretty early this time. Where did it start?
I think Zach and Ben just they think it's really funny to get your goat.
Yeah.
And they didn't realize that sometimes you're actually trying to move the show along. I mean, there's times to fuck with people and there's times to not fuck with people. And
exactly.
I think Ben was too stoned to know the difference. But
believe me, no one was that more than me tonight, and I still, tried to be considerate.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess to an extent they think that's their shtick. And actually, people are so into watching reality TV and drama and shit.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's no fun for us.
Me included. I do too. I mean,
yeah. I mean, it's no fun for us, but on the bright side, it might actually get viewers just because people like to watch people fight with each other and be dicks. So I don't think, as far as the viewers go, it was as bad as we thought. It's just a little bit uncomfortable for those actually involved.
Yeah. Holy shit, did I not change it back? Damn it. Hang
Back
on.
to what?
To the non-echoing.
Oh, well, I'm not wearing headphones. Because I told myself I was going to do some housework while everybody was doing their lists. Yeah, that sounds fine.
The thing, that's the one thing about StreamYard I hate is how you have, if you want to play music, you've got to switch it into a different setting. And then if you want to talk afterward, you got to switch it back. And it's really intrudes. It's, you know what? I probably was more professional and like smooth with this stuff before my mother died, but now it just seems so futile to try to be, like skilled at this. All I can do is be raw now. I don't have anything left, but rawness now. So even if it looks clumsy or clunky, I just don't care anymore. I can't be a smooth professional, with a steady hand anymore. It's just whatever I throw at the screen, and however it turns out, whether it makes an actual form or if it's just a bunch of nonsense, I just don't care anymore. But this is still cathartic for me, But I have been so proud of so many episodes of this. But tonight was just my least favorite ever. And I can totally get in on some, like, what do they call it? Internet blood sports.
Yeah.
Like when Jim Goad was in that room with Arini and Forney. That was
God.
That was awesome.
And then I wound up getting pulled in. Yeah, I guess I've been in the, internet blood sports and all internet blood sports. That was not pleasant. I'll tell you what. And one of Jim's arguments for why I wasn't lying about being raped was, look at her, she looks like shit. You think she wasn't in the hospital?
Jim said that? I don't remember.
Well, he said it later during a different argument because they were still arguing with him about it. And, some people might be offended, but I was like, bless his heart, and not in the passive-aggressive way. He's just being totally honest. And yes, I literally got out of the hospital, after I was assaulted, and they took me to the hospital to take evidence. they kept me there for 2 extra days because I had some weird sodium deficiency that they found when they took my blood test. They were actually surprised that I was standing up when they like took me out of the vehicle, the ambulance, and then took my blood and looked at it because they were like, you should be passed out. You don't have enough sodium in your blood to have a heartbeat. And so they kept me there for 2 days. So I had been through all that shit. And then I was stuck in the hospital for 2 days, just laying there with a drip feed in my arm, praying for South Park to come on the TV. And I mean, you probably heard bits and pieces of the story, but when I got assaulted, I had been texting Jim. I didn't really know him at the time, but he was going to argue with Matt, so he wanted to research with everybody who knew things about Matt. And I was telling him, yeah, he claimed to have raped me and bragged about it online. Like, who does something that fucking stupid? And, that was the last normal conversation I had before this guy actually breaks into my house and rapes me. And Jim was the first person I texted because his number was right there. And I was like, holy shit, what do I do after this guy leaves? I mean, he talked me into calling the police. I thought, like, they might revenge murder me or something if I called them because I wasn't thinking straight. So I literally, that was my experience, and I got out of the hospital, and the first thing that happens when I come home and, I sit down and I'm like, holy fuck, what just happened in my life? And I turn on the computer, and those three are arguing.
about you.
About me. And then... And so, like, I'm disheveled. I just got out of the hospital, and the first thing I walk into is Matt going, "She made it all up."
Why did you write an article saying that he did that?
At the time?
Yeah.
I hadn't really... Well, I didn't remember it, which is why I didn't... The thing was, I didn't remember it because I have little flashes of it now and then, but it might be just because of the story he told about it. But I didn't really remember it clearly, so I didn't press charges because, get this, Matt might be the only person to get away with anally raping someone because he's such a liar that even though he confessed to it, I wasn't sure whether to believe him.
That is fucked up.
Yeah, like, the dude was such a fucking liar. I was like, well, I don't want to put someone in jail just for being delusional.
Why is your life such a Mel Brooks movie?
You got me, dude. Partly because I'm too nice. That's done with now. After the past few years, I'm not too nice anymore. But I used to be too nice.
Do you ever get tired of laughing at all the shit that's happened to you and just want to scream? I mean...
Yeah.
So is it a defense mechanism, laughing, or is that like a therapy kind of?
Yeah, because when I actually do start screaming, I don't feel any better, so I generally go back to laughing. Because, I mean, what else are you going to do when someone is such a fucking liar? And I had been dealing with him for months before this. Like, he moved into the building next to mine and started basically stalking me, and it was madness, but I was going through some madness to begin with. But A, I used to be too nice. B, I'm too curious about people. Even when I'm not being too nice and letting people get away with shit I shouldn't let them get away with, there's part of me that's always like, what crazy shit is this person actually going to do if I give them enough rope? And sometimes they do shit that's just amusing and self-destructive, but, sometimes they...
I kind of got the feeling, though, that Jim Goad used you as like a pawn to, defeat Matt.
Well, I actually suggested that, to tell you the truth. Because I was... When I talked to Jim after Well, when I first talked to Jim before I got raped by the random guy just breaking in, you know, I told him everything about Matt because, of course, you want to give your enemy's enemy ammunition. But then after I was raped by the other guy, I was like, you know, life gave me a bunch of lemons, but let's make some lemonade. Let's see if we can use this to humiliate this other asshole. So I suggested that. And I realized in retrospect that it might look like Jim was using me, but it was actually my idea. So if anyone was using me, it was me.
What justification could Jim Goat ever have for coming on and talking to us here? I don't know if there is one.
Well, he should be writing more fiction because, frankly, it makes him happier than writing about politics does. His fiction stories are really delightful, and these days writing about politics is just an exercise in misery.
Yeah, I did not know that he ever wrote fiction.
Yeah, he's written short stories for Thought Catalog. They cut back on his hours and his pay because some fucking idiot got upset that they were sharing a website with him.
Wait, cut back on his hours and pay where? Keep in mind, we're still recording, you know, so.
Oh, wait, is this public?
I'd never hit stop. Do you want...
Oh, God, I thought I was just talking to you, but...
I said I was going to vent afterwards. I never hit stop. I never hit in broadcast.
Well, that's okay. I don't think I've said anything that... No, I haven't said anything I haven't already said.
Yeah, because look, see, I mean, this guy stuck around, said, you know, give yourself a break, would have liked to hear more. So, yeah, we got at least one listener.
Okay, well, I hope...
Sorry I didn't make that clear enough, you know.
Oh, no. I was actually just telling you that whole story to make you feel less bad about some of our entertainment value today being internet blood sports, because, like I said, I was part of one of the most god-awful internet blood sports of all time, right after I got out of the hospital, right after being sexually assaulted, and it actually distracted me from my problems. And, you know, against my better judgment, probably, it provided a lot of entertainment for other people because people like to watch shit like that. So you guys arguing on air might actually bring in or keep in new or old viewership, if that makes any sense.
I'm sure it entertained someone. Did you put up a tree this year?
Not yet. I am still not sure if I'm going to Arizona to... Maybe I should just put up a tree anyway. But I might still be able to get to Arizona to hang out with my cousins.
Well, who's going to take care of your cats?
Well, I can only go for a day or two. I mean, if I manage to run into one of my neighbors who I know, I might be able to stay a day longer. But even if I can get somebody to feed the cats, I don't want to be gone that long because Eddie is so old, you know?
Eddie?
Oedipus.
Oh.
The gray one. The gray one.
Now, wait a minute, though. I mean, you remember what happened the last time they weren't with you, you know?
Yeah.
You sure you want to take that risk?
Well, that's why I'm only going to leave for about 24 hours.
Oh. See, I guess just leave like several bowls in the floor. I don't know.
Yeah. I leave tons of food and water.
I wouldn't trust just anyone with a key.
No.
And for God's sake, what if like a landlord or cleaning lady, or I don't know how it works there, but landlord or cleaning lady, you know, opens the door, lets it stay open, and they get out or something. See, these are things that I have experienced before, so I know, you know, you got to be careful. You got to anticipate these things. Thankfully, my cat that got out due to a friend accidentally, you know, leaving the door open, she came back 6 months later. and she was declawed, and she still survived out there for 6 months. But that doesn't always have a happy ending. So these are things you got to anticipate.
Yeah.
You got to think: is there anybody who would have access to it that could leave the door open, and the cats wouldn't know any better? But if they wandered out, I mean,
No, there's really no landlord. No, there's really nobody who's gonna leave it open. They can handle themselves for 24 hours. If Eddie gets sick, Stumbler always takes care of her. And God, now you're making me worry, though.
Well, I mean, it's good to worry now, other than later. What if something happens that gets worse with some shutdown? Airports are shut down. You're stuck in Arizona like you were stuck in L.A. Then the cats are alone for more than 24 hours. No, they run out of food or water. And I'm not trying to be a fearmonger, but aren't these things that you might want to take into account?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not flying. I'm taking the bus. It's not that likely that things will shut down to the point where buses won't do anything. And I'm sure if my cats were in danger, my aunt would give me a ride back here. I mean, it would be a pain in the ass, but she loves cats. I would hate to ask it of her. Oh wait, I bet my cousin would be more likely though, because we like to hang out, and we just haven't gotten a lot of time to hang out in the last few years. Because, well, God, in the last 20 years, he moved to Arizona right after high school, and then his younger brother moved there with him during high school because he got caught drinking. So they've both been out there while I was still in Wisconsin and Illinois.
So Arizona was your Christmas plans, basically?
Yeah. It's only a 4-hour by car, 5-hour by bus drive
Family
away
or
from.
friend?
What's that?
Family or friend?
Oh, family, my cousins.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know. Anyway, I don't think that was that bad, except for us feeling uncomfortable. It reminded me a tiny bit of the episode where I got mad after being talked over all the time, and I just closed my computer and didn't come back. I mean, I guess you left for pretty much the same exact reason, but you're the host, so you had to come back. The only time I've ever done that on any other podcast, including the one with Matt and Davis, for God's sake. I basically stayed there until Davis just kicked me out of the podcast because he felt like they were losing. Like, you're losing to a woman who was just assaulted and in the hospital for 3 days with freakishly low blood sodium. So you're just going to kick her off the podcast because you can't talk good. Okay.
Boy, or I haven't seen or heard anything about Arini. He just dropped off the face of the internet altogether, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, Matt and Arini sometimes make videos making fun of each other because they broke up. That was a romance gone bad.
Wait, Matt and Arini are no longer friends?
I forget what they even got pissed at each other over. It was something intensely stupid, I'm sure. Like, I don't know, somebody used the wrong end of the dildo and didn't clean it off.
Do you still talk to John Steele?
On occasion, yeah. Yeah, nobody can figure out how he can be friends or wants to be friends with so many people who want to kill each other.
Didn't you say that it was kind of a paradox because you're part Jewish and he's not down with that?
No, I'm not part Jewish that I know of. It's just that people think I'm Jewish because of my name and my hair. And I've never taken an ancestry test because I'm too paranoid to give them my spit. And then I played this prank on my sister when Matt was hanging around
pretending I was Jewish, and then Matt got confused and thought it was real, so he started telling people I was Jewish, which was even more confusing because people already thought I was Jewish because of my name and the way I look. So at a certain point, so many people thought that I was Jewish that I was considering converting just to stop them from being wrong. But then I was like, oh God, I spent so much time struggling with Sanskrit. Do I really want to have to learn Hebrew too?
And I'll tell you, the 4chan is not going to be the way to fight the crazies going forward. People are going to have to get more sophisticated, be more, covert, and take it more seriously, I think, instead of just turning everything into a roller coaster,
There's nothing wrong with a roller coaster. It's when they try to make it a professional grift roller coaster. Everyone's sick of the word grift because it's always used on the wrong people. But you know what I mean.
I'm sick of internet slang altogether. I feel like every time you learn a term, there's 5 new ones that you're not exposed to yet. I think we have more than enough language already that we don't need to keep inventing new slang every 10 years.
We've got more than enough language that people don't understand. I mean, when I was younger, I didn't have to consciously restrain my vocabulary because people who considered themselves literary didn't understand any words over 3 syllables. Now I got to remember, oh yeah, they know all kinds of words that are like 1 syllable that they made up as internet slang, but they don't understand any longer words that weren't on the SAT. Because, like we were saying on the show earlier, none of these writers read.
A lot of writers don't read. Yeah, that's the thing. And see, I'll make a few hundred words a week on the story that I've been writing, and but most of it is more energy is spent reading all these books I've accumulated, like thousands, and I'm the exact opposite. I'm a reader who doesn't write that much. So
Yeah, well, that's the way I was when I was younger. I mean, it will serve you well later. As I was trying to get across earlier, while during all the crossfire, all these people who want to build their career by being reviewers who trash people's books without understanding how a book works, but they can just point out that there weren't enough Native American voices in it. Jesus, what a cheap shot. What a cheap way to pretend to be a reviewer. What a cheap way to pretend to be an intellectual. Jesus.
The Nightworms?
Anyway,
You talking about the
what's that?
You talking
Yeah,
about
the Nightworms, but they're just the latest iteration of something that I saw starting way back in 1992. And if I had left, Bumblefuck, Wisconsin earlier, I'm sure I would have seen it earlier than that. But that was the earliest I got to witness it.
Here's how I still firmly believe that it's some sort of, agenda that they're executing, because not one of them had an opinion that differed on the opinions of content. They all shared the same opinion on the content, which was too graphic, basically, for their, sophisticated tastes. Not one of them, differed or deviated from that. That tells me that they are an entity. They are an entity that does not encourage, or foster, free thought. And people wanted to challenge me on the show, earlier. I mean, but does anybody in this, group or whatever, do any of us review, the same, like all, 5 or 6 of us? Do any of us, all 5 or 6 or 7, review one book the same, way and for the same reasons and taking issue with the same content? No, but they do. I'm telling you, that's like a what's the term? A hive mind.
Well, I think if we were all in a book, you would call us rounded characters, and they would be cardboard characters.
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure it's a concerted effort. I mean, it could be, but it's more likely that they all just took the same type of intellectual college class for their freshman requirement, and it's all taught from the same 5 textbooks whose professors are making $1 million a year on textbook sales, and it's all the same ideas, and it's all the same pseudo or neo-Marxism. Essentially, it's a formula for critiquing things, and like I said, I saw this shit coming down the pike in the 90s. It's the same formula, and it's just this really cheap way for people who aren't all that bright to stamp themselves into some kind of intellectual, because by intellectual they mean, or they think that word means, I bitch about things. I mean, I'm bitching about things right now, but I never claimed to be an intellectual. Also, I never claimed to mean well. Although I usually do.
I'm starting to lose my voice, and you probably, need what time is it there? Like 10 or?
Yeah, it's 10.
And you probably you might need to get some sleep, but okay. Well, thanks for sharing in that vent session. Maybe this would be a nice bonus for any listeners,
Yeah, the Easter egg after the blood sports.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, all right. Good night.
All right. You have a good night.
Hope to see you next week. Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Merry Christmas.
Hope you do.
I forgot it was that late in the
Hope you're
month.
able to celebrate with somebody.
Yeah, me too. Because I'm starting to talk to the goddamn cats for real, like they're people.
Just make sure you have a well-executed plan if you do go anywhere, and don't go too far, because you got to consider what could happen, and how you could be away from them longer than 24 hours and they run out of food. Just think this through. Well,
Yeah. There's the one I was thinking the other day. The one thing I can never forgive myself for is when I fail my animals.
Mm-hmm. I know that. Yeah, I know how that feels. Yeah, but yeah, my voice is going again. So, all right. Good night.
All right. You take